Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat shit, Tucker.
And that was your last.
God damn it, Nick. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
Oh, I can explain the bed thing. A nest in one of my penthouses, and I had to pry a steak. It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip! Get out! Get out!
I would have thrown them all off the balcony.
Megan Fox.
She's the devil. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
There's something about the way that you say my name. Make me forget everything when you call
Megan.
Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a bitch like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But
You've pissed off the wrong woman.
Oh my God, I have been assaulted. What are you gonna do when Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother?
She's the devil.
Not for publication. Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox has the story.
I'm Megan.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
Thank
you. Cheers.
Well, look, bitch, you're not serious either. You didn't even do the paperwork in time.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Megan Fox. I am a broadcaster. I am an author. I'm a writer. I write at pjmedia.com. I am in Conservative Inc. Media, and I've got all the inside information for you that you're looking for. It's a bright and sunny day here in New York. It's like winter has broken and spring has arrived, but it's a little too early. I'm not sure what's going on. The sun is like hitting me in the face, and I didn't want to close the curtains because why? Why not just get the extra vitamin D? Why not? And we're broadcasting a little bit early today. How do I sound? Is the volume okay? I feel like it might not be okay. I got the sun. The sun is shining all on me this morning, and I'm feeling pretty good. We have quite the show lined up for you today. If you are not following me on Locals, though, you need to go do that right now. meganfox.locals.com. Big shout out to all the gals and the guys in the live chat right now on Locals. I love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting me and being there, especially since I've been so sick last week and haven't been able to give you any new content because I was coughing up a lung. But it's coming back now. It's calming down, and I'm not so sick anymore. Flux, I see you there in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you this morning. So we have quite the lineup for you today. By the way, we are live streaming simultaneous now on YouTube. Hello, YouTube, and Rumble. Hello, Rumble. Make sure that you hit that like button on Rumble and on YouTube. Don't forget to do that. Your thumbs are not broken. That's the only excuse I would give you. And even then, I would say use your nose. You can do it. You can hit that little thumbs up. It helps me with the algorithm. And share the stream if you can. There's so much going on right now that I don't even know where to begin. I really don't even know where to begin. But I promised you a few things today. What did I promise? I promised you Legal Mindset to open the program, which is why we are here an hour early. I promised you Andrew. And late last night, I got word that Andrew is not coming. Andrew is not coming. Does anybody want to guess why Andrew is not coming? Should I put up a poll on YouTube to see what you think about why Andrew's not coming? Did anybody see Andrew's live stream yesterday? Did anyone see it? Anyone? I know a lot of you have been talking about it. I know. Anybody want to guess? Ashley says he chickened out. You know, I am just not that cruel to let you guys believe that. I told him though, I said your penance for canceling on me is that I'm going to tell everyone you were too scared to face me with your silly views, because I was going to wipe the floor with your silly views on Sydney Watson's lawsuit. However, the truth is that Andrew had to catch a flight because he has some business things to take care of. And so he is literally on a plane right now and he can't be here. He did tell me he was going to make sure he gets back on this program, and we are going to have that conversation and we are going to talk about it. Probably Wednesday, but I don't have the confirmation on that just now. So we'll give him a pass. We will say right now at this point that Andrew of Legal Mindset is not scared to come on this program and face me and face the ladies in the chat after last night's live stream. It's not that he's scared. He just has pressing business concerns that he needs to get to. Isn't that right, Andrew? It's the business concern. That's okay. It's all right. It's all right. All right, listen. It's okay, because at 11 o'clock, Nate Brody's going to be here. He is confirmed going to be here at 11 o'clock. We're going to talk about his lawsuit against Christopher Bouzy and whether or not it's going forward, and if so, what's next? That's going to be huge. Also, at 12 o'clock, and I'm so excited for this because it's really in the air, I have another Conservative Inc. Insider, female editor extraordinaire, Jennifer Van Laar from redstate.com. She's going to be here. She's our editor-in-chief over there at Red State. If you all don't know, pjmedia.com and redstate.com are sister sites. We are owned by Salem Media, and we have several sites in the mothership, which would be townhall.com, Red State, Twitchy, Bearing Arms, PJ Media. Am I missing one? hotair.com. So there's six of them. And Jennifer is the editor-in-chief over there at redstate.com. She's going to be here. We're going to talk about what it's like to be a woman in the conservative space, what it's like to be a content creator who's been plugging away at this game for many, many years. We're going to talk about Sydney Watson's lawsuit. We're going to get into the details of it. I'm going to give you our side of it. And you've heard Andrew's side, and now you're going to get my side. And you know what cracks me up about all that? About Andrew getting on his high horse last night about that lawsuit. First of all, I was watching some of it in the shower because I was very running late today. So everyone was like, you've got to watch Andrew's stream. Because I asked him before I saw the stream. And so I'm in the shower, I'm listening to Andrew, and I was dying. Maybe we'll listen to a couple parts of it, because some of the stuff he said was just like, come on, man. Come on, Jack. You don't mean that. And some things, look, we got to be able to talk to one another, folks. Part of the problem is we don't talk to each other anymore. We don't talk to each other civilly. I think if I had been on that stream with Andrew, it would have been a little less caustic, shall we say, because he certainly doesn't act that way in front of women that he knows. Not that I've seen anyway. I mean, he's very civil to me. And I don't think that we're going to have an uncivil conversation, and I look forward to it. I look forward to wiping the floor with his silly views. All right, everybody, let's go. Let's get into the topic, because today I want to introduce you to the gang stalker. Now, I know we're going to talk about Eliza Bleu. We've got to get back to this because it's the thing that will not go away. Okay, now the sun is giving me a goatee and I don't like it. Hold on. Listen, sun. All right, there we go. That was enough vitamin D. I don't like the shadows it's putting on my face. All right, here we go. All right, the gang stalker. You guys, I don't know if you've been following the Eliza Bleu drama, but according to Tim Pool, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it because I don't give a shit anymore. I've decided after writing the article that I wrote yesterday for PJ Media about women in conservatism and the misogyny on the right, I've decided I don't give a shit anymore. And so I'm going to say whatever I think. And I don't care if it leads to some kind of blacklisting or people don't call me or invite me to things, because guess what? They don't do that anyway. So fuck them. Okay. So Tim Pool has inserted himself into this Eliza Bleu story by providing cover for her. And Suzanne, we will get to the lawsuit. I promise you at 12 o'clock. Jennifer Van Laar is going to be here. We're going to go over that. She covered it at Red State. She's been over and by the way, Kurt Schlichter, who is the attorney on the case, he writes for us at townhall.com. Kurt Schlichter is a very serious attorney. He's a hilarious commentator. He is a hilarious columnist. He calls Joe Biden Grandpa Badfinger. You guys, you gotta love Kurt Schlichter, man. But it should tell you something that a man like Kurt Schlichter, who is on the inside of Conservative Inc., he's definitely one of the in guys. He's definitely in the club. If he's going up against the Blaze, he's not doing it because he thinks he's going to lose. That's insane. Okay, he'd be putting his reputation on the line. He'd be putting his contacts on the line, like his reputation in his field where he works. And I doubt he would be doing that if he thought he was going to lose. But anyway, we're going to get to that at 12 o'clock. Please hang in there and share this stream with anybody you think wants to hear about that lawsuit, because we are going to go over it in detail. Jennifer Van Laar is going to be here from redstate.com 12 o'clock at 12 noon. All right, let's get back to Eliza Bleu and Tim Pool. I was just about to tell you something that I've decided I don't care anymore about any of these people, and I'm just going to say what I think. I never, and maybe it's because I'm old, I don't know. I have never understood Tim Pool's popularity. To me, his show seems like something that was organized. To me, you to be completely honest, Tim Pool's show feels like something that someone with a lot of strings and a lot of attachment to power and stuff just put together and like sent out there and made famous. Because when I watch it, I'm like, what is this shit? I'm so bored by Tim Pool. He has no opinions that I agree with or disagree with. Like, he's the most milquetoast bullshit. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry, Tim. I don't know you personally, and like you're never going to see this anyway, so what does it matter? I don't understand why that's exciting to people or why people watch it. Maybe that's just me. I don't get it. Do we have a lot of Tim Pool fans in the audience? You guys tune into that every night or whenever it is that he streams? But for whatever reason, he hit the algorithm. He has, millions of followers or whatever. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. No, he's not brilliant. And I think that what we have, he may not even be medium smart. Let's be completely honest here. And thumbs up, by the way, and shout out to Leah Gio, who is in the production studio helping out with the show today, even though it's a whole hour earlier in Australia. So what is it, 1 a.m? God, she's a trooper. She really is, and I love her. I don't know what the deal is with Tim Pool, but he just came out of nowhere and he's been, killing it, getting all the hits, getting all the subs. And I don't understand why. I think I understand good entertainment and good political talk. I've certainly been in this arena for a very long time. I've been listening to conservative entertainers since I was 15 years old. From local talk show hosts in Chicago, Don and Roma, fantastic people, by the way. Don and Roma, Don, Wade, and Roma, unbelievable. If you're from Chicago and you're around my age, you would know you woke up with them every morning. And after they were done, Rush Limbaugh would come on the air. And when Rush was done, Roe and Gary would come on the air. Roe Conn and Gary Meyer. And it was a lovely time for conservative entertainment. It was the tops. It was absolutely the best. I've been listening to all of, I've listened to, now Dr. Laura, she was interesting. I mean, she was super controversial. It made for great radio. Tim Boomer, thank you for the super chat, says, Tim admits he just plays the YouTube algorithm. I don't know how the hell he's figured that out or how you do it without getting, censored, but he's figured it out. But I don't find anything compelling about that show. In fact, I've tried to watch it several times, and whenever I'm like, okay, tonight's the night. I'm gonna watch a Tim cast. I'm gonna watch it. And then I'm like 12 minutes in, and I can't. I'm like, this is terrible. I can't watch this. It's not funny. I'm not laughing. I'm not learning anything. I really don't want to talk about Ukraine. Like, why are we talking about Ukraine and it's in Russia and war and like I don't know. I just can't. Every time I turn it on, it's Ukraine this, Ukraine that, and I don't care. So yeah. Uh-oh. The show is bound to be interrupted a couple times by the coughing because I'm still not completely well. All right, anyway, let's get back to this. So Timcast has a website, and he has a reporter who he calls a gonzo journalist. His name is Shane Cashman, and he was embedded with Eliza Bleu. He was embedded with Eliza Bleu for a couple of days to, I don't know, get her story or something. And this is the other thing that bothers me about the conservative media space. Why would you send a person who was just embedded with Kanye to be embedded with a woman who no one heard of until, like, I don't know, 6 months ago? And Nick pointed something out to me. He was like, when you are an activist for a topic everybody agrees with, it's really not that impressive. Like, everyone is against trafficking. Everyone. No one wants to traffic kids except for traffickers. So it's just a weird, bizarre thing that this, and I think that the reason why she was platformed by as many places as she was, and I hate that word. Let's say boosted. Let's say the reason her signal was boosted is because, let's face it, she has a racy past. There's a bunch of pictures of her with her tits out on the internet, and people like that. They like to be able to show those pictures, and they like e-thoughts. Like, let's just be totally honest. They like e-thoughts. Okay, so this guy who is Buzz Lightyear here, this is Shane Cashman, and he was embedded with Eliza Bleu. He went out and spent some time on the farm with her family, and it was just all, I don't know. I guess he was out there to get this story. We thought, because and I have my suspicions that, and I think Farron has said this, that perhaps he was out there earlier than the controversy started. And if he was out there earlier, if he was out there earlier, then this story kind of doesn't make sense. Like, were they just doing a puff piece on her, and then he had to go back and kind of address the allegations? And the allegations were that she made up all of her trafficking past, that she was possibly involved in prostitution, but it was by her own choice. Her timeline didn't line up. And just asking her about a World Star video that she starred in and consented to, and joyfully talked about on the internet, got you banned. Got Brittany Venti banned off of Twitter. It got Jeremy suspended, or Brittany is suspended until she takes down the post, but I guess she's refusing to do it. So anyway, what did Shane do? Shane wrote an 80,000 word, 3-part, I can't even, what am I going to call it? Fantasy piece. Read like a Harlequin romance novel. Let's be completely honest. What's an e-thought? Heidi Sense wants to know what's an e-thought, guys. Can you guys in the Rumble chat explain it to her? Can someone in the Rumble chat explain to Heidi what an e-thought is? Thought, T-H-O-T, stands for that hoe over there. And an e-thought is one of them on the internet. Okay? And the Rumble chat will explain it to you, Heidi. Yeah, 80,000 words of nothing, 3 parts of nothing, okay? And at the third part, I mean, he gave no evidence. He basically just gave Eliza's story again, where she's going to get herself into more trouble because she's going into more detail about her so-called trafficking. Part 3 comes along, and this is what we see. This is what he wants us to believe. Now, Tim Pool, before this article came out, Tim Pool went on his show and told people that he believed this was a giant conspiracy to make Eliza Bleu famous. Yes, Brittany Venti and the other YouTubers like The Quartering and That Umbrella Guy, and I guess me and anybody at Farron and anybody who asked questions about this thought, anybody who had questions about Eliza Bleu, we were part of a conspiracy to make her more famous. Oh, yes, and paid. Not just a conspiracy, but a paid conspiracy. And that we were being used by some shadowy figure called, wait for it, the gang stalker. The gang stalker. Now, folks, I need to warn you. I need to warn you right now. Do not stand in front of your mirror and whisper, gang stalker, gang stalker, gang stalker 3 times. Unless you want black SUVs to show up and some shadowy figure to inject you with something that will erase parts of your brain. This is what Shane Cashman is selling. All right, let's just read this part now. This all started with the man we'll call the gang stalker. The gang stalker runs in a circle that's been accused of controlling hundreds, if not thousands, of bogus Twitter accounts, buying black SUVs in this economy? What? And parking outside people's homes to intimidate and even injecting something into someone who would wake up 2 weeks later with a piece of their minds missing. Boy, is that unbelievable journalism or what? Something into someone. Shane Cashman just reported that someone named the gang stalker will inject something into someone. Come on now. Now look. If this was real, if this gang stalker person existed, this is a big story. A big story that would be New York Times, New York Post, Washington Post worthy. And if you're a reporter and you have evidence that such a person exists, and you don't provide the evidence, you don't like do an expose on the gang stalker, like you could have the story of the century. You could win a Pulitzer on that, baby. But no, let me just show you the evidence that this man presents for the gang stalker. Okay. Hold on. Yes, Boomer says, wait, the cancel mob bots of gang stalker is fake, but Chris Bouzy's cancel mob is real. Yeah, you know who the real gang stalker is? And we're going to get into it with Nate Brody at 11 o'clock. The real gang stalker is named Christopher Bouzy. If you want to know who a gang stalker is, you go to Christopher Bouzy and figure out why the hell he is ruining the lives of small YouTubers for having negative opinions about a member of the damn royal family. Okay? Holy crap. Holy crap. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we? Because we need to talk about the gang stalker. The gang stalker. Shane Cashman. Brought to you by Shane Cashman. Tonight's Twilight Zone. The gang stalker. All right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be flippant. But then again, let's go here first. I don't believe. Now, remember, folks, this is a journalist. So-called journalist. I don't believe ruining Eliza was their main goal. I think they reverse engineered a chaos scenario. Maybe they wanted to use her to discredit Elon Musk. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold the phone, Shane, because your boss, Tim Fool, That just came out. I didn't plan to say that. That was the Freudian slip, Tim Fool. I didn't mean to. Your boss, Tim Pool, just said it was an organized, paid-for campaign to make her famous. To make her famous. Now, Tim Pool's reporter, on the other hand, is going with the opposite now. The opposite. Yes, one must ask, since, what's his name? Shane calls himself a gonzo journalist in the style of Hunter Thompson. Is he also partaking in the drugs and alcohol that go along with being like Hunter S. Thompson? Let's see if we can get through this. But I think it's most likely they wanted to destroy the landscape. I don't even know what that means. I have a theory, says this so-called journalist. I have a theory. Oh, God. Based on what I've seen from the gang stalker and the people he's practically brainwashed with a deception campaign. He is wicked smart, and I believe he sees everyone involved as chess pieces. This guy is the Wizard of Oz. This gang stalker, he sees all. He is the eye in the sky. Looking at you, I can read your mind. This man is... He's basically God. He's the eye of Sauron. He is so advanced. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get through this. I gotta. Deep breaths. All right. I have a theory. He knows how everyone will react to certain situations. This man is Santa Claus. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake, except he has studied you so he can destroy you, and he will profit off your corpse. This should disturb everyone, especially the ones who are so up in arms about who is and isn't grifting to whatever grift standards the grifters uphold. That reminds me, I haven't grifted all stream. And you know what? We're going to fix that right now because I'm here to make money. I'm not going to tell you otherwise. I like money. I think money is good. We need money to survive and buy eggs because eggs are basically like buying diamonds these days. And I can't get enough of them. I like fried eggs, so I'm going to start grifting right now. Follow me on meganfox.locals.com. It's only, if you want to sign up, it's only $5 a month. And guess what? You know what you get for that? You get to watch movies with me. And I am going to do one this week. I'm not sure what day, but it's coming soon. We are going to start watching on Netflix. There's a new documentary about forced confessions, and it looks fascinating. And we watch true crime documentaries on my Locals channel. We get together and we get popcorn and we get cocktails, and it's so fun. And so we're going to do that this week. I promise you all. The Locals content is coming back, and if you want to be a part of it, it's only $5 a month. It's really no biggie. And also there are cooking streams. There are sewing streams. I'm kind of doing like home ec over there with a touch of true crime on top, and it's a whole lot of fun. So if you're not following me, you need to. And also, by the way, if you're more of a book reader and you want to pick up a good book, I wrote one. It's called Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salome to #MeToo. You can pick it up on Amazon.com right now. And if you want to read that, that's all about women who have lied to imprison and possibly, and also at times even kill men. And so the Believe Women thing is a fantasy. Ashley says, your Locals is the best, worth every penny. Ashley, I'm so happy to have you as a Local subscriber. And I want to tell each and every one of you who subscribe to my Locals channel and also to this channel and to Rumble. I appreciate you. I love you. And I'm so glad you're here. Boomher says, I knew of Eliza Bleu over a year ago, had the chance to listen. Whoops. Hold on. I was reading that and ask her a few questions. Oh, awesome. Well, what kind of questions did you ask her? What did you think of that? I'd be interested to know that. I'd be interested to know how that was. All right. getting back to it, now that my grifting is finished for now. Believe me, there will be more later. Okay. And he will profit off your corpse. Um, the gang stalker has also laughed about the way one associate who has used gang stalk tactics to drive two people to commit suicide. Okay, so at first I thought that they were accusing the gang stalker of driving two people to suicide, but it looks here that no, this is guilt through association. The gang stalker has laughed about the way one associate who has used gang stalk tactics to drive two people to commit suicide. I mean, if you're not going to tell us, Cashman, like what you mean by this, I don't know why you would even print it. He goes on to say, if you know the man that started the thread that threw Eliza's timeline into question, then you know his name. I find his tactics to be incredibly dangerous, dubiously legal, and absolutely sinister. I have been on the receiving end of his tactics. Oh, so wait a minute. Does that mean that Shane has been criticized by this person once or twice and he doesn't like it, and that's why he's doing this? I see anyone in his surroundings as a threat and worthy of total distrust. Perhaps he's only a troll, but I think it's much darker than that. I think everyone should be weary of the way he does business. Oh my God, this got past the editor. By the way, it's not weary, sir. It's wary. W-A-R-Y means to be suspicious, to be cautious, which is what he means to say, not tired. He doesn't mean to say you should be tired of the way he does business. He means cautious. And I guess you're going to have to put me in that category of people in his surroundings, because I know who he is. This is a man named Defango on YouTube who I just met the other day because I wanted to ask him, hey, are you the gang stalker? Do you own a bunch of black SUVs? And he actually tweeted this out saying, this is probably the funniest thing I've ever read about myself. In all seriousness, what the heck is happening at Timcast's house? How could he think this was real? By the way, the gang stalker or Defango. Now, I don't know Defango very well. I've only been on one live stream with him the other day. And so I've only met him one time just to ask him these questions about, is any of this true? Do you own a fleet of black SUVs that you send out to people's homes? And of course he said no. And I mean, how do I prove that? I mean, I could say it sounds highly unlikely, but Shane is the one who did the embedded journalism. Like he could have gone to Defango's home. He could have knocked on his door, could have sat down with him, like asked him to look around the parking lot for some SUVs. He could have, I don't know, talked to people who know him. Look, he never even reached out to him before he wrote this article. Didn't even reach out. That's what he's alleging that this man did. Are heinous crimes. And alleging that with no evidence is called defamation and libel. It's libel because it's in print. Slander is spoken. Libel is in print. Yeah, I mean, look, Defango has a very long internet history. He's someone who's been online for a long time. Sounds like he is a really smart guy. He told me that he did a lot of work for the federal government. Sounds like he's very good at puzzles. Sounds like he frankly, he says he started Q, but a lot of people say that. I mean, I don't know how, there's no way to really prove it, is there? He said he started Q, but I will say this. He had the best explanation for anyone who has ever said they started Q that I heard. So at this point, I'm more likely to believe that he had something to do with it than I am any of these other people who claimed it. For one, because he's one of these people who is into that game, the hardest game on the internet, Cicada something. And yeah, he is very well known. His current channel is Griftcast IRL. Please go and subscribe, like and subscribe to Griftcast IRL. His YouTube channel was banned when he was at the height of his subs. I think he told me he had something like 30,000 subs. And then YouTube banned him. And now he's down to 6,000 he's back and he has a new channel. He's down to 6,000 subs. So again, Timcast is alleging that a guy with 6,000 subs now, who has been pretty much removed, who is removed from the internet for a long time, has the kind of influence and power to just take down whoever he wants. And all right, I did get him to admit that he has the skills to run such a campaign, like that he has those kind of skills. I mean, because for instance, I said, well, if you're saying that you started the Q phenomenon that took over and just like melted people's minds, then you have the skills to do the things that he's talking about. Maybe not the SUVs, but like the online stuff, like launching a campaign, a disinformation campaign or whatever. And he said, yes, I have those skills. So he's not disagreeing that he has the skills. He's saying, I didn't do this. And they have no reason to say it. And so far, I don't see any evidence that would lead me to believe that he has anything to do with us asking questions. This is the first time I ever heard of him. So anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, by the way, I invited him to come on today since I found out that Andrew was not coming. And I probably should have invited him first anyway, because I feel bad that like everyone's talking about it and his channel may not be getting heard. And so you guys need to go check out Griftcast IRL. It was a fun show. I was on there with Farron, on Friday. And it was a fun show. And he didn't seem like a terrible guy to me. I don't know. So anyway, he's got the link. So if he wants to pop in here before 11 o'clock, he's certainly welcome. Or after that even. I don't care. You can come on with Nate. Anyway, let's see what else this says. Now, here we go again. This is no different than what the Washington Post did to that umbrella guy, that freaking Taylor Lorenz and Christopher Bouzy. This is all connected, you guys. It's all connected to silencing and stopping alternative platforms and independent voices from being able to bring you news as we see it. Okay? This is about stopping us. It's not just about stopping DeFango. It's not about stopping that umbrella guy. It's about stopping everybody. Yeah, everybody. So let's just look at this. And here's the proof. We have encountered a gang of leeches here that suck at the skin of a machine they can't comprehend the full scope of because they are so lost in their own narcissism, or perhaps even worse, they are conscious of a symbiosis between them and the destruction orgy, carrying torches and pitchforks and masquerading through the internet, our perpetual trauma machine. These people are digital cannibals. They care more about their names getting lumped into stories the same way tumors grow in a body. They worship fame. He is talking about YouTube. He is talking about all the people that he did not reach out to for this article. And let me just say, what shitty journalism that was. Shane Cashman, you're a fraud. You're a damn fraud, and you can hide behind gonzo journalism all you want. What you are doing is slander. It's disgusting. And I used the wrong term. It's not slander. It's defamation. It's libel. They are trying. The Washington Post, Christopher Bouzy, the Rolling Stone, and now Timcast. And someone ought to ask Tim Pool, what are you doing? Because this is where you butter your bread, sir. This is where you make your grift on YouTube. And now you have a reporter who is coming after the rest of us, who's coming after Brittany Venti and calling her what did he call her? A gang of leeches? Digital cannibals for asking a question? What? come on. Why is Tim Pool? Doesn't he have enough? Don't you have enough, Tim? You're not satisfied with the grift you do have? Are you not satisfied with the audience that you do have? You want to make sure that other people on the internet can't make any money either? You want to have people removed from the internet? You don't like the umbrella guy? You don't like the fact that he gets views because your millions aren't enough? Is that it, Tim? Because I can't figure out why you've hired somebody and allowed this person to attack people who I'm sure some of them are friends of yours. I mean, I don't know, but I think the quartering and Tim Pool are friends. So you've got Jeremy Hambley, who is lumped into this, by the way, calling them digital cannibals simply for covering the story, just for covering the story. And let me ask a question. Shane Cashman's making money on this. He's making money on the Eliza Bleu story. He went and embedded himself with her for days on a farm in Illinois. Is he not making money on this story? Why is he not a digital cannibal? He's putting his work, if you can call it that, on the internet. It's a digital article, Shane. You're cannibalizing off of Eliza's story. You just look at it a different way than the rest of us do. I know, right? And FCAF said DeFango's explanation of starting Q was so very believable. I totally bought in on that one. It's the first time I've heard anybody's explanation that I was like, maybe, like it's not bad. Although I have my thoughts about it though. I think it was really damaging. Is my mic feels too hot? I don't know. Am I too loud? Because whenever I get like excited, I feel like I'm blowing my own ears out. I really need to get a mixer. I really need some extra equipment, folks. So the super chats are appreciated. I just got to order a new chair. So I ordered an ergonomic chair that I hope will solve my back problem, my back and neck problems, or at least alleviate them. It's got all the things. It's got the lumbar support. It's got a neck thing, and it even reclines a little bit, which I'm going to have to deal with. I'm going to have to work on the angle of the camera because I don't want anyone to see this part necessarily. As we age, this is the thing that goes first. If you ever want to know how old a woman is, just look at her neck. Everyone's like, I don't believe you're 46. I'm like, oh yeah. Let me show you. Let me show you the wrinkles because they start here. Oh God. All right. Anyway, let's get back to it. I've got more to do. And we only have 15 minutes before Nate, the lawyer, is going to be with us. And I can't wait for that. So let me get back to this so we can get through it. It's in the hands, but my hands still look pretty good. I don't know. Do my hands look very wrinkly? I need a manicure. I guess they're kind of getting there. Yeah. I could use some moisturizer. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we? All right. Dun, 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 dun. All right, what else? This is the way my mind works, you guys. This is why it's mapped out like this. My mind is a big mess. All right, so then we have this. On February 6th, which was, 6th, was it really on the 6th? No, it was published on the 6th, but just a couple days, just yesterday or the day before. I'm losing track of days, you guys. Timcast puts this notice up on part 3 about the gang stalker. Due to the fact that the gonzo journalism style of this series was misperceived by readers, the series in its entirety has been removed. Oh, well, first they removed part 3, then they removed the whole thing. We apologize for any inconvenience. Are you freaking kidding me, Tim? Are you kidding, Tim? This, I have a stand-up desk, by the way. I can stand up with this, but then the angle is bad for me. So, it's a toss-up. Tim, this is the equivalent. This is the equivalent of saying to someone, I'm sorry that you were offended. It takes no responsibility for what you did. It takes no responsibility for the fact that you let a guy masquerade as a journalist and accuse random people of heinous crimes. Literal heinous crimes. That makes you a defamer, Tim. Then Shane doubles down, by the way, on Twitter. I think it was last night. He says, I'm grateful that Eliza trusts me with her story. I'm grateful for my readers. I'm proud of my work. I am blessed with these opportunities. There has been no new information brought to light that would sway my belief in her, nor played a role in the removal of the series. No new information, Shane? That's garbage. Oh, I missed a Rumble rant. I'm sorry. Raceland 9000 says, hashtag Bouzy Bucks just got here. Did I miss anything juicy? Well, kinda. There's just all kinds of juicy stuff, so just pay attention. You can go back and watch the replay later. Be on the catch-up crew. Shane is out of his mind. 3 parts of his 80,000 word love letter to Eliza Bleu had to be removed. It had to be removed. And he says that there is no new evidence that leads him to believe that he's wrong about anything. Well, that's just doubling down on the defamation, and I hope that Defango has the budget to sue, because this, to me, looks like a slam dunk case, although I guess you would have to prove what kind of damage, what damage that it did to him. I mean, none of us really believed it. Everyone was like, what? What? And in fact, I think he did a short, hold on. I think Defango answered, because Shane called him. Shane called him. And here it is. Hold on. Let's look at this.
Oh, good morning, Griffcastians. I just got off the phone with Shane Cashman after spending a decent amount of times in DMs with Cassandra McDonald, Timcast's producer, on the article that definitely is talking about me. From my talk with Shane, it definitely sounds like they're going to be taking some stuff down, hopefully, and there's going to be another part that they're going to write, because apparently it seems that some people that have been stalking me for very, very many years are also seemingly involved with this particular situation. So that happened. Interesting. I really think that this story is going to change over the next couple of days, and it'll be interesting to see which big YouTubers decide to continue covering it.
Interesting.
Oh,
interesting. And so I would like to just say, it's unbelievable to me that Shane could then, after talking to Defango and hearing that there were other things at play here, and that perhaps Defango has been stalked, perhaps the stalking that has been done is being done to him, and people are feeding this information to Shane Cashman. How can he come out and say, I learned nothing that changes my opinion? Wow. What's more embarrassing, says Lemon Party. Shane's love letter to Eliza Bleu or Eliza Blue's My Chemical Romance fan fiction. I read that, by the way. I read that My Chemical Romance. It is so bad. I couldn't get through it, but I read a lot of it. It's so ridiculous. All right. Eliza is doubling down. She said, today I have decided to change my story as a survivor. This was before the articles got taken down. I have been abused a 3rd time on a massive digital scale. This is what I really wanted to talk to Andrew about, actually, because he said something very interesting on a live stream about this. He said that this was basically a signal that she is going to go after changing laws. And I totally agree with him. And I know which laws they're going to be. She said, today I've decided to change my story. I've been abused a 3rd time on a massive digital scale. It's called image-based sexual abuse, IBSA. Every individual who knowingly profited off this content without my consent has become my abuser in my story. Now, this is hilarious. Twitter has this new thing where readers can add context. And she got fact-checked, and it said the recent events surrounding Eliza Bleu do not meet the definition of image-based sexual abuse. All of the content was consensually recorded, publicly produced, and initially consensually distributed. Consent cannot be withdrawn from this type of media after the fact. That is 100% factually true. Now, here's the problem, though, and this is what Andrew at Legal Mindset was talking about. What is image-based sexual abuse, and why is she using that term? Oh boy, here's what it is. Wait, where did I put the definition? Gosh darn it, that's not it. Oh no. Hold on. That's getting into something else. Image-based sexual abuse. Hold on. I got it. Oh, Raceland, thank you again for another Rumble rant. Says, I think Shane is their ghost story guy playing at journalist as a ghost hunter. I think he's simping hard. On IRL, Tim took a hands-off approach on what his staff wants to say. Yeah, but that will not save him from the lawsuit of defamation against Timcast IRL. He will still have to pay the lawyer's fees, and he will have to pay the damages, because nobody's going to sue Shane Cashman. They're going to sue his employer, period. So that will not protect him. But thank you so much for the Rumble rant. Checking in on the locals chat. Ashley sent a $2 tip. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that, because, I need a mixer. That's the next thing I'm going to get for the stream is a mixer. So I can import calls and stuff. Oh, by the way, I should tell you, since we're on here with just me and there's no guests, if you want to call in, if you have a question, if you have a comment about this, we have a few minutes here, and while I'm talking about this, I can open up Google Voice and you can call into the show, and the number is 617 8585 Fox. So if you want to call in, give me a second here so I can open up Google Voice so I can hear you call in. If you want to call in, it's 617-8585 Fox, and I'll take your calls and questions for a moment or two if you want to call in. In fact, let me put that number up on the screen. No, not a hand mixer, a mixer for it's too hard to explain. I'm not technologically advanced. I don't know how to explain these things, but Gadfly told me that's what I need, and I believe him. So, because he's in his 20s. People in their 20s know about these things. Here's the number. All right. Image-based sexual abuse. Let's find that, because image-based sexual abuse, legal definition. Okay, this is very important. Where did I find this? Aha, on endcyberabuse.org. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here it is. This is what I wanted to read to you. Except I'm going to cough, and I need my cough button first. All right. What is image-based sexual abuse? Image-based sexual abuse, commonly known as revenge porn, describes the act of sharing images or videos of an individual, the victim, that are sexually explicit, displaying nudity or showing the person engaged in a sexual act without the person's consent. None of those things happened, Eliza. None of them happened. You were not nude. You were wearing booty shorts. You were wearing clothes. I mean, there weren't a lot of them. And you consented to make the video. The images or videos may be shared on specialized revenge porn websites, on social media, via email, blah, blah, blah. Sharing images or videos that have been photoshopped or otherwise altered in any way may also be considered image-based sexual abuse. I am 100% against that. 100%. What is to stop them from making memes illegal in that case? Honest to God. Anything? Is there anything to stop them from making memes illegal on that basis? And as far as I could find, I could not find any laws about image-based sexual abuse. I mean, there are some revenge porn laws, but I haven't found anything with this language in it. So I agree with Andrew, though, that that's what she's going for. And let me tell you where they're going to throw this into the law. They are going to try and put it under coercive control laws. This is what you need to watch out for. Coercive control, by the way, is something that domestic abuse victims are pushing for. Now, I want to be very clear. I am against domestic abuse in all cases. I'm very against it. However, one of the problems with these laws, coercive control laws, I want you to read through this real quick. Let's read through it. Coercive control laws in most states update existing domestic abuse legal definitions to include coercive control. And there's only a few states that do this. Hawaii's law specifies a wide range of behaviors that might be considered coercive control, including isolation, economic abuse, monitoring, degradation, and verbal abuse, threats of harm, threats to release private information, damaging property, or forcing the individual to take part in criminal activity or child abuse, which is already a crime. And here's the problem with this. Look at this. Economic abuse could be, he wouldn't let me spend $300 on my hair extensions, right? Monitoring. The GPS was on my phone. He was looking to, I mean, my entire family has their GPS on the phone turned on, so we can see each other where we are. A woman who decides she wants to go after her husband in a divorce case and take everything he has can now in Hawaii claim coercive control and say that he tracked me everywhere I went when they just agreed to have their GPS. And how the hell is he going to prove that they agreed to do that? How the hell is he going to prove that it wasn't economic abuse when he wouldn't let her buy $300 hair extensions because they wouldn't be able to afford the rent? This is just another way for, I'm sorry, but this will make it much easier for women to falsely accuse men with these types of laws. And I hate them. And I think this is where it's going. They will add image-based abuse in this. And I just think that that's bullshit. Getting to real sexual abuse, by the way. And before I'm going to end this, and then we're going to get to Nate Brody, who's coming on the show. He's actually in the green room right now. So happy to have him here. If you want to know what real sexual abuse is, Eliza can tell you from her own mouth.
That the community and the child, if the child so desires to have intercourse with an adult, the parents, caregivers, and anyone that's, I mean, it's just what I just said. That would be up to if the child has desire, and if the community also decides that the person that they're supposed to have intercourse with is not using force, fraud, coercion, manipulation.
Why don't you have a seat there and get comfortable from that?
That the community.
Yes, that's what she's describing right there. What she's advocating for, that's actual abuse. Okay, what the hell, Eliza? You call yourself a sex trafficking victims advocate? Because I think that children should never have sex with adults. I don't know. I don't think that that's real controversial to say. Anyway, when we come right back from this break, Nate, the lawyer, is going to be with us. I can't wait. It'll be his first time on the show. But first, we aren't going to be lazy. We're going to work off that fat that's sitting on your ass right now. And we're going to do some squats. You ready? Here we go.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up, walk 1 mile? Do squat! Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair. Get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
Sometimes we have very serious conversations. Sometimes they're a little bit lighter. Sometimes there's the perfect blend of both. The perfect blend of both. And when you want to have the perfect blend of both, you need to have great guests like Megan Fox here.
Hi, Joe. Hi, chat.
Megan!
Megan!
Oh, Megan's back!
Hi, Megan.
I'm back.
With all that,
you have so much Christmas behind.
You do great work, Megan. Keep it up. I am going to have to sign off at this point, but thanks so much for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. Be happy to come back anytime.
It was great to have you, Andrew. Take care and have a great day.
Take care, folks.
Is freaking great. And one of the things that's great is you're a real reporter who does like real hard work and actually puts it, and you're fast and you beat everybody to the punch. Instead, you're out there with just the facts and you've got reliable information. You aren't just spouting BS. And so thank you for being a reliable reporter.
I try.
If you guys are on Rumble and YouTube, make sure you subscribe to Megan Fox. Get medium smart commentary at your fingertips. No, but and honestly, also make sure you check out her writing on PJ Media. You will not find sharper writing.
This is so nuts. You're gonna love it so much. I mean, this story is crazy. I can't believe I never heard of it until this. It's been going on since the 90s.
It's like a whirlwind going on. And I'm thinking, oh, what in the hell have they got me into? In a McDonald's office with a naked woman?
Stop. Your manager. Oh my God. You guys, I want to believe I've never been this naive. Like, I want to believe that.
McDonald's office with a naked woman? I'm thinking, what part of being the right thing to do did you think this was? I started.
Empower your daughters to say no.
Don't miss another movie night with Meg. Sign up now on meganfox.locals.com. All right, we're back. Nate, the lawyer, coming to the stream right now. Nate, how are you?
I'm doing well. Yes, my first time. I'm seeing all my other friends, Good Logic and everybody. I'm like, oh man, I'm like late to the party here. Huh?
You are late to the party, and it's my fault. I've been talking to Ron actually about writing an article about your lawsuit, and I just never got it together. But when I saw what was going on recently, I'm like, oh, we got to talk about this because there was a settlement offer, perhaps. Now, for the folks who don't know about what's going on with Nate, we were talking about Christopher Bouzy in the last segment because, I'm sure you've been keeping up on this Tim Cast, Eliza Pool nonsense.
Oh my God.
And the gang stalker and all these things that he's alleging that the gang stalker does. It reminded my chat of Christopher Bouzy. Strangely enough.
Yeah, it was because again, it's hard nowadays because when you report the facts, they just want to try to bring it back to like instead of it being facts that you are somehow corrupt. And the don't get me wrong, even if everything they say about DeFango is true, the facts that he presented aren't, you know what I mean?
Nothing there.
It's just he just like literally go see it for yourself. There's nothing. I didn't see anything that he presented that was false, if you know what I mean.
Well, and also, if it is true, if DeFango really is this dark presence on the internet that can just orchestrate massive campaigns to take people down, what a story that would be, and how negligent it is for Shane Cashman to go forward with these allegations with nothing to back it up. So now, if it is true, let's say, hypothetically, if it was true, he has now destroyed anyone's capability of believing it's true because we're now laughing at it because there was absolutely no evidence presented, right?
Yeah. It was a hit piece. I'm kind of surprised at the whole Tim Pool situation because, I've been a fan of both Tim Pool, the quartering. I'm actually a fan of T. White. I'm a fan of all the political thing because I love to look at the left, look at the right, and just kind of see what everybody's saying. And but I was surprised Tim Pool kind of took this hard stance pro Eliza Bleu, and then it was like that. Like there was again, like a little bit of psychological manipulation going on here. The fans don't understand what we were trying to do. It was.
We're sorry you're so stupid.
Yeah,
Basically what they said.
And there's no way that anybody can read that puff piece and just go to the hard answers. She said she was 17 when this happened, but then again, she says she's 21. She says she's being trafficked, but she is on all these TV shows and game shows. You know, these things just don't add up. And don't get me wrong,
traffickers let you try out for dating game shows.
Blind Date. Wasn't she on the Steve Harvey show? It just was like
I think if I'm a trafficker of women, I want the women in my stable to keep a very low profile. Like I don't want their families to see them on television because they might be looking for them, right?
Yeah.
I don't want them to have any kind of high profile, like a music video. That would be a terrible thing for me to put one of my trafficked girls into because someone who was looking would see her, I would
exactly. Think. Yeah, and well, no, I was a prosecutor, and we did sex crimes, we did trafficking victims, right? And reading the story, like I've had investigations from people trafficking babies from overseas, which does happen. People, there are baby factories in certain places, and they traffic babies.
You mean for adoption?
Yes, for both adoption and like there are a couple of cases where the person, let's say, was from that place. And then all of a sudden, you know, goes on vacation and comes back with the baby, you know, and like, oh, this is my child. And you're like, well, hold on. You just went for 2 weeks. You weren't pregnant when you left.
Yeah, right.
Now you have a baby. So that type of thing actually happens, that those type of trafficking situations actually happen. But in listening to her story, there were just so many holes. It's reasonable to question, but I think we live in a society, like you were saying earlier, that it's still the believe all women scenario.
Yeah.
And we saw this with Amber Heard, right? Believe all women, she's obviously lying, blah, blah, blah. And now it seems like the new hotness is take any type of yeah, it's to take all these woke narratives and lie about them and get sympathy. You know, I'm not sure how your crowd feels about Meghan Markle, but she essentially lied about.
Oh, God, we hate her. Don't worry, we hate her here.
No, but if you talk about racism, right? She lied about being, you know, oh, the royal family was racist. Now they're saying they're not, right? That was a total lie. Amber Heard, Me Too, lying about that, and now you have Eliza Bleu essentially lying about trafficking. It seems like they're saying these things because they feel like you can't challenge them on those lies. And if you say they're lying, like for instance, if a white person says Meghan Markle's lying, they're a racist. If I'm saying Amber Heard's lying, I'm against the Me Too movement. If you're saying this woman is lying, it's just like
Amber Heard's a liar.
Yeah, it's like the evidence should matter for something. And in each one of these cases, people have to overlook the evidence for something else, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. And it's really upsetting. And frankly, though, there are some things that Shane Cashman wrote in that part 3 that got us thinking, gosh, some of these tactics he's describing on the Gang Stalker sounds a lot like what Christopher Bouzy does in real life to people. Like, how come how come nobody's done an in-depth expose on Christopher Bouzy, which is why I love your lawsuit. So for people who don't know, and I've been following your this from the beginning, Nate. I'm a fan of yours, and I've been following what happened. I was there. I was watching it happen as it happened, as he was defaming you on Twitter, saying he's not really a lawyer. I think he's using a fake name. I can't find him in the bar. And this guy has a bunch of followers who are very powerful, apparently, because they can take down entire YouTube channels, and he can have your YouTube channel struck. He can, and he brags about it. He brags about how he can coordinate these efforts to take down YouTube channels, Twitter accounts. I mean, he's bragging about this. This is something he says with his own words. So you decide with Ron Coleman, who's a terrific lawyer, that you're going to sue him for defamation because it's enough already. Somebody needs to teach him a lesson. Somebody needs to show him that he's not untouchable, because he appears to be doing all this dirty work for people who are very powerful, who don't want to get sued, right? Because they have a lot to lose. Where Bouzy, on the other hand, doesn't appear to have a whole lot to lose. The guy was in bankruptcy. He couldn't pay his rent. He's like had all kinds of getting evicted, all kinds of problems. But he's the perfect guy to do your dirty work for you, because, you know, who's going to go after him? Well, you did.
Exactly. And that's always been the issue with Bouzy, because I'm not the first person he's done this to people. He's done this to, there's a PhD in online information that instantly knew that he was full of BS. There are journalists and everybody else who looks at Bouzy and says, this is obviously a scam. Bot Sentinel doesn't work, you know, all this stuff. And when they go after Bouzy and try to present the facts about him, he goes and like for instance, he goes and calls their job and tries to get them fired, right? That's a no-no. He goes and doxes them online, right? That's a no-no. But the people at Twitter, and just got to say it, the people at Twitter and all the people, they allow him to do this. But if we were to do it, they suspend you, right? But he's allowed to do this. So right now, you know, it's like, okay, well, if the only way we can get justice is through the court system, then we said, let's go do it, because there's no way that you can say these horrible things about people and just not be held accountable. And I think what you're saying is true. We used to call them do dirt. I don't want to say the word N-word though, right? That's what we call them in the hood. So let's say if you, and I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. Let's say if you're a big basketball player, son, and you're making millions of dollars, you can't get caught up in no nonsense, right? You can't get caught up with the gun on you or the coke or whatever. You got to keep yourself clean because you're making all the money. So what you do is you have what do dirt and do all that, right? That's the guy holding the gun. That's the guy that gets it to the beef. That's the guy where if anything happens, he's the one that's saying, I did it. It's all me. That's to save the person up top. And I think that's how they have Bouzy. They have Bouzy in that position where he can do all, like, if you say something bad about Megan, he goes out, he defames, he does all that, and you can't. And if you sue him, what are you getting? You're getting somebody who owes $10,000 to his landlord. You know, there's nothing to it. So that's why you hammer him hard, because now if you take him down, that now opens the box up to the rest of the people. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to ladder climb here, right? It's just like in a drug trade, right? You get the deal on the street, but you really want the supplier. So now we got the dealer hemmed up, and now we need him to flip to see if he's going to get the supplier.
Right. And here's the thing. So last I heard, there was a possible deal they wanted to settle this case. He's claiming, I thought I saw him claiming that there was no settlement attempt or something. Right? Is that what he was claiming?
It seems like he was claiming, well, I think he said he wasn't begging. But because he can't really claim there was no settlement attempt, because there was, right? Now, with settlement attempts, now when you do attempt to settle, there's, you know, I could technically just tell you what they were offering, and it really mean nothing. But the thing is that when someone does come to negotiate, usually the terms of the settlement you want to keep quiet, right? Because you want to negotiate in good faith. But whether somebody is trying to settle or something, that's something that you can talk about. So because this lawsuit is really crowdfunded from everyone putting in funds to the GoFundMe, back when we first started, this question came up about settlement. What if Bouzy offers a settlement? And I said to the fans who were donating the money, who's paying for the lawsuit, that I wouldn't settle unless I came to them and asked them what they would be looking for in a settlement, which I did. But that was a promise that I made, so I couldn't just go back on that. And when they approached me, the attorneys, and inquired whether this was even possible, then I thought, as a responsibility to the people who gave to the lawsuit, they should know what was, not what was being offered. They should know something was being offered, and what was their, what would they want to see?
Yeah,
right?
And I've got a great clip of you answering this, and I want to play because it's so funny. Let me make sure that it's on the screen. Can you see you on? Do you see you on the screen yet? No. Okay.
No, there it is.
All right, there it is. There's a great clip of you answering this question that I pulled. Check this out.
So, I'm listening to you. And I believe the decision is very clear. Fuck you, Bouzy. We ain't saying that. We're going all the fucking way. No deals for anybody. Tell your fucking lawyer, stop calling. We are going down this hole all the way. That's what they want. That's what we're going to fucking do. There is no, don't have them call us, because everything is going to be a fucking no. And you're in it. And we're not going anywhere.
As my dad would say, up your ass. I love that clip. I love it so much. I was dying. I was absolutely dying. Oh, Nate. Oh, by the way, you've got some love in the Rumble chat. Heidi Sense sent a Rumble rant, says, love listening to Nate. And Raceland 9002 said, welcome, Nate. Hashtag Bouzy Bucks. And Raceland also, thank you, Raceland, for the rants for mixers. Get a drinks mixer and a sound mixer. Nice. Thank you. I need both.
Oh,
Drinks
man.
mixers are good too. Oh man, I can't believe I haven't had you on yet. I really can't. I'm really bad about contacting people and being like, "Hey, come on the show," and like almost everyone will say yes, but I'm just really bad about it. I'm like, "What am I going to do for the show today?" and I've had no planning, and I'm so glad that I did because it's just good to have you here.
I
I'm
appreciate that.
I'm so excited about this lawsuit. So what? Okay, there are two things coming up, possible things coming up. One of them is my favorite that I want, which is discovery and depositions. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Depositions. But there's another
Yeah.
option that could happen too. Let's talk about that. I think you said there were two. You said there were two options that happen going forward, that there could be a dismissal of the motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
Right. Did he put in a motion to dismiss? Is that what happened?
Yeah, well, there are two cases that now I'm involved with. The Samantha Markle case, which I'm going to be testifying in too, if that goes with the depositions, and then my own case.
That you are testifying in that case. I can't even believe it.
I know this is
I am
crazy,
like,
right?
what? How did you get mixed up in the Samantha Markle case? Is she suing Harry and Meghan?
Yes, well, she's suing Meghan. She's suing Meghan
Hank
for
and Skank?
Yeah. she's unfortunately suing Meghan for defamation. So but let me go back.
Yeah,
to
let's go back, and then we'll get to that maybe because we really need
Yeah.
to.
Oh my God. Let me get back to the Bouzy suit.
Okay.
So what was your question with the Bouzy suit? Let me make sure I remember what we're talking about.
There were two options.
Oh, yeah.
One is the dismiss. There might be a motion to dismiss ruling, which might not go in your favor, and then
Yes.
Okay.
So originally we said that we would raise about $35,000 and to get through a motion to dismiss and see if if we can get through a motion to dismiss, and then afterwards we'd reevaluate. Should we go on? Should we not go on? That type of thing. So we had just raised enough just to get to this point and just to see what happens, right? So Bouzy put this motion to dismiss, and we did what we said we were going to do, right? We filed and we were waiting. But then after this, the settlement agreement, or the attempt at a settlement, then I went back and asked the fans. I said, so what do you guys want us to do? Do you want to just wait, or are we going to, or do we want to go all the way? Resounding, like 90% of everybody said we want to go all the way, right? Let's just not just stop if we get a no here. So there are options. So the first option was, okay, if we lose the motion to dismiss, which Bouzy has put in, we can then amend our complaint and refile it, and then go through the same process again, strengthen our complaint, and then see if we can get past the motion to dismiss for the second time. That was plan A. Plan B is what happens if we win the motion to dismiss. And if we win the motion to dismiss, then we'll go right into discovery. So that was the plan. So it was like, well, we're not just so just in case we lose the motion to dismiss, we can still win, if we refile our stuff, or we can even appeal. So we said that seemed to be the better option than just if we lose on the motion to dismiss and just walk away. Because everybody said we want to move forward. So that's the plan. So either way, Bouzy is not, no matter what this judge says,
he's not off the hook.
It's not off the hook because we're going to have to do the whole thing again.
Look at this. I am dropping this in the chat, you guys. I'm dropping the link for Nate's fundraiser because he's got a new one because you guys want this suit. I want it. I want justice, man. I want Christopher Bouzy. I want to know, well, how is he doing what he's doing? I want to know that this bot sentinel is garbage and it doesn't work. And look at you. In like less than a week, $33,000 already raised. This is amazing. You guys give $5, $10, if anything you can. Eric Huntley, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, go Nate, go all the way through discovery. We need discovery in this case. Oh yeah. This would be so great. But tell me what we can find out. What can we find out in discovery?
Like who's paying him, right?
Who's paying him? This is the most important.
Yeah, was all this is number one. Does bot sentinel work, right? Because we get to ask those questions, right? How does it work? What is it? And we get to ask them under oath, right?
Technology are you using
exactly
to discover bots and prove that it's not 5 people sitting in your room just flagging accounts?
How many employees do you have, right? Is it just you sitting, because you keep saying you have all these employees? Well, how many do you have? How many work on the bot sentinel, right? Before this came out. So we get to ask all those questions. What makes you an expert? Because we know the answers already. Nothing, right?
Nothing.
And then we get to ask, are you being paid to do this, right? It's, were you paid by Meghan? Were you paid by Amber? Those type of things.
Or by their PR companies.
Exactly. We get to unpeel all those layers. And then we also, but then that's on one end. We also have the Meghan Markle suit too, which we also get, which they have now been ordered to sit for discovery for too. So we have so they're kind of two bites at the apple, and obviously it's like I keep saying, we're trying to get up the chain. Bouzy is the person who's defamed, but if Meghan Markle and Amber Heard are using him to defame the people, we want to expose that fact, and we also want to expose the fact that the media called him an expert and absolutely did no research to allow this person who's essentially scamming everybody to be considered an expert.
And then the fact that he's even in that documentary, by the way, of Harry and Meghan, Hank and Skank's documentary on Netflix, the fact that he's even in it is like, this is so shady. Why would they pick this guy? Like this guy and by the way, the fact that he's also connected to Taylor Lorenz and Kat Tenbarge and Rolling Stone and all the same people who are constantly after you guys, Tug and Quartering and anybody making money on the internet that they want to make that money for themselves. Let's just be completely honest. That's what this is about. It's about mainstream media having a shit fit that independent creators are taking their audience and are laughing at them. That's what they hate. And they want to stop it. You know, even Nick, the grift king, the Pope, even Nick, who makes like, I think he reported that he made like $750,000 in 1 year last year. That is nothing. That is a drop in the bucket to what the Washington Post is pulling down. That is a drop in the bucket to what the New York Times and the Rolling Stone and all these people all this other big media companies and even Court TV and Law and Cuck, they're making way more than that.
Yes.
So to go after small YouTubers, and really Nick is a small YouTuber. If you look at, I'm minuscule. Nick is really just a small YouTuber. If you look at YouTube's top channels, he's not even close. They're like millions and millions of subs on the big channels, the super big channel. Ours just said shit fit is going on the merch. Ooh, we should have grifted the merch. I'll do that on the next grift stop. We're gonna grift the merch. We've got some new stuff in there that is really fantastic. In Linux terms, as my designer, she's fantastic.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we got some fun stuff in the merch store. Did you get Linux? Did you get the sorry for having great tits and correct opinions mug done yet? Because everyone's waiting for that one. Everyone is waiting for that one.
That sounds like an awesome one. I'm waiting for that one now. That's great.
We haven't because she's working on a cartoon fox with giant hooters to go on that mug. It's going to be very funny. It's going to be very funny.
It sounds like it's going to be amazing. You know, but the weird thing about this whole Christopher Bouzy thing, to be honest with you, is like the stuff that we found that's just incredible. And again, I think what you're saying is so true. I think there are two possible stories that are going on here. Number one, Johnny Depp, I think, changed a lot of people's perception on the media, because the media kind of had this underlying conspiracy theory, right? Anybody who questions the media, you're a conspiracy theorist, and they try to make you like Trump, right? If you say fake news, like, oh, this is another fake news guy, he's a conspiracy, right-wing lunatic, don't trust and don't believe them. And that's what they kept saying about us all. But the problem is when you go to the after Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, the difference is that generally those trials are behind closed doors, and we have to trust with their interpretations of it. And we know what their interpretation would have been. Amber Heard's the victim, the juror was wrong. That would have been their interpretations. But with LawTube, you were able to watch the trial gavel to gavel with us and observe it for yourself. And after that trial was over, you saw a distinct difference between how everybody who watched the trial came out and everybody who wanted to explain how the trial should have come out, right? The NBC Cat 10 barges, the Rolling Stones, everybody wanted, and then they tried to make us the scapegoats. We were the ones causing people to not believe Amber Heard. We were the ones not being honest and just saying, no, before the trial, these people didn't cover anything about this trial. But when the trial came up, it was Amber Heard who destroyed her own stuff. It wasn't me. It wasn't us. And I think they found that power of now they're getting pushback on Amber Heard. They're getting pushback on Meghan Markle. Look at all the pushback Meghan Markle's getting now. It's because no one believes them anymore. So what they've done, and again, this is what I believe, is that now they send their attack dogs to try to stop us, to defame us. Oh, you know what? The guy who's saying this stuff that happens to be true, he's not even a lawyer. And now I can't sue NBC because they didn't say that. It's Chris Bouzy, right? So that's kind of the way they're trying to play the game. And we've caught them. And now we're trying to expose it for what it is. But one thing I want to share my screen because I really think you guys really need to understand what we found out about this guy, Chris Bouzy. This guy has been on Twitter for 10 years, and he runs bots. And we found like this massive bot farm that he's been running since I think 2011. We found the first bot farm. So all of these, what you're looking at, are accounts on Twitter from November 3rd, 2014, promoting a product that Bouzy was working on called ByteSend. And his former handle was Iconic Expert. And he said, and as you can see, all of these tweets are the same. All these tweets, hundreds of tweets. And if you look now, people say, well, how do you know they're bots? Well, if you look at this first tweet that I pulled up, it says 7:38 p.m. November 3rd, 2014. And here's another one, 7:38 p.m. November 3rd, 2014. All of these tweets.
This guy names himself Bot Sentinel, says he's going to catch bots, literally creates bots.
Yes, and you can see, and we got the receipts. All of these bots, and we don't have it for just this one. We have it from multiple projects. Essentially, we went through his resume. He had a project in 2011 called If Solo. We found the bots for that. He had this project called ByteSend. We found hundreds of bots for that. We found hundreds of bots for other projects. And again, we know they're bots because they're all tweeting out the same exact thing at the same exact time. Hundreds of different accounts. And then we found that some of these accounts were actually following Christopher Bouzy. So, so these bots are following him. And the fact the media didn't report any of this. Didn't report the fact that I'm going to shock a lot of people here is that Bot Sentinel's report that said Meghan Markle was being harassed by bots online. That was actually refuted by Twitter itself. Twitter said that was nonsense. But then you've come to find out there were bots on Twitter that were pushing pro Meghan stuff like 58 times more than the negative Meghan stuff.
And didn't Meghan Markle say that she didn't even go online? She doesn't go online.
No, she doesn't go online.
How can you be stalked by bots online when you're not there?
But because I think, and I'm not a psychologist, so or a psychiatrist. I can't, this is not me diagnosing her with any problem. But generally, when you're a narcissist, the one thing that you want to do is you want the perception that everybody loves you. Mm-hmm. And I think they've lost that now. I think she knows that she's lost that. That documentary was a disaster. Her putting Bouzy on that thing was a disaster. And now this Samantha Markle stuff and possibly going to court, that's a disaster. Now people, I think, are finally getting exposed to the truth.
Yankee Wally was a disaster because once you go after a working class senior citizen who's living on a pension and you destroy her only means of support on YouTube, and you're a royal princess, like you're a literal princess who lives in a castle. Oh, poor you. I'm sorry, but that did it for me. It's like you can't rise above the petty stuff online. Who cares if somebody thought you weren't pregnant? If you know it's not true, then what does it matter? I'll tell you what, though. The royal family did nothing to dispel the rumors and stuff that she wasn't carrying her own child. I mean, for crying out loud, they could have done. She wouldn't tell anybody who her doctors were. She didn't use the royal family's doctors. And it turns out that there is an actual law in England that royal babies must be born in the presence of some person, and I don't know what that person is, but it's because there was a long time ago there was a dispute about a royal baby. Was the baby actually royal or not? And so since then they've had a secretary or someone present to witness the birth. That didn't happen. So yeah, you're contributing to these rumors, and then you have the nerve to get upset and destroy a woman's life over it. I mean, I'm sorry, I hate these people. I absolutely hate them. Bring back Yankee Wally. I'm so tired of it. Harry called his junk his Todger, which is super weird and juvenile, and I don't get it. And we've got a question here. Tina says, "Hey Nate, I've been following since Amber Heard used Bouzy. Are you blocked by Bouzy?" We're all blocked, and I've never even talked to the man.
Yes, Bouzy has an auto blocker. He's got more people blocked than actually follow him, and I think he does that because he doesn't want he wants an echo chamber. That's why he created this thing Spoutable, and then made all of his users' emails and IP addresses public, and then it was like, oh, my bad, I forgot to change the default settings, right? So let all their private information out. But that's what they want. They don't want someone to go there and say, well, this is not true. When you said this is not true, did you run these bots, right? What's going on with that? They don't want any of that, and they want the people who do follow them to only see the good stuff. But even those people now are waking up and saying, this is starting to become a little ridiculous now. So.
Good Lord. All right. So if you are not aware of Spoutable, by the way, those of you who may not be aware, this is Bouzy's newest grift. And hey, I don't blame the guy for trying the grift. I mean, this guy is a hustler. He tries what he can try. He's always on something. But
Yeah.
he's decided, since Elon Musk bought Twitter and he thinks his grift is on Twitter is about to get destroyed, which it is, because they're not going to allow that access to whatever programming they call it that he uses.
The API,
I don't know what it's called. API programming, which sucks because, by the way, did you guys know that if you have an auto, like a Hootsuite or something like that, that automatically posts tweets for you, you won't be able to use those anymore unless you pay Twitter to use their. And that's his, it's his company, but that sucks
Yeah.
for me because that means a lot more work for me. Right now I have a RSS feed set up with all my columns. When they post, they just automatically get thrown up on Twitter through one of those, I don't know, one of the automated things. That's not going to work anymore. It's not going to work anymore. That sucks. That means that every time I publish an article, I'm going to have to physically go and link it to Twitter. And that sucks. And as a person who I work completely on my own, except for Leah Geo in the production studio. Thank you, Leah, for being here. I'm completely on my own when it comes to my social media management, and it's really hard to keep up with as a, person, just a, regular person doing this on my own. It sucks.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, I'm at the same spot too. So it makes it easier. Yeah.
It sure makes it easier. So anyway, this is his new Twitter-like. I don't know. Does he even have an app yet? Did he make the app? Do you know?
No, he didn't make. He hasn't made the app. But the issue, for those of you who don't know, he bought this thing for $89. He bought essentially a Twitter clone for $89. That was made by some Russian programmers. And when we found it, a guy named Marco actually found it. And Marco was like, when he first launched Spoutable, Marco, you can take, because these guys are these internet experts, so you can take the source code, and so he took a piece of the source code and he put it in Google to see what happens. Here, matter of fact, I have the receipts because I like.
It looks like he fixed his placeholders since you found the Laurel Ipsum. You know how he forgot to move the placeholders and put actual text there, so it looks like he went back and fixed all that.
Yeah, he again, yes, he's been trying to, because there's been a lot of damage control with this stuff. So
surprised he could afford $89. Is anybody checking to see if his ties to Russia are somehow dangerous to this country and our democracy? Because maybe somebody should.
Oh my God, maybe yes, yeah, that'd be interesting. So Bouzy was talking about, so like he has this guy Michael Morgan talking about this is the Twitter killer, and he was trying to get all these people off Twitter. So Marco's a very good guy, German, excellent guy. He then went to the source code and said, hey, let me look at the source code of Spoutable just to see where it came from and how they did it. So when he did it, he did a search on Google, and it came up to this like illegally offered Twitter copy. So he was like, what the hell is this? And this came up, Twitter copy, and he was like, this may even be, illegal. They're just stealing Twitter. So they looked at it, and come to find out, the code came from this place called Calibriism or something like that. And it's essentially a fake Twitter. And what we found was that you can buy Bouzy's version of it for $89. Now, just because this seemed like Bouzy's version, we weren't sure. We were like, well, how will we know this is really that version, right? Because how could you really know? So Marco started going through it. He found the Russian design team. He's a Russian design team, and he started going through it.
Putin.
Yeah.
I don't think as an American citizen that we should be, handing $89 over to the Russians to create our websites. Can't you create a website yourself, Boozy? I mean, I thought you were this, technological superstar you're a tech giant apparently in your own mind. So why do you have to go to the Russians for an $89 ripoff site?
Well, because he didn't think anybody would be able to find out. That's the reason. It's again,
This
that's
is
my
kind of
my
like let me see if I can understand this because I'm like a boomer when it comes to any of this stuff. But isn't this kind of like just signing up for a WordPress site and then saying, I created this website?
essentially yes, and and when you go through it, everything looks very familiar, right? Everything looks almost like exactly the same. It's the look, the feel, like even this password recovery, these boxes are identical. They're identical, and it goes even further than that because when we started looking through it, here's the code, which again,
Oh
most of it
boy,
is
that looks pretty
identical.
identical to me.
And even it got to the point where even the spelling errors in
Do
the
not
Russian code,
much.
the do not much.
Oh my gosh.
This is in the source code for the $89 site, and you can just see it says passwords do not much. Passwords do not much. The person
This is
didn't
damn
understand it
good
was
evidence,
match.
Nate.
This is much. So, but obviously, even if the spelling errors, and that's Farish is the one that picked it up. But even when your spelling errors from the source code to this code,
good evidence.
it's obvious that he's paid $89 for it, and then tried to put it out there as he built this from scratch, which he did not, right? Which he did not. So, Spoutable really, to me, I think confidently can say it's this $89 Russian version of Colibriism, and and he's changed some of it to make it spoutable, but it's still the same thing. And then the other day, like you were saying, we found those pages of the About Us page and all that stuff, which was still again nonsense. And the reason why it's nonsense is because Bouzy didn't think that anybody would find out that this cheap Russian knockoff was what he was using, because again, he was trying to make it seem like he had a team of people building this site from scratch. It was going to be great, but it's not. It's all BS.
Unbelievable. What a great find. This is what I call really good evidence. This is better than Shane Chapman could ever do in all of his gonzo journalism dreams, his fevered dreams. He could never come up with the kind of evidence that you did. Or that these people online did. My God, they should get a job at Timcast IRL, right?
Yeah, because you know what it takes. I think a lot of times people go into these stories
curiosity,
not only curiosity, but I think it takes some personal integrity too. I think that, and I don't want to put dispersions on the Timcast people because I think they're good people. I think the issue that came up with them is that they had a friend. And they believed in Eliza Bleu. But sometimes with a story, when the evidence versus what you're saying, what the person's saying doesn't match, it's best to just take your opinions out of it and give people the evidence and let them make up their own minds. But I think Timcast, the way they went wrong was that they saw this evidence, and instead of just trying to let the audience make up their own mind based on the evidence that we all have, they tried to spin it in favor. And that's when you had that 3-part series, because there's no way. That person was trying to spin it so bad that I think now they realized it was such a bad look, they had to take it down. Because again, it's not about spinning the evidence. It's about showing the evidence. That's what journalism is. It's not about me telling you what the evidence means. It's about you making that decision for yourself.
Yeah, it's about showing it to you. And now I have no problem, because I do it all the time, of writing opinions in columns. That I have opinions, and I'll put them in my work sometimes. It depends on what type of thing I'm writing. But I try to give you the facts of how I see it, and I certainly am not. I've moved far more away from the right. Well, not in my opinions, but as far as the political group goes, Republicans disgust me at this point, and I hate everyone. I feel like I'm in the I hate everyone party now, and I'm starting to believe that I should take that approach with the people, with all these new people that come, into the scene. Like, for instance, I don't know if you saw this, but Lauren Southern 7 months ago put out a 3-hour video about her experience with the alt-right. And it was a nightmare for her. Like, what she uncovered, what was happening with Tommy Robinson and Milo Yiannopoulos, and it was all a joke. It was all a game to them. It was all about getting famous. It was not about the message. It wasn't about saving the West. It wasn't about any of that. It was about make me famous, make me money. And that's how I now see politics. I see everyone who's involved in any of this. The very first thing that pops into my head is, well, this is probably someone doing it for the fame, probably someone doing it for the money. And it really bothers people who, have cared about this country, who've cared about the actual issues, who are worried about our kids' futures. And we get suckered in by these, and we use the word grifter to be funny, but these are some seriously bad grifters who came on the scene, took all the spotlight, did no work for anything good, and just took and grifted off of people. And
well, it's funny. I don't know if you're talking about Eliza Bleu or the other people that right? Because they all did the same thing.
All of them. See, this is the thing, is that we need to start looking at everyone through that lens. Let's start from there and then work backward. You're going to have to, at this point, prove to me that you're not a fake fraud. But I'm going to start from if somebody gets instantly famous the way that Eliza Bleu did, going forward, I am going to start thinking you're a fraud right off the top. Just because nobody can tell where this shit comes from anymore, and who's pushing who, and how and why this happened.
Well, my approach is a little different in terms of I'm a trust but verify type of guy. I'll trust what you tell me, but I need to verify it, right? And I won't repeat it until I'm able to verify it. And I think that's where we go wrong here a lot, because I think if people just didn't trust what Eliza Bleu said and tried to verify it, we wouldn't be in this place. I think if people tried to verify what Amber Heard was saying was true, we wouldn't be here, right? And the same thing with Meghan Markle, right? She said we got married 2 days before the thing, and as soon as people verified, they were like, it was illegal, and the person who you said married you said it's a lie, right? But nobody wants to verify the situation. So, what I tell people, when I tell my fans all the time, do not trust anything that I'm telling you. It's all about what I'm showing you. This is a show and tell. Here's the proof. And if what I'm saying doesn't match what I'm showing you, that's when we got a problem. It's a show and tell.
I hear you say that all the time, and I think I need to start telling people that too. Don't just trust everything I show you, because you know what? I can be fooled too.
Yes.
And that's what this has. I'm not yawning. I'm coughing. Ashley, I have a cough. It's not yawning. I swear. I'm just coughing, but I hit my button so nobody can hear me. But here's the thing: is that what I discovered after listening to Lauren Southern is that during that time when she was involved with these people who were blackmailing others, who were, and it's all on record. She's got text messages. She's got receipts.
Wow.
Blackmailing people, lying to the public. I was used as a journalist to push their narratives. I fell for it. So I wrote articles about Tommy Robinson, and I wrote articles about Milo Yiannopoulos that were positive, that pushed these people and gave them legitimacy. I would never have done that if I had known what they were doing. But I didn't. And so that's how this kind of stuff works. They use people who are legitimate to push their stuff. For instance, Eliza Bleu, she got an interview at Epic Times, and Epic Times is full of good journalists. Okay, they're good journalists. I know a lot of them. They're good people, and they would never have pushed her story except that she got legitimacy through other places like the Daily Wire. And so when the Daily Wire is writing about you, and I'm not blaming them either, right? Because they're taken in by it too. Nobody wants to dig into the background of someone who says they're a trafficking victim, right? If someone comes to you and says, I am a survivor of sex trafficking, and you're a reporter and you're just doing this thing about someone who is doing this advocacy, and so the article is about her advocacy, you're not asking her, okay, give me a timeline. When did this happen? I'm going to go talk to associates to make sure that you're legit. Nobody's doing that.
Nobody's doing that. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not malicious. It's just, it's not something that this is not going to come up until there's a question, until it starts to smell weird. then you're going to go back and do that. I can tell you I've written tons of articles of people who have come to me through press releases that are literally written by them about their thing, about their their wrestling company, or their this or their that. And I think that's interesting. I'll write about it. I don't investigate the guy's background. I don't find out if he ever swindled anybody ever, in his entire life. I just write the thing that the press release was interested me about, and it goes forward. So don't believe anything anybody writes, because they could have been taken advantage of too.
Yeah, it's like with the like I think there's a little bit of that with Christopher Bouzy, but then I think I think it's kind of twofold in some instances. I think Eliza Bleu has a little bit of this too. Like with Christopher Bouzy, he is no expert. And I think if you're bringing somebody, if you're writing an article about somebody and saying this person's an expert in, X, I think the news media should do some back to make sure that person is an actual expert, right? How do you know that I'm just not lying?
Right.
And with the watch and the Bouzy watch calling him an expert, and when you go back, you say, well, how do you determine this guy's an expert? He has no history of doing this, no qualifications, no education, no nothing, right? Expert in this online stuff. So that's what. So I'm less harsh on the other reporters who trusted the Washington, because the Washington Post has a reputation. If they're telling you somebody's an expert, they're an expert. And when you go to their policies, they even tell you that, hey, we verified the experts and we make sure that we get pushback on experts.
So
but,
you're just
but there's no way
the
they could have done that. Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's how a lot of people and other people, like when we looked at the Bouzy's report, right? If anybody just goes and look at the first report he did on Meghan Markle, the one that there were hundreds of news articles done on that report. The one thing that's crazy is that no one actually read the report, because when you read the report, you'll know it's all a fraud. As soon as you just read the 10-page report, and oh, this is nothing but BS. But no one actually did that. They just cited someone else and cited someone else and cited someone else, and that's essentially what happened. So I think the news media has a responsibility. Like for Eliza Bleu, if she's advocating for trafficking victims, of course you're not going to look into her background. You're going to talk about her advocacy.
Right.
But if she says, I'm an expert in this field at doing this, then I think it's a responsibility of you to verify that person is an expert in the field, because now you're asking the reader to rely on this person's expertise, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. And I agree with you. Certainly, if someone says they're an expert, it should be verified. Did you see this meme, by the way? Did you see this?
The prophecies of us. I haven't seen. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen that. Yeah.
Johnny Depp will not win this case. The Democrats will hold the House and the Senate. Spoutable will be able to handle 1 million users upon launch. Black coin is going to Wall Street.
Yeah. But it's just grift to grift to grift to grift. So it just happens to be that way.
Yeah, it sure does. And by the way, I folks, if you were wondering about the merch store and what new stuff is in it, I've got this fantastic new one called, it's got "Oh, for Fox's Sake" on it. It's
this is cute. Yeah, this
so
is
cute.
nice.
This is the mug that Meredith is working on, but she's got to get a fox on there.
I like it.
With Hooters, but Meredith put clothes on it. She sent me a mock-up and it's naked. Not naked, Meredith. No. It needs a shirt. For God's sake, put a shirt on her.
But Mike, it's quick question, because a couple of people talk about it in the chat. What about the Sydney Watson and her issues now with the Blaze? I think it's fascinating. But like even with that situation, right? I don't believe anyone. I believe facts and evidence. So if you're saying something happened, I just think it's the safest way to go. You take, trust. I trust what she's saying is true, but I need it to be verified before I start canceling anybody.
I agree. I think now I am on the side of I believe Sydney, because I've been in this business for a long time. I have seen things. I know things, and I think there's enough evidence for me to believe that not only did the things that she said happen, there's probably a lot more. And I base that belief on the things that I've seen personally, but also Kurt Schlichter is a very good attorney. He works for townhall.com as well. He's a columnist, so he's works at one of our sister sites. Kurt is he's an insider himself. He's been in the conservative movement for a long time. And I don't know of anyone with Kurt's status and being as well known as he is that would take on the Blaze if he didn't know he could win it. Like, I just don't. I think it would be career suicide.
Yeah.
And Kurt's no dummy. And that's the thing that put me over the edge. When I saw who signed that motion, I was like, the complaint, I was like, holy crap, we have a war, folks. This is an internal war. It's a civil war. Hold on to your seats. Shit's gonna go down.
Well, it's interesting because reading through, getting my understanding what kind of happened, but I saw I forget the name of the guy who was her co-host during that time. He was
Elijah Schaefer.
Yeah. Is it Eliza? Yeah, Elijah Schaefer, I believe it is. Is it Elijah? Well, yes. But
at the you mean the one on You Are Here?
Yeah, I believe so. The one that he was they're saying that he grabbed someone.
That's Elijah Schaefer. Yeah.
That's him, yeah. But he was on with Brittany Venti. It shows you Brittany Venti is like hardcore. so they were on like a panel, and she straight up asked him. She said, "Did you do this?" And he's like, he tried to manipulate it, like, "Oh no, I don't know, blah blah blah, this." And she's like, "Well, listen." And then he said that he has an NDA, and because he has an NDA with the Blaze, he can't talk about it. But she she pushed back and she said, "No, if someone came out there and said you killed somebody, you can deny that because your NDA can't cover criminal activity," which is true, and it can't cover things that didn't happen, right? The NDA only covered things that happened, right? So if something happened, then you can say, "I don't." But if somebody says, "Did you do this?" and you say, "Oh, well, there's an NDA," then that's not really answering the question. And if that's because that's an illegal act, you can answer that. The NDA can't protect illegal acts. We've seen that multiple times. That's even with the just for people for reference, Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein, they had NDAs, but when it became criminal, those NDAs go out the window. Criminal acts, those NDAs go out the window.
Now, listen, I put a lot on the line for this article, so clickety-click, folks. It is not behind a paywall. And I'm 46 years old. I have been in this business for 20 years. I'm beyond caring at this point what anybody can do to me at this point. And believe me, that is why a lot of women do not speak out about what's going on in conservative media, because everybody is hoping that we're still going to get that call from the Blaze, from the Daily Wire, and be given an opportunity like Sydney Watson was given. At this point, I know it's over for me, and I don't give a shit. So I've put myself on the line, and I wrote this about the misogyny. And yes, I'm going to use that word that is on the right and has been there for a long time.
Of course,
that doesn't mean that everybody has this problem, but there's quite a bit of it. And to say that, and we've put up with it, Nate, for a very long time. Very long time. And we put up with it pretty well. We keep our mouths shut and we go about our business, and we just keep plugging on and doing our jobs, because it is poison for a woman on the right to use the word misogyny. It is poison. The second it comes out of our mouths, everybody is throwing tomatoes our way. They'll claim you're a feminist, just like what I'm seeing here in the chat. Sydney's a fucking feminist snake. This is exactly what happens when a conservative woman says, "I have been discriminated against based on my sex." It's exactly what happens.
Yeah,
so we don't do it. We don't do it.
But and those people who are just jumping to the conclusion that she's lying, I think those people are horrible, because they haven't seen any evidence, right? Unless you guys got to look at the evidence, evaluate it, and give the person a chance. Because again, it's not always about just taking a stand because somebody said something. You do have to evaluate this stuff. And I will also say too, Sydney is not one of those people who you would just suspect throw out wild allegations. This person, this person's been in the media space for a long time. This person believes a lot of the same things you believe in. And this person is going to the point of saying, "Hey, I have evidence of this. Here it is," right?
She has defended men against false allegations time and time again.
Yes.
This is not someone who is someone who you would be like, "Well, I just don't believe her." And let's listen to this clip, shall we? because this clip right here corroborates something that is in Sydney's lawsuit. She has alleged that Elijah Schaffer got drunk before the shows and offered liquor to his guests, and the drunkenness would increase the misogyny and like the anti-woman stuff, and she would be the brunt of the hostility. Now listen to this.
Check this out from timcast.com. Sydney Watson sues Blaze TV over alleged abuse by Elijah Schaffer. Wow. This is just so crazy. Okay, look. For those that aren't familiar, they had a show on Blaze called, it was You Are Here, right?
Yeah.
You Are Here. Relatively short-lived. I think the Blaze deleted all of the content and changed the channel into prime time with Alex Stein. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Because that's what I saw. I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. Okay, that's a bad idea for any reason. Like that's people who subscribe to watch Elijah and Sydney they're going to unsubscribe like crazy, and then you've got a weird algorithmic thing. But I understand why they do that. You don't want to just nuke a channel, but in this instance, we have more alt media conflict, infighting. This story, it says from timcast.com, former Blaze TV personality and YouTuber Sydney Watson is suing the outlet for retaliation and wrongful termination, along with religious and sex discrimination for alleged abuse by fellow former Blaze personality Elijah Schaffer. That's crazy because I thought they were.
I want to address something in the chat here. She did not sue them for sexual abuse. She sued them for a hostile work environment and discrimination, and said that environment led to some abuse that she suffered. This is like the super long version. Okay, this is what I wanted you to hear.
Yeah, no, I heard this. Go ahead, play it. It's gonna be good. Because he has it.
All of a sudden, my computer is taking a dump.
Yeah, because he was on the show and he said, yeah, the guy was drunk that time. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm gonna shut down some windows and see if it helps. And close out my email. Close out the YouTubes. Close that down. Nope. Not going to happen. Well, basically, this guy said, I saw Elijah get drunk. And he was so drunk. And he was so drunk. Can you play it? Maybe you can play
I think if you press play, I think it's loaded up. No, it didn't load.
No, it did. I don't know why all of a sudden. I'll try refreshing. Maybe that'll help. But he said, I saw Elijah drunk. And it was uncomfortable. He was so drunk that it was uncomfortable for me.
Yeah.
Check this out from timcast.com. Sydney Watson.
See if we can.
Okay.
But the one I went back to my own guest, Elijah got significant, like he got real drunk.
Wow.
He got drunk enough where I wasn't
First
to hang out. I went back to my hotel room.
And in the studio, he got drunk?
Yep. Yeah. And when I was on with Alex, he wasn't, I don't recall him being significantly drunk, but the one time that I was on, it was awkward and weird. But he was nice, but you could tell that he had been drinking. So maybe, and I didn't see him behave in an inappropriate way when I was there. But I know how booze is. I mean, there's a reason I don't drink anymore.
The one thing I did hear was that Sydney would often read super chats that contain.
Okay.
No. I do want to say that to me goes really far to showing that she's just not making this up, right? Other guests and people are corroborating the guy was drunk. And then when you're drunk, it does, that's what we call a truth serum. It does make you do crazy stuff and do stuff that you normally wouldn't do. That's not an excuse. But, I think the problem, and I think the problem that Sydney's going to go through and a lot of the women on the right will go through is because on the left, if a woman says, oh, this guy made me feel bad, it's all, we're going to lose his job, destroy his life, blah, 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 blah. And there's a tendency on the right to say, well, we don't want to be like them, but some of this bad stuff does happen on our side too. And when it does happen, we're not screaming, believe us. We're saying, here's the evidence. Well, on that side, they're saying that we shouldn't, again, there were a couple of women who said, I am the evidence. I shouldn't have to provide me evidence.
Yeah, right.
And I think that's the fight now.
No,
because
I definitely want evidence. But I
Mhm.
think she has it. And
Yeah, I
Cameron
think she
here
has it.
says also the irony that Megan is now looking to Tim Pool for the facts. Well, I really just wanted to get that response from his guest there because I thought that was an eyewitness account that was important.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, do your own research, obviously. But listen, here's the thing. And here's where Nate, you're going to have some good insight into this too, is that us on YouTube here. We're not working with a network. Right.
No.
This is not corporate America.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, when we go on Nick's stream or we go on these drinking streams, like everybody knows what's up. Everybody knows what's up. Some unfortunate things have happened that maybe shouldn't have happened. All at the same time, there's nothing to sue for there. Okay, we're not under contract. Nobody is. I didn't sign a contract with Nick Rekieta. Okay, Nick Rekieta's show. We all know going into it, there are going to be Baldo jokes. Like everyone knows this. If you don't like it, don't go on the show. I am not suggesting in any way that women should never be talked to about sexual stuff and should never joke around. That's not it. That's not it That's not it at all. Sydney Watson signed a contract with a corporate media company, the Blaze Media. They are every bit as much of a corporate media company as Fox News, as Daily Wire, as my company, Salem Media. And let me tell you, we have a code of conduct. We sign it. That code of conduct says that we will not engage in specific certain behaviors when we are representing the company. And if we do, we will be fired, period. I find it very hard to believe that there wasn't a code of conduct at the Blaze. I am sure there was, and I'm sure it will come into it. But pretending like YouTube live streams that we do are somehow the same as Blaze Media is, I'm sorry, you guys, it's a different galaxy, okay? They are responsible to corporate law. Corporate law is Texas law. You cannot engage in harassment, and I bet you can't drink either. I mean, it's like, and he's a Mormon, for God's sake. Glenn Beck's a Mormon, and he's letting people get wasted in his company. I find that so hard to believe.
Yeah, I think that distinction is the key distinction, is the fact that this is a job she's employed at. So it's just like if she was employed at any other company. You go to work and you're employed and the other employees are starting to do things like this. That's a different type of animal than coming to a YouTube channel and just talking crap on the thing,
shooting the shit. Like, it's way different. It's way different, you guys.
There's a relationship and the law protects you.
Flux says Tim just needs to say, we got this one wrong. We will do better. Instead, he just yells his readers are too stupid. No one loves Tim Pool like Tim Pool. He's into himself. I kind of agree with that. And he should never have called his own readers or fans like stupid, bots or dumb or anything else. Like Flux. Wow, I suck for typos. That's okay. I think I read through the typos.
Yeah,
I covered for you, and then you went and brought it up. Don't bring it up. I covered for you. But yeah, I mean, look. If Sydney had signed a contract that said there will be drinking, it will be raucous in body. We expect you to be the you're going to be the foil to his drunk thing. You're gonna read super chat. We expect you to read these super chats that are, sometimes racist, really racist and upset. I would kind of like hate that too. Although if someone offered me, I'm going to be completely honest. If you offer me $1.7 million, I'm probably going to do whatever. I'm going to read whatever. And I'm going to be fine with it. But that doesn't mean everybody is going to be fine with it. And if she complained to management, which it looks like she did multiple times, and it looks like management even complained to her to say, could you please get him to stop talking about dicks so much? If that is the case, and the Blaze didn't do anything about it, and they never stopped him, and instead they fired her, I'm sorry, but you're going to see a settlement come out of this, and you're going to see it fast.
That's a payday, people. And again, I always like to end with this. Do your own research. Look at the evidence. Don't jump on anyone's side. Yes, I am more sympathetic to Sydney. Why? Because just reading through everything, it seems like she has a case. But that doesn't mean I think I absolutely know she's telling the truth or absolutely know this guy did this. I'm just saying there's a lot of smoke here, and it's leading me to a conclusion.
Take over for a second. I got to answer this call.
Sure. So, but I do want to say two things. Is that number one, when it all the time when it comes to this, to these type of situations, I think we always fail to realize that what we want to do is we want the truth. And I continuously say, don't believe either side. What's in that complaint is just allegations. right? Make sure they prove their case. If someone's alleging something about somebody, make sure they prove their case, because in each one of these situations that we're talking about, each one of them, we would be in a different place if people made the other side prove their case. Rittenhouse is a great example of that. And I know there's a lot of people who believe Rittenhouse is a killer, but when you look at the facts, you know for a fact that he wasn't. It was self-defense. And the unreasonable part of this whole thing is trying to pretend that these facts don't exist. That's unreasonable. That's unreasonable. Now, it's so fascinating to me too. It's just that how in the past week, it seems like this thing has just been blowing up, right? We had Eliza Bleu, who was on the right, right? She was going to the right-wing media, doing all this, a darling of the right-wing media. Then all of a sudden, now she's the darling of the left all of a sudden. And now we have Sidney Powell, who has her issues. So I know things are coming very close to each other. And it tends to make people, like right after Eliza, right after Meghan Markle, then then you had Amber Heard, then you got Eliza Bleu, and everybody's, oh, this is all nonsense. And then you got Sidney Powell. It makes you believe, okay, this is nonsense with the rest of them. And what I'm saying is that evaluate each one differently, because those three are nonsense doesn't mean this last one is nonsense.
No, I agree totally. Sorry about that. Thank you for taking over, Nate. I appreciate that. If you want to stick around for the next hour, you're welcome. Otherwise.
Oh, well, my daughter's here. She's sick, so she's going. So I got to go to give her.
Well, thank you so much
lunch.
for being here. Thank you so much for being here. I've got a sick one at home too. Everybody's still sick around here, and they all went back to school today except for my middle daughter, and she's still hacking up a lung. So am I. So it just is that time of year. So much love to your daughter, and I hope that she recovers soon. Nate, the lawyer, everybody, please go check out his fundraiser for getting discovery and going to depositions in this case against Christopher Bouzy. I'm loving every minute of it. Please do that. And I will drop the links again for you guys before the show is over. Thanks so much for being here, Nate.
Thank you for having me. This was fantastic, and I can't wait for us to do it again.
All right. See you later. All right. But it's time. It's time now. Jennifer Van Laar, she's here. She's in the green room. We're going to come right back in. Jennifer, you've got 4 minutes, or approximately 3 minutes, if you want to grab a cup of coffee, or if you need a break. But we do squats here on this show every hour because we want our legs to stay strong, and we don't want to get sore when we walk up and down the stairs, because that's embarrassing. And also, it's good for us to stay in good shape. We gotta keep the TikTok pants looking good when we're wearing them. And also, I need a break because I got to get more coffee. I'm totally out. And Leah Gio, she's going to take over here in a minute in the production room. God, I'm happy to have her. Let's go, folks. Do your squats. And when we come back, the editor-in-chief of Red State is here with us, and we are going to dig way deep into the Sydney Watson case.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter.
Can you just get up, walk 1 mile?
Do squats!
Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair. Get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite video.
Thursday afternoon. Someone's happy.
As far as people were concerned, we were living at a palace, and we were in a cottage.
We were living on palace grounds.
Yeah. Oh no, they were on palace grounds. Oh, are you kidding me?
Of course it does.
Is she kidding? Oh, the cottage on palace grounds wasn't good enough for you.
It says palace in the name. But Nottingham Cottage was so small.
The whole thing's on the slide.
Oh, diddums. Oh, diddums. Oh, goodness gracious. Love, did you feel outcast because you're on the main grounds, dear? How much taxes did our country have to park out for you to sit into your lovely cottage on the main grounds? I hate you. I don't like you at all. Won't you fuck off? He's basically talking about it like someone's converted an old garage out the back into a spare granny flat and used all shit from, the second-hand store and off the side of the road on dumpster day.
It's like lean, really low ceiling. So I don't know who was there before. They must have been very short.
God. He's so attractive.
He hit his head constantly in that place because he's so tall. Me with a hoe and H varnishing.
You are a hoe.
This case will end up being studied in criminology school as much as the BTK killings. I really do. And I think the reason why is it will be studied as a law enforcement win. It will be studied as how you do it the right way. Andrew Branca is going to be here, and we're talking about the taco shop shooting. Was it self-defense or was it murder? Well, that case against Marilyn Manson, all those cases against him, sexual assault cases, all that, it's all crumbling. There is a new true crime story that just happened. Joe, I don't know if you know about this. There was a missing woman in Boston. Her name is Anna Walsh. I got Idaho updates. I've got a ton of great stuff for you on Idaho. And once I have you there, you'll subscribe. Women do lie. I want evidence. I believe evidence. I don't believe all women. I believe all evidence. And we are back. I'm Megan Fox. I write with pjmedia.com, and we are the sister site of redstate.com. And joining me now is Jennifer Van Laar. She is the editor-in-chief of redstate.com. Thanks for being here, Jennifer.
I'm so excited.
I'm so glad you're here. We should have done this a really long time ago.
Right?
And I'm starting to get mad at myself because it's like, you know what? Here I am. I'm complaining about women in conservative politics and not getting a big platform. And I haven't offered up my platform to many of us either. So what am I doing? And I need to start doing more of it. So I'm just really glad you're here. And
thank you. Don't beat yourself up. That's a woman thing to do.
That's true. That's also true. So you got the story out first in our little group, and I read your article, and I was blown away because something that you revealed that I had not seen anywhere else in this case was the real reason why Elijah Schaffer was let go from Blaze Media. I don't know. Where did you find that information? Because it had not been public to my knowledge before you published that.
So, I mean, I did a Google search because, I mean, I hate to admit it because maybe it's a rumor thing, but I really never paid attention to Elijah Schaffer until all of this. I mean, it could just be that I work so many hours a week and, have kids and grandkids and don't have time to sit around watching streaming stuff. But I didn't really know who he was. So I did some Google searches and that Daily Beast story came up. Now, like most conservatives, like I see Daily Beast and I'm like, because they've done at least one hit piece on me. Maybe more. I'm not sure. I don't keep up at this point.
I have a love-hate relationship with them too, because they are they have done some good work. They have done some good journalism. And at the same time, then they also go after friends of mine and they do it unfairly. And I think this is bullshit. But then at other times they'll do good work. So the way I approach it is I will go to them when they do good work and I will give them the props when they do it. And when they do shitty work, I will also say, this is shit.
Right. Exactly, because it's the same thing. I'll send links from Red State to people who are more on the left and like, Red State. And I was like, can you just read the thing? See what you think? You know, we can't just knee jerk on either side of the aisle, because there are sites that, like you said, like Daily Beast, that do good work. Now, they say that they had seen the internal document talking about what happened with Elijah and the Blaze, which was the allegation that he got drunk at a movie premiere, I think in August of last year, and that a lot of these Blaze people were at, and some others, and that he drunkenly felt up Sarah Gonzalez during the movie without her consent, which I would think it would be without her consent. But.
Now, is Sarah Gonzalez, so I'm not familiar with her, but I've heard a little bit of rumor. Is she a content creator there at Blaze?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so I don't know her. How do I not know her?
I see some of her stuff, but thank God there's so much stuff on the conservative side to see.
She's a television host. Okay, yeah. So she's a television host, and so I'm looking at her Instagram page. All right, so what's interesting though to me about this, about the fact that when Elijah Schaffer was let go, everybody was real hush hush about it. It was like, well, he was let go for some, violating some company standards that had something to do. It was very nebulous, something to do with a female staffer. And we were like, what? Say what again? And everyone wanted to know. And he was like, well, I've signed an NDA. I can't talk about it. And
right.
And now that this lawsuit has come from Sydney Watson, who is, again, for those of you listening and keeping up, this is a different woman now, and who is making other allegations about stuff that happened. It's my understanding, as I read through this lawsuit, that Sydney was let go from the Blaze after going through all of this stuff with them about, this is not working, this feels harassing, I feel like I'm in a hostile environment. Right. He won't stop talking about dicks. This is not cool. And instead of doing anything about Elijah, they canceled the show and got rid of her. Elijah was still there. And then this thing happened with Gonzalez. And then they got rid of him.
Right.
This is another thing that I think this lawsuit has legs, because it shows that they had a problem with Elijah. This is the other reason why I'm like, no, legal mindset is out of his mind. If he thinks that this lawsuit is not going anywhere, it's going somewhere.
Right. And she apparently went through all whatever hoops, most of my life as an adult, I've been an independent contractor. So I've not always been super familiar with all of the hoops that you're supposed to go through as an employee when you're complaining of such things. But apparently Texas has certain things and complaints that you're supposed to file, a process you're supposed to go through before you get to a litigation stage. And in the complaint, it states that she went through all of that. And just a couple of comments on the things you were saying. So when they let him go, Elijah go, and no one said anything, it's not always like this, so you can't just assume. But a lot of times when men are let go or are allowed to resign over certain things, it is quiet like that. Like, for example, I had an assemblyman here who was not an assemblyman at the time, who was married and propositioned me, and I said no. And then it got leaked out that because I had emailed some other politicians and said, hey, this dude, like, loose cannon, you might not want to promote him for things. He's going to end up embarrassing us. Well, that email got leaked. But before all that happened, I had called the congressman that he worked for, and who was also a friend of mine, and said, this is what happened. Well, that guy resigned the next week. And of course, no one was going to say, like, well, it's because he was, being a pig and propositioning people while he was trying to get their business. They just said he resigned to focus on something else. So I found that a lot of times that happens. And what's interesting to me with this, and with Sydney's lawsuit, and again, you have to take each lawsuit as it is. I'm not saying I'm taking one side or the other, but Sydney was not as big of a name there as Sarah Gonzalez. So is it that they felt more comfortable saying, oh, this is just a spat between co-hosts and, kind of not doing a lot, compared to when it's one of their stars getting groped? You see what I'm saying? There's a difference in who the two women are. Like, if it was Sarah that he had a show with and was treating her that way, would it have been treated differently? So that's a question that needs to be thought about.
Somebody that Danielle says maybe Sarah didn't want to talk about it. I guarantee you she didn't want to talk about it. And I'll tell you why she didn't want to talk about it. And it's because of what's happening right now. The men in our movement will turn on you in a heartbeat.
And the women.
Yeah, and the women, because we've been apparently browbeaten for so long to believe that women cannot possibly be harassed by a man. And if you say that you are, you're a nasty feminist. And I'm sorry, but that's just false.
Or what if she was wearing a dress like the dress I was wearing in my Twitter picture?
That's why I put it on the thumbnail. So I put it in the thumbnail because
then they would say, well, she was asking for that groping.
You know,
they were right there.
They were right there. They were right there, just ready for me to grope. She presented them. I have to pull that up. I have to pull up. Okay, so we were actually, and look at I've got not this. Oh, this is not you.
Well, it was before my breast reduction.
There is something though that's really weird about, so you and I had this funny conversation on Twitter the other day because you posted this really nice picture of yourself, which was lovely in an evening dress. You were wearing an evening dress for some event you were at.
A movie premiere of all things.
A movie premiere and a movie premiere. Thank God you weren't seated next to Elijah Schaefer.
Right? Only seated next to someone who was banging a Chinese spy, but whatever.
Well, apparently my upload for my screenshot's not going to work right now, so I can't pull it up. But if you guys look at the thumbnail, you'll see the picture of Jennifer that I'm talking about, and it's really a pretty picture. But you've got your boobs out, you know. I mean, look, and we got into this funny argument because you posted this on Twitter, and then what happens?
People who knew me had very complimentary things to say. Even the men, women, like not sexually weird, but just saying, "Oh, you look beautiful," blah blah blah. All these other people start becoming like, "Well, no, that's not a picture of your dress. That's what that's a picture of." And oh, come on, if you didn't want them out, like you could have like. And then one of my friends, John Brodigan, who's with Louder with Crowder, we've been friends for a decade. He's one of my very best friends, and so he replies something like, "Well, hey, if you dress like that at CPAC, I might have to take you to dinner." And I was like, "Okay, you just have to wear a suit." And these people are like, "See, if that's not the response you wanted." I'm like, But and what the funny thing, people didn't know, John's mom had died Friday morning, and this was a Saturday that I posted it. And so I told one of my other friends, I said, if John wants to talk about my boobs to not cry on about his mom, then damn it, we're going to talk about my boobs.
If that's what it takes, my boobs are very comforting.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you get like, as a woman, it is really tough to be in this space because you cannot win. You cannot win. There's nothing you can do that stops this kind of thing from happening. So you and I are built very, very similarly. So I jumped in on your thread because I didn't like what people were saying, and it was like, you know what? Stop it. She does look beautiful, and if a woman with smaller breasts wore that same dress, it would look like a totally different dress. But because we have larger breasts, we put that on and it's a whole new thing. But suddenly what? We're tramps because our bodies are made differently, because this is the way clothes fit on me versus how they fit on somebody else. And why are conservatives so they're so not, what's the word, critical of women on our side anyway, for just being who we are? Like, this is how I was made. And you know what? Basically, my cleavage starts at my chin. No matter what I put on, it's
drifting south the older.
It is drifting south the older I get. But like in certain things, that's all you can see, right? And I'm tired of. Here's the two choices we have when we look like this. You can either look fat, right? Because if you wear a shirt that's like up here, somehow it like makes the whole part of you like look just big, right? You can wear a tent and Tina
it goes out of the boobs and it never comes back in, and you just look like a blob.
You just look like a blob. But then if you wear something fitted, all of a sudden you're showing off the boobs, and everyone wants to talk about it. And it's like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm going to wear what I look nice in, and how my body was built in a certain way where I look better if I wear more fitted things. And I don't care anymore what idiots are going to say about me on Twitter. Like, F off. This is the one thing that, like, women on the left, they never face this. People do not do this to them. Like, they'll just be like, yeah, she looks hot. Us on the other hand, though, it's like we're sending some kind of message. It's like, I'm not sending a message. I
And
was
like
just
someone like
born
you,
like
who's an
this.
accomplished reporter, an investigative journalist, all of a sudden it would be like, oh, she just wants to be known for her boobs. What? Can you not have boobs and a brain? I'm not understanding this.
Apparently, if you like your boobs, though, and if you put anything on that shows them, you are a problem. So someone in your thread posts this.
Brodigan, the one that and he got me that mug. It arrived at my house on Saturday.
No way. Well,
yes.
I'm making these for my merch store, but I'm having
nice.
My designer is actually creating a fox with giant hooters to be on this mug.
That is awesome.
This is going to become my motto here at this program.
I love it.
So funny. And you guys, Meredith is working very hard on it. But currently the fox is naked. Meredith, I told you, put a shirt on it.
I'm so tempted to go on down a rabbit hole there, but we won't.
I'm telling you though, here's the thing, is that it's really tough for us. And I don't think, and look, the men out there right now are having a field day claiming that Sydney Watson is out for a payday. You know, she's this vixen. She's out for a payday. Andrew, Legal Mindset, who was supposed to be here this morning, but he got waylaid by work. He actually made the statement last night that she is hitting the wall and knows this is her chance for her payout. I so disagree. Sydney Watson is not hitting any wall, Andrew. Women do not hit a wall when they turn 30. She's 29. 29. I'm 46. Like, F off, Andrew, with that ridiculousness.
I didn't even start in this business really till I was 45.
I mean,
you know?
Yeah, and you know what? Look, my value, and this is what I wrote on the PJ Media piece, right? So, and the one that I'm telling you guys, you need to go and read. Oh, I forgot to drop it. I forgot to drop it in the link for you guys. So let me do that. Let me drop it in the chat. Clickety click, please. Clickety click. I know your fingers work. Go clickety click on that. Helps me. It puts cha-ching in my paycheck, and I appreciate that. But not only click it, but share it, and I will drop it in the locals too. Don't forget to follow me on locals, meganfox.locals.com. We're having so much fun over there. And sometimes I even do laundry streams over there, and I might wear booby shirts, unbelievably, because, you know, sometimes we do. And okay, so anyway, getting back to this column, I wrote down here at the bottom, I did not really write in depth about the lawsuit. If you want to read in depth about the lawsuit, you need to go over to Jennifer's article on Red State, because she goes over all the stuff. But what I did write here that I want to talk about is, I'm tired of this. Blacklist me, I don't care. It wouldn't be much different than it is now. My 20-year experience in this movement has taught me that my value isn't based on the stories I break or the philosophical contributions that I make. It's based on the worth that the popular guys in the clubhouse give me, and that's next to nothing. And I'm sorry, but I'm saying it. I'm saying it, Jen.
Say it. Say it loud.
Saying it. And even people like Sydney Watson, by the way, it appears that even her worth, which Blaze thought was $1 million.
Yeah. $1.25 million.
Even she wasn't worth enough to get rid of a drunken, slobbering moron. And that makes me pissed off. And I'm not scared to say that, because people have witnessed Elijah in almost blackout drunk. This has been going on for a while. And Elijah Schaefer, you should get help. Go to AA.
So he said yesterday, I saw his tweets, that he has been sober for a little while now. I guess he said that he started drinking heavier in 2020 when his mom died, which is understandable. I mean,
Sure.
I've been through junk like that, and I understand it. And that he wasn't dealing well with everything. And this was 2021, I think, when this was all happening. So I don't know how long this sobriety is. He says he's focusing on his family. Good. But still, Sydney needs a chance to, she had this contract, a multi-year contract, $1.25 million. And to say she was fired, yes, but she just basically, I think it was March or April of last year, just said, I'm not going to be participating anymore because this keeps happening. It's not, you know.
Yeah, she didn't quit. A lot of people are in the chat think that she quit. She did not quit her job. She said, I can't participate in this show anymore. Because so basically she was calling them out to say, that's it. I've given you enough chances. Now I'm not showing up for this stream or whatever because you won't fix it. She did not quit. She said, I can't participate in this anymore. And thank you for the super chat. S. Nelson 134 says, Megan, forget the law. Your insurance company will cancel your liability policy if you don't have rules on drinking. I bet that's true.
Yeah, I bet
that's true. And we're not talking about, I keep telling the chat, you guys are all like, you go on Nick's stream and you drink and you guys get rowdy and talk about dick jokes. Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. And guess what? Nick is not my boss. Nick is not a network. I have no contract with him. And I know damn well what I'm getting into when I go on that show. I have never complained about anything that happens there, except for the one incident that I referenced in the article. And that wasn't about Nick. It was about the type of men that have somehow been attracted to our movement who think it's okay to talk to a woman like this. And let's just play this so that you guys remember how bad this really was, because at the time, and this is exactly what happened to me, by the way, on Nick's birthday stream, by the man who will remain nameless, but you all know who I'm talking about, exactly what happened to me.
Because Mr. Dukenball said,
could you please clear up the cuck article you wrote?
I am not going to talk about
Again?
this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this up right here and right now. Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well, just use a little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Elizabeth.
Heartfelt.
Elizabeth.
Unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. If you wouldn't say it to a man because you might have to swallow your goddamn teeth, you should never say it to a woman, because if you do, and you wouldn't say it to a man because you're afraid you might get punched in the face, then you're just a damn coward is what you are. That's what bothers me about that. And just a bunch of people. Emily says she handled that like a pussy. You know why? She did the exact same thing that I did when I was attacked on Nick's stream in the exact same way. What did I do? Do you remember what I did? I went like this. And I said, it's not personal. It's not personal. And do you think inside that that's what I wanted to do? There were cameras on me, Emily. It was on a live stream. I was publicly humiliated in front of Nick's audience, which is like, I don't know, 13,000 people. She's in front of a way bigger audience, and that guy's in the room with her. This guy wasn't even in the room with me, and I was internally screaming, but externally keeping it together. Because if a woman does respond, by the way, if I had responded to him in the way you think I should have, which is come right back at him, right, and started a fight, it would have gone way worse for me. You would have
been the angry woman. It would not have been about him anymore. You would have been the angry woman. And who knows if Elijah was even going to physically protect her. Say that he started coming physically at her, and he's obviously a physically imposing person.
If
you don't know what's going to happen there, and you're also she said that she didn't know what that, like, someone had put a super chat up and she didn't know what the issue with this cuck book was, and so she's going into this blind. And I've been in situations before where something like that happens at work, or whether it's a sexual kind of thing, and you're just so shocked that it's like you've not ever processed, what do I do if this happens, because you're just so shocked that it happens.
It's happening.
That you're
it's
like
it's happening right now, and I didn't ask myself, what would I do if this happened? What you don't get to decide whether or not I was humiliated. See, that's the thing. I felt it. I did. So whether you thought that I was humiliated or not, that makes no difference. I felt humiliation. Sydney felt humiliation. You don't get to decide what it is that we feel, period. And I don't get to decide what you feel. And I'm telling you, I know why she reacted the way she did. I know why she said, I'm sorry. She didn't want him to come at her. He's a huge man. If he hit her one time, he could knock her out. And I'm sorry, everyone's going to be like, oh, that's ridiculous. No, it's not. Jack Murphy came unhinged in public in front of her. He knew his life was falling apart with that super chat. She didn't know, because she didn't know what it was he was doing, but he did. He knew that he was being pegged on on Chatterbait. He knew that there was porn out there of him. He knew that he was letting his wife be with other guys, and he knew it was about to come out. He knew it was going to destroy his business, and it did. So you're talking about a guy who is coming unhinged. He knows he's losing probably $1 million a year, maybe more. And you think that she's not in danger when he's talking to her like that? Oh, no.
He looked like he was barely restraining his rage when he was saying those things, that he shoved everything down and that he let that come out, but he was trying to tightly control it. And I think the other thing too, there's a lot of things that people who are, and I don't want it to sound like elitist or anything, but people who are not in the business the way that we are have a way of maybe looking at it saying, well, you should just do this, you should just do that. But you don't understand how the business works behind the scenes. And it's easy for a woman to get a reputation. She's hard to work with. She's a little moody. She's this or that. Basically what Trump said about Megyn Kelly, is times 5.
She's bleeding out of her whatever.
Right. And so it's so different. And, and I don't like just talking about, obviously I've accomplished a lot in my career here in conservatism, being a woman. And so I can't say like that women can't make it, because, my own career negates that statement. But I also came into writing after being blackballed in politics by that assemblyman and almost went bankrupt. I probably should have filed bankruptcy, but I didn't. So I came to this understanding a lot more about how to handle myself, how to handle if things happen, and just basically not putting myself, I have a Mike Pence rule now. I don't go grab a glass of wine with someone who wants to hire me if they're a man alone. I just don't. Then none of this crap can happen.
Mike Pence is very wise. I actually wrote that in my book in Believe Evidence, that when you're raising your sons to avoid women who will falsely accuse them, it's a very good idea to adopt the Mike Pence rule. Don't be alone with a woman who's not your wife unless, if you're on a date, you should probably double date. Like, we're going to have to bring back chaperones, because some of this shit is insane. I want to get to some of the chats because some of you, this is pretty controversial, apparently. But Spirit Matter, I want to clear this up. You said the men on Nick's stream failed me. I disagree. And here's why. There was only one man on that stream that failed, and that was the one who was doing the attacking. Nick was falling out of his chair laughing, drunk. It was his birthday. Give the man a break, okay? But he didn't need to jump to my defense because, for one, I can defend myself, although I did feel very uncomfortable. Law and Lumber's Rob, he said, hey, whoa, hold on a minute. So did Joe. So did and Ian Runkle. So did he. He like brought it all. He like reined it in and like brought it back to a civil conversation. Like, they cleaned it up pretty good. I mean, they weren't like chastising the other guy because he had said some disturbing things about how he was feeling personally with deep depression and whatnot. And who wants to address that? But no, I do not think that they failed me. I think that everyone acted as best as they could and tried to bring it back to, something fun and funny. And I agree, D. What you said, you laughed a lot with me in the Rackets chat, and it was hilarious. If you make it something, it will be something. Well, it was something, and we tried to make it not something. But I'm just telling you how it felt, and it really did feel. I felt pretty humiliated. I actually cried. For most of that weekend. I hate even saying that because it makes me sound like a weak moron, but it affected me. It affected me because I felt like I had hurt someone or upset someone, and also like half the chat was like hating me. I know how Sydney feels when the chat goes off on you, and a lot of these guys, and I'm sorry to say it, but for whatever reason, our side attracts this incel like community that hates women, hates them, and lets you know it. And it doesn't matter what woman you are. You don't have to be a feminazi. You don't have to be a feminazi to whatever. Do what? No, I'm not going to get off the internet. I'm just going to control my chat. Flux, Thanks for the super chat. Says, did the little baby girl apologize for that yet? She should apologize for doing that to you on Nick's stream. That was very uncalled for. No, and in fact, he made a video afterwards saying he would not apologize, and he claimed he was right. So he's still claiming he was right. He said he was going to apologize though after the Home Depot thing broke, but he didn't. No, I don't want to read that, Leah. Let's let that slide. All right. What did you think, Jennifer, when you read what I wrote? No, I am not upset with Nick. Who said I was upset with Nick? Stop it. You guys are just starting rumors now.
Right.
Do not start rumors.
Don't be a drama queen.
I said Nick is not to blame for any of this. Nick has never treated me with anything other than kindness and respect. That man is one of the nicest, most genuine men I've ever met in this business. He loves women, period. I have never felt disrespected by Nick Rekieta in any way, and I adore him. So stop it. There is absolutely nothing going on where I'm upset with Nick Rekieta. I'm upset with no one except the person who did what they did. Period. All right.
Personal responsibility. How about that? No, when I read what you wrote, I was so grateful that you were bringing it out, because it seems like damned if we do, damned if we don't. Like, you cannot complain about any kind of bad treatment happening at work. And unlike a lot of industries, like say you're working in just a regular industry, you can quit at one big company and go to another one and hope that it's better. And conservative media is still a very small ecosystem. And if you complain and walk off, she could have been sued for breach of contract if she had just walked away.
Mm-hmm.
If they had gotten, but then also on the Blazes end, if they had,
we just heard Steven Crowder. Didn't we just have Steven Crowder come out and read the terms? If you were in breach of contract for some of these big conservative contracts, it's like you'd be fined $100,000 a day if you don't show up.
Right. And I don't know what her contract was if she walked off, and if they had just decided that it was without merit, if they hadn't come to a conclusion that, say that while Elijah's conduct was terrible, maybe it didn't rise to whatever their rules were for getting rid of someone, or legally how they could get out of his contract, then they could have sued. Elijah could be suing them for breach of contract. So I don't know all the ins and outs. Obviously, it's going to come out within the discovery and everything, and she said that she would have been happy to just have a different show without him. And so that certainly seems like that could have been something that could have been worked out.
Look at these pot stirrers, Jen.
Yeah.
OMG, she just said Nick was too drunk to help, like Elijah was. Did you miss?
I mean, do they understand that they're proving your point, like in real time?
They're also not understanding the difference between a corporate media company and a contract with an employer, and like a shit stream. A birthday stream somewhere. Like, Nick is under no obligation. For one, he's not my co-host. I'm not his co-host. I don't have a contract with him. I don't believe that. And I believe that if Nick had not been as drunk as he was, he would have said so. And he did, by the way. He did, because later on, after he gathered himself from the floor and put himself back in the chair, he agreed with me. If you remember, he said that he does not believe the way to find love is on any of these dating apps, which is the only thing I said that got me yelled at, is that dating apps are stupid and you shouldn't be on them. If you want to find someone, don't do it on the dating apps. So he did, but it just took him a while but it doesn't matter, because he's not the Blaze. And I'm not under contract. This is a totally different thing. I'm just explaining
you could not go on Nick's show ever again, and it's not going to change your career.
Well, it might.
Well, you know what I mean. It's not like you're just
I know what you mean.
away from money.
That's right. It's absolutely correct. We never had any agreements. There's no employer, relationship. And anyway, it's a totally
and also
different
Elijah,
thing.
the part of the lawsuit that I don't think a lot of people have talked about was that Elijah was going around after Sydney was no longer at the Blaze, like the time period before he got let go, and saying things to people, like to people who worked at Fox News and were influential, or other big names in the movement. hey, yeah, she tried to get me to leave my wife and be with her, or yeah, she tried to get me to sleep with her, or that kind of thing.
That's not good.
And yeah, that is not good at all.
No, that's not good at all, Elijah. You shouldn't have done that if you did that. That is what is being alleged. Let's look at the document. I know a lot of you are like wanting to get to the document. So let me see. Do I have it shared properly? Let's get into the lawsuit. And I'll tell you why I think Andrew's take on this is very wrong. I think he's not reading into it. I think he's got a biased look at it, and he wants to say that men are right all the time and women suck, and it's just they just aren't. One of the things that let's just read the first paragraph here. Summary of action. Miss Watson has suffered injuries and the derailment of her multi-million-dollar career in conservative commentary. Now, Andrew said that because this is here, her multi-million-dollar career in conservative commentary, that she is identifying herself as a conservative. I don't think that that's true. One, I don't think she has a career within the conservative community. That's true. What she actually believes about these things is not in this document at all. And I don't know how you could read that into it. Flux, thanks for the super chat, says they, males, literally cannot understand it's a female thing. The males literally can't think the way we do. They will always be this way, unfortunately, because we're very different creatures. That is true. And we need to bring more understanding between men and women, because this crap is terrible. Raceland, thanks for the Rumble rant on Rumble. Says the incel thing is understandable. Leftists are out to destroy the family and creating a lot of incels, and femcells are a part of that. It's a whole thing that deserves its entire show that I don't have time for right now, but we should talk about it soon. Okay, so she's suing the defendant, the Blaze, creating and tolerating a hostile work environment and allowing sexual harassment. I just want you to know that and allowing sexual harassment is not suing them for sexual harassment. Those are two different things.
Also, she's not going to have to prove, just because it says in conservative commentary there, that's not meaning that the court is going to make her prove beyond a
that means nothing.
Or preponderance or anything that she's
conservative.
Or, she has a contract. Yeah.
She's alleging a hostile work environment, retaliation, and discrimination against her on the basis of her sex and religion. Now, this religion claim, it may be weak, because I don't know. I personally think that atheism should be considered a religion, because it is a philosophical belief system, right, that you base your life on. I don't think you can fire someone for being an atheist. Like, I don't think that's a legitimate reason to fire someone. I could be wrong. This is something I don't know. But Frank Pellegrino, thanks for the super chat, says, good afternoon, fellow gang stalkers. I heard this is where the PR bots congregate. That's right. The gang stalker. Scary. All right. Don't scare me like that, chat. The Blaze found it. Okay, this is here. The Blaze's conduct was continuing, pervasive and appalling, particularly in light of the Blaze's representation to its audience of largely conservative Americans that it stood for solid traditional values. And I don't think anybody could argue with that. I really don't. The Blaze, founded and run by famous conservative commentator Glenn Beck, told its audience that it protected traditional values and practiced integrity. And this was part of the reason Miss Watson trusted her career to it. But the Blaze instead opted to cater to the demands, tantrums, and misbehavior of another young rising star, a male one, who long after Miss Watson had been terminated for complaining and demanding justice, was finally fired based on allegations that he physically assaulted and manhandled at least one other female Blaze employee. Much of the abuse was perpetrated by this individual, Elijah Schaefer, but Miss Watson's claims also implicates officers of the Blaze not interceding to correct. And I'm assuming it would say the behavior. Where's my page 2? Come on, page 2. There we go. To correct manifest problems that they created, that occurred in front of them or that were brought directly to their attention, and to which they failed to act promptly, reasonably, and as required by law. Now, here is where Andrew's crazy if he thinks there's nothing here. Do you believe that Kurt Schlichter, with a very prestigious law firm, with a very long history of being a good lawyer, would put this into his motion here, into his complaint, if he did not have evidence of it, a long laundry list of evidence that the management was aware, was notified multiple times. He's not going to put that in the complaint. You realize that this complaint is not going to be also stacked with Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. We're not there yet. But I guarantee you he has it. What do you think, Jennifer?
I would tend to agree with you. I mean, that's Kurt's reputation. I should make a disclaimer. His wife is one of my best friends, so I've spent a lot of time personally with them. But he's not going to take a crappy case because he doesn't want to waste his time on something that isn't going to be worth anything.
If Sydney goes to Kurt and she's like, Kurt, I believe that I've been in a hostile work environment at the Blaze. The very first thing he's going to say to her is, Sydney, you better have receipts to back that up, or I'm not stepping one toe into that. Because we're all like a big family here, right? And this is going to create an internal war. We know, everybody knows somebody here, right? All of us. We're all connected within 6 degrees of separation to Glenn Beck, okay? Like
Probably 3.
Probably 3. I'm like 1 away.
Right.
So, Blurple Dragon says, a little something for all the stupid you have to encounter. Love ya. I love you too, Blurple. I appreciate you. Thanks for this.
And even like I've had people tell me that Tyler Carden, that he's a great guy and that they trust him implicitly and don't believe that he would allow this stuff to continue if he knew how it really was. And there are people that I trust and respect a lot that are telling me this too. So I'm kind of going, well, let's see what shakes out in court. Definitely this behavior should not have been happening of Eliza.
I have worked with enough lawyers to know that they do not just take a case if you don't have the evidence to prove, unless they're shyster lawyers and they just want your $10,000 retainer. That is not Kurt Schlichter, by the way. No way would he put his reputation on the line, which it is with a suit like this. No way if he didn't have good evidence to back it up. So anyway, moving on. Do not let anyone in the manosphere tell you that there's nothing here. Okay, that is false. And you heard Nate Brody, who is also an attorney, agree with me on that. Nate Brody, I'm so glad he was here today, by the way. I love Nate. I love you, Nate. Thank you for being here. I hope he comes back a lot. But it was wonderful to hear from him to say, there's got to be something here. I mean, we obviously don't know all of it, and I don't think we'll ever know it because I'm putting money on it now, and I'm going to make Andrew bet me. By the way, Andrew and I are going to put money on it. This is going to settle, and it's going to settle fast. I'm going to bet. All right. She complained of the misconduct continually from December of 2021 to August of 2022 to various personnel at the Blaze, including but not limited to the Blaze CEO, Tyler Carden. And you know what? We don't know what kind of pressures Carden was under by other people. So it sounds to me like Carden told her, please get him to stop this. Look, it says here, he asked Miss Watson to get Mr. Schaefer to stop talking about dicks so much on the show, which suggests to me, and I have no evidence to prove this, but it suggests that he was unable to control Schaefer, that the CEO was unable to control Eliza Schaefer. Now, why is that? I don't know, and I'm speculating, but it sounds to me like Elijah had either connections or power over there that was beyond the control of the CEO. And I don't know that for a fact. Just saying. That's what it sounds like to me.
All I know is when I read this, I thought, and I again, I don't know anything about over there, but just taking it to me, I managing editor over about 30 people. And I had one person at one time, and they're all independent contractors, so they can come, go, whatever. One person who was much older than me and an attorney who basically said in Slack in a public channel that I can't tell him what to do because he would never choose me to be his boss in the real world. And a few other disrespectful things like that. And I just fired him immediately right there in front of everyone. Guess who doesn't get talked back to on Slack?
Wow, I can't believe there was actual talking back. We would never do that to Paula. Oh my goodness. So our managing editor over at PJ Media is Paula Bollard, and she is awesome.
I love Paula.
She's so great, but like I can't even imagine back talking her on Slack chat. Oh,
I don't think she
hell
would
no.
take it either. I think she would have
Oh,
a
no.
very similar reaction to what I had.
There's no way she would take that. But you know what though? The people I work with at PJ Media, let me go on the record to say that none of them have ever been anything but extremely kind, gracious, especially I'm so grateful for the men over at PJ Media. They are a class act, from Steven Cruiser to Stephen Green, Vodka Pundit. These are men I would go to if I needed anything, and they would be there for me. These are wonderful people, and and they're looking at
That's
this.
Town Hall Media wide too. I mean, that person was an anomaly, and they were kind of the rotten apple, kind of making a toxic kind of thing happen over at Red State. So, you know, I needed to let them go for a number of reasons. But yeah, for the most part, it's just a great camaraderie between all of our contributors. And I don't think if there's healthy competition between the sites, but we're not like at each other's throat. We like doing things to build PJ Media. And I know you guys do the same for us and Twitchy and Hot Air and all that. And like you said, the men throughout there, they would stick up for any of us and make sure that we're not.
I think maybe on the writing side, maybe it might be a little different and less competitive, because you know, we're not competing for like these huge shows and stuff.
Right.
Like, it's just, we're all kind of on the same level. We're all out there just doing the best we can, writing as much, trying to hit that trying to hit that viral post, you know, so we're all just kind of like working together. We don't have like that real competition. And I almost feel like some of this stuff comes in when it's that competing spirit, where, you know, people are trying to really get famous. And I don't really feel that with my coworkers. I feel like most of us have been in this business a long time. We've known each other for years and years. There's a few newbies, you know, and they're, you know, brand new, and I don't know them very well, but the old guys, the older gals, we've been there for a long time, and we have a really good camaraderie, which is terrific. Delio Turk, thanks for the super chat, says they removed the episodes was because anyone contains evidence of this claim. It was consistent but played as a joke, even the complaints on air. Well, they did remove them. We don't know why they removed them. I'm assuming they do not want that out there, though, especially now that there's a lawsuit. I will tell you this. I watched You Are Here many times, and one of the reasons I watched it was because of Sydney Watson. I really enjoy her. I think that she's smart, and I think that she's funny, and I felt a lot of secondhand embarrassment for her many times while I was watching it, because I could feel her embarrassment, and I don't like that feeling. I'm not a big fan of Elijah Schaffer and his behavior on that stream. But whatever, you know, I don't know. We'll see how it shakes out. But right now, I think it's pretty interesting. Now, I think that Sydney's going to run into problems where it comes to the religious beliefs. I don't think so far, at least in this complaint, I haven't seen any evidence of anything that I thought really was against her because of her religious beliefs. Although, again, she probably has evidence of this somewhere. But what they did put in here is that she has quite a bit of evidence that shows the stuff about being put on the spot. You know, okay, so here it is. After she gained prominence as a YouTuber, the Blaze saw her talent and demonstrated her worth by offering her a multi-year agreement that would pay Miss Watson significant amounts. The maximum value of the agreement is approximately $1.275 million, most of which Miss Watson will not be paid because of the Blaze's misconduct. So right there is pretty big damages. But the pay was only one factor in choosing the Blaze over other opportunities. The Blaze represented itself as an incubator of talent that helped accelerate the careers of such conservative commentary superstars as Dana Lash and Tommy Lahren. Now, Andrew, Illegal Mindset, stopped here and like had a meltdown because he believed that she is comparing herself to Dana Lash and Tommy Lahren. That's not what this says. And he hates Tommy Lahren, and he played this clip of Tommy. He's saying she wants to be like Tommy Lahren, exactly like Tommy. That's garbage, Andrew, and you know it. This is exactly like when you go to buy a house, and your house is up for sale, right? And you need to go get what they call comparables in order to sell your house. You need to look in the market and find other houses that are like yours, and that have the same amount of bedrooms, same amount of bathrooms, so that you can tell a buyer what your house is worth. So those houses, though, are not you. They're not your house. And your house has its own individuality, but those houses are they're just basically worth the same amount. They are saying that she was given an opportunity like Dana Lash and Tommy Lahren in the same as you would compare house to house, that she could be worth the same amount that these two ladies are worth because of it. It has nothing to do with what her personal beliefs are, Andrew, and you know that, and I'm going to hold you to that when you come back on Wednesday and we have our very civil conversation where I wipe the floor with your dumb ass on some of this stuff. I love Andrew, but like, this is a stupid, silly thing to say. This is just saying she could be at this level. That's it. And further, the Blaze represented itself as living the moral values that its talent, including Glenn Beck, preached to its audience. I would say that this is true, that Glenn Beck, I would have thought if the Blaze offered me a contract, and I'm sure, hey, Jen, we have at Salem, we have a code of conduct. We even have like a social media policy.
Right. And that's even for independent contractors. It's in the contract.
Yep, it's in my contract that like I'm not allowed to do certain things, or if I do these particular things, and it's not really spelled out all that great. It's like I'm not really I don't remember what it says. But I mean, all companies have these codes of conduct. I've probably violated it. No, actually, what happens is I watch Storm's
That's
Twitter.
me too. I think, okay, if Storm could tweet this, then I can tweet it.
I know. I watch Storm. He's our business manager, by the way. I watch Storm's Twitter feed and I'm like, oh, he's way spicier than me. I'm fine. Fine.
I think where you get into trouble there would be if you were just attacking other town hall media or Salem things like relentlessly on social media. But most of the guys at Salem don't watch Twitter anyway, so I think we're good.
I mean, but there are codes of conduct within any, organization, and I would be so shocked if the Blaze didn't have one, plus an HR department. Like, are you kidding me that they never had this sexual harassment talk? That can't be true.
I became an employee with Salem when I became managing editor, and I had to sit through all those video trainings of sexual harassment crap because I'm in California too, so it's like a lot worse.
Oh man, yeah. So I totally. And by the way, I know I told you you'd be here for an hour, and we're headed past it. But if you have to go, just let me know.
Okay.
But
I'm
if you
good right now.
Okay, good, cool. All right. So, all right. You Are Here was an internet-based interview show centering on politics and culture that streamed on the Blaze and that was supported by subscriptions. It was not to be a sexually explicit show, nor was it intended to be actively misogynistic. Now, this always makes the men go absolutely nuts if you use that word, but it has a meaning, doesn't it? That word means something. It does exist. Are we as conservatives going to actually say that misogyny does not exist?
I think that's what some of these people are saying.
I think that's insane. That's insanity. Of course it exists. Oh my God.
All the trad chads, please, we need to get that out of this movement.
Please stop. I mean, listen, you guys who are like, you want the trad wives, you want the trad ladies, you cannot treat us like this. Like, I'm literally a trad home wife. That's what I am. I'm a housewife. I'm a stay-at-home, work-at-home mom. I have 3 children. I have done nothing for my entire adult life, married to my husband, as cook and clean and change diapers and raise my babies and try to help the culture come to a conclusion that we are doing it wrong and we need to go back. Okay, that we need to go back to those traditional values. But if you are going to lump us, women like us, who are dedicating our entire lives to trying to convince the culture to be more traditional, to go back to those values, but you're going to lump us into this category of women that you hate because they're lying harpy whores, which I agree, there are some. Yeah, it's not fair. It's not fair. We are exactly the kind of women that you say you want. And so is Sydney, by the way. And I know Andrew got all up about her hitting the wall, not be able to find a man. She has a man. Okay, she has a man. So I don't know if she advertises that. But
what is the deal? Like, if someone wants to be picky about, just like these trad chads want to be about a woman and have all these lists of requirements of how many men she could have dated before, what age she is, and if she's had children and all this other stuff, why can't we be picky?
It's ridiculous.
Choosy.
And misogyny and misandry need to be seen as what both terms refer to. Sexism, yes, and sexism is a real thing, and it happens on the right and the left. It happens to men and it happens to women. And women historically, and this is just true, have had it a lot worse than men. From not being able to vote, to not being able to work in offices, to not, and look, somebody asked me earlier, what year was I born? Because it sounds like I was subjected to a lot of feminist garbage. I was born in 1976. I have been an anti-feminist my entire life. I have hated the feminist movement, the sexual revolution. I think the sexual revolution has led to the most disgusting attack on children that we have seen so far, which is the grooming of children into the trans cult ideology. I have fought against feminism and their sexual revolution bullshit my entire adult life. For the last 20 years, I have been writing articles decrying feminism and what it has done to women, what it has done to the family. And I will never, ever accept anyone saying that I have been infected by feminism, because it's false. It's untrue. But if you want me to throw away the lessons that are actual founding feminists, the first wave feminists, the Susan B. Anthony's, and no, hell no, our pro-life feminists who said women have a right to have a voice, women should protect babies, women should not be killing them. I'm not going to reject the lessons that they taught me. I'm not going to, no way, man, no way.
Right, 100% with you.
And by the way, and I have daughters. What kind of mother would I be if I turned my face away from blatant sexism like this, treating a woman like she is less than, like she doesn't, like her feelings do not matter, like she is not worthy of respect? And Andrew, here's another thing I'm going to take up with you when you get back here. No, a woman you don't know does not need to earn your respect if you are working with her. If you are contractually obligated, oh yeah, he said nobody gets any respect unless they earn it with me. I don't respect you unless you earn it. Hey, that's fine out in public. You treat women however you want out in public, but if you are contractually obligated to work with a woman in an office setting, you better respect her.
Right. Because
if you don't, you're going to get sued and you're going to lose. Period. Like, this is it's completely bad behavior. It's bad behavior to say I'm not going to respect somebody unless they earn it. Well, what the fuck did you do to earn it? Like, what are you doing to earn the respect? Right now, my level of respect for that is going like, it's like falling like this. It's in free fall. I respect everyone. I start out with that. You actually have to do something to me before I lose respect for you. I actually start out respecting everybody in the room.
Right. As you should. Trust is different. You're not just going to trust everybody, but respect. Why would you not just respect someone else for being a human being? I mean,
how come you don't just, why don't you just, deserve respect for being a fellow human, regardless? That is not the position. This is not the position that you start out with.
Well, it's also not great for
Hey,
business.
D, what? Hey, guess
You know
what?
what I mean?
Hey, D, what? If your clicky finger works, you can click right off of this stream if it's bothering you. You don't have to be here. That's what's great about the freedom of everything on the internet. You can go watch something else. You can go watch people sit on cakes if you wanted to. You don't have to be here, but you're here and you're not leaving because this is interesting to you for whatever reason. So keep it coming. And the next time, D-Wat, you want to make any more comments on the stream, I'm going to require that you pay me. Otherwise, I will not be reading any of your comments from now on. All right.
It's not really good business to go into with a divisive mindset like you were talking about. How are you going to collaborate and have brainstorming sessions with someone if you're approaching it with an attitude of, I'm not going to listen to women, which is what Elijah Schaffer allegedly said. And it seemed like Sydney was there to just be a prop, like the dumb girl that they could just make fun of. And she's just supposed to be an airhead,
And I have no problem. I actually have no problem with that. If
that's what she wanted to do.
If that was agreed upon, was agreed upon, I actually end up being that sometimes on accident, like, because things go right over my head, and like that's kind of mostly my humor, is that I don't get it, and then everyone laughs, and then I get it, and it's funny. Okay, I can laugh at myself like that, but not everybody can. And if that wasn't agreed upon, then yeah, she's got a point. Like if she was hired to be to do a show about politics and commentary, and she thought it was going to be, like she would be actually contributing and not the butt of every joke, I get it. So, you know.
I am gonna pop off now though, but I do want to come back. We need to talk. I've got a lot of true crime stories too, so we can.
Do you really? Do you want to come back on a True Crime Tuesday sometime?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
would
a
love
court
to.
reporter in over 30 murder trials in North Carolina, and some of them on Dateline.
All right, listen, here's what I want you to do. Send me your favorites that you want to talk about. I'll dig into them and we'll do it. We'll do it.
Awesome.
Send me your favorite one. We'll do it. I will love that. Jennifer Van Laar, redstate.com. Check her out. Check out redstate.com, by the way. Red State is doing great work. They're always faster than us, by the way. I don't know how you do it. Do you edit around the clock? Like, I swear to God, you beat
We have
me every
editors
time.
from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, see, that's maybe what we're doing wrong. I don't know, but I feel like you guys are always on top of it.
We're just workaholics, and so sometimes we just work when we shouldn't be working. So,
well, it was great to have you here, Jennifer, and I'll
Thank
talk to you
you.
again soon. Thanks for coming.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, let's get back to this lawsuit. I know I'm over my time today, but I still want to go through this. So, all right. Miss Watson is informed and believed on the basis, and on that basis alleges, that both she and Mr. Schaefer were subject to the same general employment terms, though not necessarily pay and benefits. The agreement between the Blaze and Miss Watson provided that the Blaze would be deeply involved in every aspect of the show and approved its content. So here's what the contract actually said. The programs shall refer to the following, including each episode of an episodic audio-video series consisting of daily news and commentary with talent as co-host. The title and format of the programs and underlying concepts related to each program are subject to the company approval in its sole discretion. Each episode, blah, 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 should be 44 minutes, not including commercials, blah, blah, blah. Each episode of the program shall be written collectively by talent and the designated co-host. Other persons, such as guests, as reasonably approved by company and subject to securing applicable clearances, may appear on any episodes of the programs. Company shall have the reasonable right to approve or reject each episode and the final content included in each episode of the programs. Now, here's where I think the Blaze runs into a problem. This is in the contract. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be super hands-on, right? That just means that it has the right to be. So perhaps it was super hands-off and they just allowed Elijah to do whatever he wanted. When Sydney comes to them and says, this is going poorly and the topics are out of control and I feel like it's hostile towards me, and I think the guests have been hostile towards me, that's when the company is supposed to exercise this clause in their contract and get somebody to supervise. Because it clearly says right there that it can. And if your talent that you are paying this giant amount of money says something's wrong, why didn't they do that? Why didn't they try to help her with that? Is the question I would be having. And I think it's unreasonable for critics to say that Sydney is looking for a payday here. She was promised a payday. She signed a contract that was going to give her a certain amount of money over a certain amount of time. And now she can't have it because she can't have what was promised to her because she says Elijah Schaefer made it impossible to work there. So I think that she has absolutely every right to make this claim and to fight it out in court. And one of my favorite comments on my article, let's go back to my article for a minute because the comments are funny. Let's go down to the comments for a second. Aw. Hello, Sunshine. Says, Rush liked and praised you. Yes, he did. He was the king. So there's that. And if I had to pick just one, he'd be the one I wanted to respect me. When I was writing this article, oh my God, I'm going to get choked up just thinking about it. Ah, damn it. Why did you have to bring up Rush? Rush was not only the king. Every time someone brings him up, I get sad. I miss him so much. Rush was the ultimate gentleman, by the way. He was so kind, so generous. He behaved in a way everyone should aspire to everyone that met him. Oh God, I love him so much and I missed him. And you're right, Sunshine. You're absolutely right. He did. Every time he read one of my articles, he would shout out my name. And he would return my letters and he sent me signed photos whenever I wanted them. And he was just wonderful, wonderful person. And the people who disparage him in death can eat a bag of dicks because they're assholes. No, nobody's going to ban you. Do you what? Nobody's going to ban you. Do not ban this person, but just make him pay me if he wants to talk to me. Okay? Ellie says, I come back, you made her cry. Listen, I can't talk about him though without getting, and actually when I was writing this article, I started to mention him to say how different it was when he was here and how he was like the captain, you know, and he kind of kept everybody, from freaking out. And now that he's gone, it feels empty and hostile. And I don't think he would have enjoyed this. I think he would have not, as you notice, Rush Limbaugh was never sued by any woman who ever worked for him. You know why? Because we loved him so much. And in fact, his staff stayed with him the longest. They would literally die in the job. That's how long. That's why I could never get a job on his personal staff. I worked for his I worked for the radio company, the syndicator, but I could never get a job on his personal staff because literally a spot would never open up. People would die in that job because they loved him so much. And people are not loved like that without a reason. Rush was a bizarre wizard of brilliant prediction. He could see liberal attacks on freedom years before they attacked, and he was never wrong. The guy was amazing. He was not only amazing, but he was the kindest gentleman in the business. Flail safe. Do you see? This is how emotional women are. When we love someone, yeah, we're emotional. And I'm not ashamed to be emotional to miss someone who is no longer with us that I loved. All right. Okay, let's go back to this because the comments on this article have been somewhat hilarious. Some of them are hilarious. I forgot what I was looking for specifically, but hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, see, I never said this. Someone said that's the basic problem with the whole Me Too thing. The basic assumption that women's accusations are to be believed, regardless of facts and substance. But see, I didn't say that about this case. I say I do believe Sydney because I've seen enough. I've seen enough that I know there's something there. There's enough smoke here that there's fire. And the fact that Elijah was then fired for the alleged groping incident, not to mention that we have now another guest who said, I saw him drunk. I think there's going to be a lot more that comes out. And sure, we'll wait and see, but I'm putting money on it right now is all I'm saying. I'm just saying, I've seen enough. And I think that this is not going to go well for the Blaze. U.S. Traveler on my comments says, thank you, Megan. I love the fact that you take any topic and go at it. If conservatives really are supposed to be about conserving that which is good, then we have to police our own house. Yes. I'm so tired of the grifters who use us for the purpose of money or power. So good for you for pointing out the hypocrisy. That's right. That's right. And that's what bothers me about it, is that if you're in this for you, and if you really believe in traditional values, you're really a traditional guy, then you will not treat women this way, because the women that are in your circle are supposed to be the good ones, right? The women in the conservative circles that you are associating with, those are the ones that you want to pair up with, marry, have children with, because they're not feminists, because they're like me and they're like Jennifer and they're like they agree with you on traditional values and they're anti-abortion and they're pro-freedom and they're pro-free speech. You all are acting. Many of you are acting like that doesn't exist. You know, Nick said something on their birthday stream. He was like, "You are a unicorn." It's not true. I'm not a unicorn. There's, and no offense to Nick, I know plenty of women out there who are like me and who believe in traditional values and who want to be a traditional stay-at-home mom and who want to have babies. And what the left has done to men and women is to blame for this. They have destroyed the relationship between men and women. The problem with our side, Dr. Mimo says, is the call is coming from inside the house. Yes. Yes. Larry. Yes, Larry. Yes, Larry. That's why Elijah was fired, because that's what we are being told. That's right. I homeschooled my kids. Like, don't pretend like all women out there are just out to get your money and it's not true. I have built a life with Mr. Fox over 22 years. All the women I work with, by the way, at PJ Media, Paula Bollard, my managing editor, she's been married longer than me, with children and grandchildren, and they are highly blessed and favored. It is possible. Okay. And many of you have bought into the black pill that it is not possible. And because you have done that, because you have bought into the left's version of what relationships are, you have alienated the women who would love you. You have alienated and pushed them away. And I'm telling you, if you keep it up, you're going to live a very lonely life all alone. And I know for a fact that you do want what I have and what many of our traditional wives have. You want that. You want a trad wife. You want someone to come home to every night. You want someone to make you Sammys. And you're not going to get it if you continue to treat women like garbage just because some women are garbage. All right, hold on. There was something in particular I was looking for here, and I got off on that. Somebody in Sunshine reminded me of Rush. So anyway, I was writing about Rush, and I had to take it out because the tears wouldn't stop coming. And I was like, okay, I can't put this in here because it was too raw. And I was like, okay, this is getting maudlin. So I took it out. But I really, you know what? Maybe that's how I'm going to end this today because I'm over my time. We don't need to go through the entire lawsuit because there's plenty in there. You guys can get it. There's a link to it in my article. But there's a lot of comments in here. I like this comment. The fact that Schlichter has taken this on should be reason enough for all on the conservative side to start paying attention. There it is. Boom. I don't think Andrew knows who Kurt Schlichter is. In fact, I know he doesn't. I think I know he doesn't because I was listening to that stream. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I heard him talking about Schlichter and he was like, oh, it sounds like this guy might be a conservative. Like, might be a conservative? You don't know Kurt Schlichter. Kurt Schlichter is kind of a legend, okay, in the conservative world. And he would not take on a case against the Blaze, of all things, if it were weak and meritless. I'm telling you that right now. So, and hopefully I will get Kurt Schlichter on this program at some point. He probably can't talk about it right now. Schlichter can be kind of bombastic, but he strikes me as one of the good guys in conservative media. I guarantee you he's a good guy. He's one of the best. Granted, I don't know him personally and could be totally wrong, but that's my impression. Well, your impression is right. So look, we got to do a house cleaning. And we've got a lot of people in this movement who are sincere and who are Yeah. Dr. Mimo says Kurt's amazing, rough around the edges, but lovely. I have a soft spot for soldiers. That's right. Kurt was a soldier. Schlichter damn near killed her. That's good. It's good. All right. So what I'm going to do to close out the show today is read to you my article. I'm just going to read it because I don't remember where the comment is that I wanted to read to you. So I'm just going to read my article because, I did go out on a limb to write this, and I'm going to take some shit about it. Oh, and by the way, it's still trending. Fantastic. Keep clicking on it, folks. I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you. And I'm going to read it to you. Yes, this is the I read to you section of the program, and then we're going to call it a day. And hopefully we'll be back here on Wednesday when I can hold Andrew's feet to the fire about his take on Sydney Watson. I don't think Sydney deserved any of the bullshit that Andrew threw at her on his live stream last night. I really don't. I think that it was uncalled for, and he should probably wait to see what comes out, because this thing is not over by a long shot. Okay. All right. So let's read this. Sydney Watson's lawsuit against Blaze Media exposes misogyny on the right. I'm going to drop it in the locals chat too. Sorry about that, guys. I missed you. I did not mean to forget about you. And Matthew in local says, I suspect the Blaze story is that Schaefer was their only hip young men's show. He was their first experience with a crazy talent. It's easy to forget how new their network was. That's possible. But also, we expect them to have better standards than that. We expect the conservative side to have better standards than that. Period. I love this picture of her, by the way. My editor who edited this, Athena Thorne, she grabbed this from the Jack Murphy. And just look at Sydney's face. Like, just look at that picture. She grabbed this from the Jack Murphy stream, and it was like you can see it on her face, right? It's not okay. It's not okay to treat women like this. I don't know who you've been talking to or who you've been around, but it's not okay. Like, you're a dick if you do this. You're a dick. That's what you are. And if you say something to a woman that you might get your teeth knocked out for to a man, you're a coward and you shouldn't do it. Your mother didn't raise you right. And yeah, and this is what, going back to what Andrew was saying about how women don't earn his respect just by being women. Well, that's your first mistake, sir. All people deserve respect. That's the starting point. And if they do something to lose that respect, well, then I'm all for it. Like, then go after them, like open both barrels. But there is no reason. There's no reason to start off a relationship with anybody like that. You're saying, Rob, you're saying this was from Nick Fuentes' interview? Oh, it's very possible. I should have played that, and I will play it. So we'll get there. So let's get to it. All right, sorry. Conservative Inc. seems to be coming apart at the seams lately. It's one big fight after the next. When Steven Crowder called out Big Con for writing contracts that appeared to take advantage of creators, everyone took cover or took a side. That noise went on for a while until Project Veritas kicked James O'Keefe out of the organization, alleging abusive behavior. We're still trying to figure out that one. I mean, they said he took a sandwich from a pregnant woman. If he did that, that makes me like him even more because that's hilarious. Sorry, that's hilarious. If he did that, I would have laughed. All right, here we go. Running in the background to all of that was the story of how Eliza Bleu worked her way into the inner circles of conservative entertainment and influencers with a dubious tale of being trafficked. When questioned, she became today's most notorious censor, striking YouTube channels and Twitter accounts that post publicly available photos and clips of her racy video vixen past. Now comes a huge lawsuit against Blaze Media brought by talk show host Sydney Watson, who says that her time on the podcast You Are Here with Elijah Schaefer was a nightmare. Her lawyer is Town Hall's own Kurt Schlichter, another conservative media insider. In case you haven't noticed, there's an internal war going on inside the conservative media space, and maybe it's time to blow it up and start over. Viva Frey had tweeted this out. Crowder versus Daily Wire, Eliza Bleu, Project Veritas expels James O'Keefe, Sydney Watson suing the Blaze. I've been in this space on the internet since 2018, and I've never seen anything like this, let alone within a time span of 3 months. Well, Viva Frey, I got news for you. It's time. Okay, the reason why it's all happening at once is because there's some serious shit running underneath. It's going to boil over. And it's got to happen. The details of Watson's claims say that she was never informed she would be participating in a show that ended up focusing on gross sexual themes most of the time, with her, the only female on the set, and I don't mean the producers too, I mean the only female talent, just having to put up with it. She says her complaints to management went unheard and unanswered. The Blaze was founded by Glenn Beck, who tells people he's a devout Mormon. Yet Watson says Schaefer would get drunk before filming and also offer alcohol to guests who would then go on to berate women during the show, making Watson feel targeted and humiliated. Ms. Watson complained of the misconduct continually from December 2021 to August 2022 in various personnel at the Blaze, including but not limited to the Blaze CEO, Tyler Carden. Oh, I just remembered what the comment was. The comment that I wanted to mention at the bottom of this was, she shouldn't be doing this in public. She should have taken it to the management. And then if that didn't work, she should have taken it to court. I shit you not, someone said that. And I was like, sir, that's exactly what she did. That's exactly what she did. So, and the reason why it's public is because all court documents are public. Like, we have it because someone looked it up in the docket and pulled it. Sydney has not done one interview. She has not talked about this in public anywhere. This is how you get justice. You go to management. They don't do anything. You go through the steps. They don't do anything. They fire you. You're fired wrongfully. You go to the court. And that's what she did. And so it just made me laugh that someone was like, she should have done X, Y, Z. And I'm like, she did X, Y, Z. It's exactly what she did. If you want to read the details in the suit, and there are lots more beyond this, you can check out Jennifer Van Laar's article on Red State at this link. And by the way, you can get the link to the lawsuit at that link as well. I'm more interested in what this reveals about right-wing media. Something ugly is going on in some right-wing entertainment spaces that I've witnessed and been a target of myself. I'll call it Clubhouse syndrome. No girls allowed is basically nailed to the door. And if you are allowed, you'd better be prepared to listen to anti-female rhetoric and not push back against it. If you do try to defend the women who are not lying harpies, because there are many of us, there's only one response that you can expect, and it won't be civil. I've been on the receiving end of this kind of abuse very publicly for trying to have a rational discussion about men and women. It's not fun, but there's a subset of our side that thinks it's hilarious and acceptable to treat women this way. Referenced in Watson's lawsuit is this disgusting display of unhinged anger directed at Watson for doing her job by grifter Jack Murphy, who was a king of the manosphere until this moment unmasked him for the fraud he was. Schaefer did nothing to stop his guest from abusing his co-host. And by the way, when you guys are all like, well, it's not Schaefer's problem, it's Jack Murphy's. No, it's the Blaze's problem. She's not suing Elijah Schaefer. She's suing the Blaze. Because the Blaze allowed this to go on. Do you understand? She worked for a corporation. That corporation has an obligation to its employees. And I think, I'm in agreement with her, I think that they fell down on the job. Period. All right. Is the chat fighting again? Am I going to have to kill YouTube? Am I? Bad Weather Biker, thanks for the super chat, says it's better to rip off all the scabs of the conservative movement now so the wounds have time to congeal and heal before 2024 when we need everyone working together. Hey, I like that. That's true. Rob Pyers, I agree. Yeah, this Elijah did nothing wrong army is stupid. She's going against the Blaze. That's right. She didn't sue Elijah. She's saying the Blaze made it possible for one of their other employees to treat her like garbage. Okay. And it is the Blaze's problem. If you have a coworker who is treating you like shit and being rude to you, and you go to the manager, you tell the manager, like, well, So we have a problem, and they're supposed to. That's why HR exists. What steps did they take to right this situation? I want to know. I want to know. I reached out to Glenn Beck, by the way, for a comment, and I burned that bridge probably. He'll probably never have me back on the show, but you know what? I don't fucking care anymore. I'm so done with this. I'm so done with the pretending the conservative media is some paragon of virtue. I'm so sick of it. You know what? You're all a bunch of money grubbing freaks for all I care. And I don't care. I'm saying it because I'm never getting anywhere anyway with them. Like, period. I'm 46. Like, it's over. This is it. This is it. This is as far as I'm going. Like, I've got my own YouTube channel. I'm writing on PJ Media, and that's where I'm going to be. The Blaze is not calling. Daily Wire's not calling. No one's calling. So I can say whatever the hell I want now. And it's very freeing. It's very freeing. And you know what? I'll say this. I didn't put this in the article, but let's be real clear. You know why nobody's calling me anymore at this point? Because as a female in this business, my sexual value has fallen because I'm 46. I'm not 21. And the only people getting these jobs, only women getting jobs in conservative media on the air are 20-year-old hotties. And you know what? It's bullshit. And that's the reason why you all platformed the fraud thought Eliza Bleu. And even though she's old, she's got all the sexy pictures that everybody knows, but gets the clicks. And I expect better from the people on our side who are supposed to be against the cultural rot. And the cultural rot is the thing that says women lose their value after 25. We are not supposed to be those people. And yet that's the way that these corporations are treating women in this business. Now, if you got in early, they keep you somewhat. Because, I mean, Laura Ingrams, she's still going strong. Okay, you're right. Laura's going strong. Dana Lash going strong. You know, but these women got in when they were young. And thank you, Phil. Look, yeah, you have to have stick arms. Yes, this is true. Look, it's gross. And men don't have how explain to me what Elijah Schaefer's sexual value is. Explain to me, like, what's he got? Like, he might be young, but what is he like? That has nothing to do with how they hire men, by the way. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. But you watch Fox News. Are you ever going to see an older woman on as a Fox News commentator that isn't, you know, blonde? And there's like the big joke that everyone who works at Fox News has to be blonde and gorgeous. And look, I get it. Like, that is the reality. But let's not pretend that it's not the reality, because it is. I am not worth. My value to conservative media is not what I bring to the table with my journalism and my philosophy. It is my value to conservative media is my sex appeal, which is absolutely bullshit. And they are the exact same. They are the exact same as any other media corporation out there that we make fun of, that we say is bullshit. They're just like MSNBC or CNN or any one of those organizations. Okay, the sexism is blatant. It is on display, and Sydney Watson is lucky she even got that job at the age that she was, because what was she? Wasn't she in her later 20s? I mean, I think she's 29 now. But yeah, whatever. Like, I'm just saying, it's bullshit. The conservative men don't have to be good looking. They don't have to be sexy. They just have to be funny, or, you know, good at philosophy, or good. But for women in the conservative movement, it's a totally different standard. It's a totally different standard. And it's wrong. And of course, the moment a conservative woman says, I think this is what we call misogyny, the whole crowd boos and throws things because that word is synonymous with feminists we despise. But feminists can be wrong about almost everything and still have a point now and then. And treating women with disdain and contempt based on gender is the definition of misogyny, and it is happening on my side more than some of us want to admit. There is an excellent argument to be made that left-wing culture has brought us to a point where men and women can no longer talk to one another without contempt. Obviously, anti-male sentiment is deep and vast on the left, which is also wrong. I've written a book about how wrong it is to give women credibility. They don't deserve the credibility that they don't deserve simply because they have uteruses. Many of us women on the right have defended men vociferously when they are falsely accused. You know what my entire book is about? You know who this book is about? It's about Brett Kavanaugh. It's about Brett Kavanaugh and how Brett Kavanaugh was almost derailed, how his Supreme Court appointment was almost completely derailed by a lying woman. It's me defending Brett Kavanaugh. I have gone out of my way to defend conservative men my entire career. And I'm starting to ask, what have they done for me? Just saying. All right. Since Rush, not much. Okay? Not much. There is an excellent argument to be made. All right, I already said that. Where did I leave off? Many of us women on the right have defended men vociferously when they are falsely accused. Instead of thanks and appreciation, however, these men on the right lump us into the same category as the feminists they hate and the women who have spurned them or taken them from everything they have taken everything from them in divorce. I get it. Some women suck. But instead of seeing that each person is an individual worthy of being measured by his or her own actions and contributions to the movement, many conservative entertainers have bought into the leftist obsession of putting people into identity groups, and their favorite identity group to bash is women. Schaefer and other entertainers like him on the right continually bring idiots like Nick Fuentes, a man whose name I have never put in print and never will again after today, to demean conservatism through blatant misogyny and other nonsense. Why do they do this? It is not amusing to make a guy famous who thinks that having children only counts if he can have a male heir and who says women should be treated according to brutal Taliban standards. Is this really the message that you want your daughters to hear, conservatives? Is this who we are? The irony is not lost on me that this person right here, this Ethan Edwards who tweeted this, actually thinks that Fuentes gained some points in this argument. Let's listen in, shall we?
Do you respect women?
Of course.
But you just don't want them to have any rights.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't
Okay.
say they shouldn't have rights.
But if I'm understanding your question correctly, if you don't want them to vote or drive or have an existence akin to what they would have in, say, Saudi Arabia, you would say that in large part, then they don't really have rights.
Well, I would say probably the ideal is something more like Afghanistan, if I'm being totally honest. Like recent,
so what's the difference
recent
between
Afghanistan
then and Saudi Arabia?
Like the brutality, I guess. It's like a little.
That's not funny. Now, listen, humor is subjective. If this guy is trying to be funny and he really doesn't believe this, well, I guess fine. But she's trying to get to the bottom of his actual views here. And I don't know Nick Fuentes other than he's a moron and he causes a whole lot of problems for conservatives. A whole lot of problems. And this is the person you choose to elevate? You choose to elevate a person like this? You choose to put him on a show with this many viewers? I don't understand it, you guys. I don't. If you're trying to get somewhere with the actual conversation that we're having, I don't understand how this helps anybody.
Slightly more brutal. Of course, Taliban rule, not American rule. I'm talking about, recent Afghanistan.
So you want women to have the same treatment as women have under Taliban rule in Afghanistan?
Something approximating that, yeah.
Okay. You also promote the way of interacting with women, and I go, have you been in a relationship with a woman?
No.
So how are you telling other people how to behave towards women when you yourself have not had any actual physical, interaction with them in a romantic capacity, or in fact in any capacity where you uphold them in a way that treats them with respect. I mean, if you're out here arguing that women are basically half the value of, no, you know, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, in fact, because that's not right. But, you know, if you are looking to some other regimes around the world that do think that women are half the value of a man, I have to question what kind of a person who's had no experience with women is in a position to you know, basically promote these ideas.
Well, I'm having an experience with a woman right now.
I don't know why anybody thinks that that's some kind of dig. You're having an experience with a woman right now that's not going so well, Nick. If you've never been with a woman, it's amazing to me that this is someone. Is anyone listening to him about what women should be and and what? I'm sorry, but this is dumb. And for some of you in the chat who are saying that no one elevated him, what? Are you kidding me? Why is he on this show? I was never invited on this show. I wasn't invited on You Are Here. I have a lot better things to say than this asshole. And I certainly have been in this movement working really hard for conservative values. Conservative people do platform him. They do invite him to things. Are you kidding me? He does look like he's afraid of women, by the way. Yeah, he does. What did I miss? Nick Fuentes is controversial and interesting. You Are Here is an interesting show. I agree. I liked it. I do not like putting idiots like this on display, but he makes a clown show out of what conservative values really are. He is not legitimate. If you think he's legitimate, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you if you think that this is a legitimate guy in the conservative movement. Absolutely not. Now, if Nick made a joke about putting women under Sharia law, I would know that he was joking. This guy doesn't seem to get to the punchline, though. He wants people to believe that he actually believes this. And by the way, Sydney's demeanor during that was pretty good. She didn't get upset. She's trying to get to the bottom of this. Is this really what you think? And here he's sticking to this stupid story. You know that women in Afghanistan are brutally beaten, right? That women in Afghanistan can't go to school, right? That's what you want for our daughters? I'm going to continue on. Conservatives have allowed this cultural poison that started on the left to infect our own spaces. We have bought into it and now believe that we hate one another and that each sex is out to destroy the other one. There is no room for debate. The science is settled on the right. Women are the devil. This is no different than the anti-male sentiment on the left that we all agree is evil. Both sides are deeply wrong. Instead of trying to come to a rational balance on the right where we recognize that some women and some men are dangerous and evil, but others aren't, we've allowed the left to turn us into what they say we are. And the women on the right are forced to either agree with the blatant misogyny or at least put up with it to have a say in the conversation and a seat at the table, or face ridicule and humiliation. Already I'm hearing whisperings of who would ever want to hire a woman as a co-host after this in response to Watson's lawsuit. There's already a shocking lack of women in conservative entertainment spaces. Next to Laura Ingraham and Candace Owens, which other prominent females can you name whose faces you see regularly all over conservative media? Even Ann Coulter is mostly absent these days. Who has the biggest presence? Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Glenn Beck, and all of them have penises. And no slight to any of them. I enjoy most of them. The point is, women on the right are damn near invisible, even though there are many of us out here doing a whole lot of support work for this movement. We are writing about these men's documentaries. We are pushing their shows and helping spread their messages. And what do we get in return? Ignored if we're lucky, or shamed and humiliated if we aren't. Just writing this opens me up to ridicule and shunning. But I'm 20 years in, and I have lost my ability to care. 0 fucks, people. None given. What's happening here is wrong. For the sake of my daughters, I will not shut up about it, and I will not support any movement that fails to say women should be treated with respect in the workplace, and that doesn't include subjecting them to drunken, hostile hosts and guests. And I'm talking about in a corporation, by the way. So please, don't you dare try and say something like, well, you can't say anything because you go on a drunken stream. Like, well, that's different. I'm not contracted on Nick's stream. And I choose to go there. I know what it's like. And by the way, I might have a different opinion than Sydney does about that situation. I think if someone paid me $1.25 million, I'd read whatever super chat you wanted, and I would let them make fun of me all they wanted. I mean, for God's sake. No, I said Candace Owens. I did forget Megyn Kelly, but she's been, ever since she got fired, she's been less visible too. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I have. I mean, she has her own thing now, but when she doesn't have a big network behind her, you can see the drop off of visibility. People are like, Michelle Malkin. Have you seen Michelle Malkin lately? Like, we can name all these great conservative women, but I'm asking you, how many of them have you seen lately? How many of them have had, are you sure they have penises? Have you seen them? Right, to be fair, I have not seen them. I'm looking at your comments. Sorry. All right, anyway. I wonder if Steven Crowder knew about this before he came out to tell us about the bad contracts in conservative media that were hurting young up-and-comers. It sounds like a whole lot of people knew what Schaefer was like and said nothing for a very long time. He was eventually let go from Blaze Media for another incident with another woman who says he groped her while he was drunk. A shakeup is happening, and I'm glad, because this sickness will destroy all of us. If the right wants to lose some of its strongest allies, example, women who agree with them politically, keep it up. I'd rather quit my job and spend the rest of my life gardening than defend this kind of disgusting chauvinism. Good luck being a movement supported only by angry men. The conservative media needs women. Do they know that? It doesn't seem like it, though they sure want us when it's time to vote, don't they? And by the way, like, that's the other thing that kind of bugs me. Like, let's be honest. I'm going to do a much better job here on this channel. And I'm going to have more conservative women on this platform who don't get a shot on these shows, who are not seen, but they are brilliant and they should be heard. And I don't know what it is with the chat, certainly not my chat. I'm not talking about my chat. Because my chat has a lot of women in it, and I think you guys appreciate hearing from women. But I don't understand the chats that are mostly full of men who, Flux, did I miss your super chat? I'm sorry. That's why the little girl got mad at you. He jelly. Thank you for the super chat. I think that this chat is obviously the best chat. We love you, chat. But I think that some of these chats, and of course, Sydney was talking about the chat also, that like the chat was like given the green light to abuse her. That has happened to me, on other streams where the chat has just gone so over the top with hateful attacks. And yeah, they're like, oh, stay off the internet. But I don't understand why our audiences are like this. Why are those the audiences that are drawn to conservative thought and libertarian thought? Why are those audiences who are so hostile to women? Larry, time to make Megan regret praising chat. No, but my chat so far is really good. It really is. We only have a few idiots once in a while. Oh, I haven't been to Rumble in a while. How's Rumble? Is YouTube... Rumble wants to know, is YouTube chat acting like fags again? No, they're being good today. They're being good. Am I saying, Miguel wants to know, are you saying your dignity is for sale? I have no dignity. What dignity are you talking about? If they offered me 1.2 million at the Blaze and it was clearly spelled out that I would have to read whatever ridiculous super chats came in and the chat was going to make fun of me, yeah, I'd take the money all day long. Okay? But that doesn't mean that everyone is going to do that. And if it wasn't spelled out in the contract, then she's got a very good case. Balls or no balls? Linux Charms. Obviously, we are team balls here. We've answered that question a lot. Team balls. It's the internet and it's on both sides. I don't know. I have seen so much hatred in the chats against women on different live streams that I really don't understand it, especially when those women are on your side. You know, when conservative or libertarian women come on to some of these streams, I think the way that they get treated by the chat is terrible. And the chat basically is sending the message, "Oh, we don't want to hear from women at all. We just want a sausage fest all the time." But my chat does. And so I'm going to do a better job inviting more of the women that I know in this movement who you should hear from. And I'm going to do that soon. All right, so I'm going to continue. A shakeup is happening. I said that. Okay. If those controlling the conservative entertainment and social media space come out in favor of Schaefer and Blaze Media, they will predictably turn Watson into a caricature of herself. They will call her woke or a feminist or some other slur. Here's Ali Alexander, a MAGA influencer with over 100,000 followers, calling her lawsuit whorish. Well, that just earned him an unfollow from me, by the way. And this is his snarky tweet. Sydney Watson's suit is frivolous, poorly written, and a whorish attempt to add economic value to her career where there is none. She should sue her father. Yeah, okay. I think it's very hilarious that this guy tweets this out and thinks there's no misogyny on the right. Like, you just called Sydney whorish. You did. And using that word, you know damn well you wouldn't use it to describe a man. She has done nothing whorish, nothing at all whorish to deserve that kind of criticism. And I think that's bullshit. And that's the kind of stuff that goes on. And you guys think some of you think is funny. And I think it's really damaging to the relationships between men and women. And if you want to go back to why am I alone? Why can't I get a date? How come men and women don't talk to each other anymore? This is part of it. This is part of it. Because we have lost our ability to be civil to one another and instead have decided we're just going to try and one up one another with the best, who has the best insult. All right, moving on. So far, the big names have remained rather quiet about the lawsuit. Perhaps they're waiting to see which way the wind will blow. Tim Pool did address it, and one of his guests alleged that he saw Schaefer very drunk during a taping of the show. And I played that for you earlier, so we don't need to play it again. Speaking of Tim Pool, the only woman I can name that he made popular is Eliza Bleu, an empty, vapid grifter without a solid history in conservatism. Now, again, I will admit, I am not a Tim Pool fan. I have not watched his show, so I don't know. But she's the only one I'm aware of that got connected to his name in the news that really blew up. Was there somebody else? Has he boosted the careers of any other women that are not e-thoughts? Any fantastic conservative women I should know about that Tim Pool has platformed and really made popular the way he did for Jack Murphy? And by the way, making a man like Jack Murphy famous is really awful and damaging to men. Really damaging, because look at what he did to men. Look at what he did. You know, he took their money to teach them how to be a man, and he clearly doesn't know the first thing about being a man. And all these guys in the manosphere like push Jack Murphy's liminal order. That harms men right there. It's all a con job, and they push that on you. Doesn't that piss you off? Like, I'm not doing that to you. I'm just saying, hey, I don't know. Maybe you should meet women at a bookstore. Maybe you should go to the Home Depot. I don't know, it's just an idea. I'm not asking you to pay me money for it. Just saying. Oh, yeah, he was making millions on subscriptions. And what were those men getting it? What were they getting for it? All right, anyway. And what do the men of Conservative Inc. do to hard-hitting female journalists who get stories and make waves? They destroy them. If you want proof of this, and you have 3 hours, listen to Lauren Southern's expose on what she calls the dissident right. I sadly didn't watch this until last night, and it rocked my world. I know she's telling the truth because I've seen it myself. Excuse me, hold on. Man, my throat's starting to really hurt. I gotta go soon. I'm almost done. And it makes me sick to think that I was used to push the profiles of these frauds who were fooling everyone. I've got my own story about Milo that I'll save for another day, but I have personal knowledge that he is not who he pretends to be. And if you haven't seen this, please go to my article and go and spend 3 hours and watch this because it will blow your mind. It's a fantastic video. And we're going to have one of these days, probably in March. I reached out to Lauren Southern and I told her how much I appreciated what she had to say. And she's working on a documentary right now. But she did respond and she said that in March, she's going to try and come on the show. And I'm going to continue talking about this because it's a real internal problem and we need to have a family meeting about it. And I think that what happened to Lauren Southern is beyond disgusting. And I'm telling you, when you hear about it, go and watch this video. Don't believe what I have to say, okay? But Lauren's got receipts. Lauren's got receipts. Conservative Inc. has a lot to answer for. It's full of people who care more about their own fame and notoriety than they do about conservative values. And the fact that it's coming apart is a good thing. Burn it down, start over. What we really need is authenticity and principles, not outraged takes for clicks and fame. Our country is burning, the West is falling, and Con Inc. is protecting moneymakers over values. Well done. Cue sarcastic clapping. I'm tired of it. Blacklist me. I don't care. It wouldn't be much different than it is now. My 20-year experience in this movement has taught me that my value isn't based on the stories I break or the philosophical contributions I make. It's based on the worth that the popular guys in the clubhouse give me. And that's next to nothing. I'm looking forward to Watson's case playing out in court, and I doubt very much that Schlichter would have taken it on if it wasn't a strong one, contrary to the denials of the naysayers who want to point and laugh at the whiny woman who can't take a joke. I hope it brings some much-needed sanity back to the right so we can get back to fighting the left instead of each other. You can read that on pjmedia.com. I feel very strongly about it. I know that some of you may disagree, but I'm here to tell you that I've been in this business for the last 20 years. I think I have a perspective on it that means something. And maybe before you decide that Sydney Watson doesn't know what she's talking about, maybe spend a little time listening to those of us who have been in it. Hugh Jass, thanks for the super chat, says, how does the level of hostility in these chats compare to what was directed at J.K. Rowling? It's pretty similar. It's pretty similar. Probably less death threats, but it's not good. You know, some of it's really upsetting. You know, Nick has this famous saying. He says, never look the chat in the eye. I think it's actually a good idea, especially for women on the show, to not look at the chat. Because it gets very difficult to when you see all these negative comments going by that are just, you know, outrageously uncalled for. And that's not an attack on anybody's free speech. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed to make these, you know, these awful statements. I'm saying, why are we doing it? Why? What is it that I've done to you that is so upsetting to you? That's the thing that, like, I don't understand. It's like, well, you can hate me. That's fine. Go ahead and hate me. Like, some people hate me, some people love me. There's really no in between. And that I understand. But I guess I will never understand the desire to try to just psychologically destroy someone in a chat. Like, I will never get that. I just won't understand. I just don't. But yeah, you can turn it off. Chat is chaotic good. You can turn it off, and that's what Nick always suggests that people do. But it's kind of sad to me. It's sad to me that we can't. I find the chat really fun. When the chat is fun, the chat is the most fun thing ever. And when the chat is bad, the chat is so very bad. It's not fun at all. Yeah, there's no in between. Yeah, no, there's no in between. Chats and OP. What do you mean an OP? And like, what does that mean? I don't know what an OP means. Yes, some folks in the chat do look for the opportunity to pounce on a person. And I mean, I really don't get it. I don't get it, but that's okay. Here in this chat, we don't really have that much. We don't have that kind of a problem. No, I mean, I don't micromanage. I wouldn't micromanage. It is what it is. But I would like to know why the hate exists. Some of it's really real. And I think we should get to the bottom of it. Like, I really haven't done anything to anyone in that chat that should make them like want to stalk and harass me. You know, some of Sydney Watson's detractors and other conservative women that I know who go on these shows and whatnot, a lot of us have some of these people who follow us around everywhere we go, like stalkers. Like, they follow us online and they act like spurned boyfriends almost. It's weird, okay? It's weird. It's bizarre, Larry. Boo! Boo! That's funny. Because without the hate, we wouldn't have the love. Now, that is profound and very, very true. Without hate, we wouldn't know what love was. And that's so very Alan Watts of you. The yin and the yang, you know? The yin and the yang. I definitely agree with that. And perhaps that's one way to look at it. Perhaps that's one way to look at why these things exist. They exist because you could not. Oh, for God's sake, I got another copyright takedown? Another one? What? I got a strike, you guys. I just logged into YouTube and I have a strike. What for? Another one? I can, wait a minute. Hold on. I can either review the details or I can go to copyright school. I cannot believe I got a strike. I don't even know what this is for. Hold on. I gotta put this up on the screen. I forgot to tell you about my copyright strike with Sam Smith. But I don't even know what this is for. So let's find out. Let's review the details, shall we? I got it today. What did I... Content removed by Grammys. No, it was for February 6th. What? But I already responded to it. How this is so bizarre because I had put a just last night. I'm gonna have to ask Nick what to do. Am I supposed to submit a counter notification now? I've never had this happen like this because I fought it and I sent in one of my letters, and they were expires on May 14th if copyright school is completed. Why would I have to go to copyright school? This is ridiculous. Has anybody ever heard of this? Copyright school? They struck you twice. Yeah, they struck me twice on the same thing. Because I had already, yesterday, I had put in my response to it, just yesterday. And now I got a strike, but they were supposed to review it in the next 30 days. How did I get a strike? I don't understand how I got a strike on that. Are they really not going to let me do anything unless I go to copyright school right now? Wait, let me make sure I can access my YouTube page because I needed to bring something up here. Yeah, okay, they let me in. I can't believe I got a strike. This is ridiculous. Am I banned from YouTube for a while? Wait, I forgot to look. Does that mean I can't upload anything for a few days? It doesn't say. No, it's not banning me for any days. All right, I will deal with this later. I gotta ask Nick about it because now I've never had this type of notice. This is a weird one. I've never heard of copyright school. By the way, we're up to 17,734 subscribers on YouTube. And that is so cool. You guys, I'm trying to get to 20. So if you are not subscribed, could you do it right now for me? When we get to 20,000 subscribers, I'm going to have to do something fun. I don't know what, but I'm going to do it fun. Bad Weather Biker says a good instructional manual for proper, well-mannered masculinity is any random Robert B. Parker Spencer detective novels. Honor, courtesy, respect, strength, etc. are Spencer's MO. I love that. I've never read any, but they sound really good. Thanks for the super chat, Bad Weather Biker. I really appreciate that. Dear Grammys, you are retarded idiots. Enjoy your devil worshiping. You know I'm going to send a funny letter. You know that's going to happen. All right. I know I'm so late. Leah, I'm so sorry. We've been going for 4 hours. I just have not stopped talking. However, I want to read to you the letter that I sent Sam Smith because Sam Smith hit me with copyright. And I have sent my letter in. Would you like to hear it? I know you would. All right. You know who Sam Smith is? Does anyone know? Do you know who he is? It's this guy. For fuck's sake. It's this guy. This is what success looks like, apparently. According to Defango, he said that the other day on Twitter. I about died. This is what success looks like. Oh, speak of the devil and he appears.
What the fuck? I'm not the devil.
No, you're the gang stalker.
The gang stalker?
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I literally just said your name, though, and you appeared. That was really funny.
Yeah, I thought you were already been offline. I didn't realize that you meant Eastern Standard Time. My bad.
I was about to go offline, but I'm not going to do that since you're here. But I was just going to read my little copyright letter that I sent to Sam Smith because my YouTube channel got hit with a copyright for playing no music, but video of one of his music videos while I critiqued it. And it was like less than 60 seconds. It was not even the full video. And it was some clip on Twitter that was going around. So they hit me with a copyright. And this is the letter that I wrote to them. Sam Smith and his representatives have falsely taken down a portion of my content under copyright when it is clearly fair use. In the commentary, the song does not even play, and it is simply some moving images from a video while my guest and I comment on that fat piece of Laar's disgusting persona, which is contributing to the downfall of society. If Sam Smith can take a break from huffing cheesesteak Sammies for a few moments, he can consult with his equally disgusting attorneys who should know and who do know and should be disbarred for allowing this copyright complaint to go out, that they are required to sue me if they truly believe that I have violated copyright, which I have not. Fair use is very simply defined, and I'm sure that even the bottom barrel celebrity-sucking Hollywood attorneys Smith hired studied it in law school. Whether they passed or not remains to be seen. It is embarrassing that a person like Sam Smith, who looks like a Sunday roast tied up with string most of the time, would be concerned with what a small YouTuber had to say about his Caligula act. Trying to silence the public from talking about his very public displays of degeneracy is un-American and frankly cowardly. If you want to prance around like Jabba the Hutt in a corset, Sam, that's your business. But the rest of us are going to have something to say about it. In short, sue me or get your grubby, disgusting hands off my channel. So then I got a strike today. Do you think it's related?
Probably. Would you get a strike for?
I don't know. I just discovered it. I got a copyright strike for some kind of Grammys content. So it wasn't Sam Smith's content. It was something else. I was commenting on some red carpet bullshit, which had no sound again either, and was also on Twitter clips. And I got a strike on my channel.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks. The community guidelines are just copyright.
Just copyright. So there's no like 7-day suspension or anything. So yeah.
So they just took it down.
They just took it down, and I guess, but I've never seen this. They've offered me copyright class. They want me to go to school. They're going to re-educate me.
Well, that was just for that's usually they send you to that the first time, and then you don't actually get a strike for it. And then after you go through copyright school, the next time you get a copyright strike, they'll give you a strike that time. So it's like the first one's a warning. Yeah, you could try to fight it.
Because I didn't do it. It's fair use.
Yeah, you just gotta, usually when you click on the little thing, when you go to your dashboard, there's an option to basically, like do a counterclaim on it. But it depends. It depends sometimes though, if it's like actually coming from the YouTube channel that was like broadcasting it or something like that. Sometimes like you can't win those ones and they'll just take it down anyway. The easiest way to figure it out is like when you go into your channel under subtitles where it says copyright, you know, like when when the robot detects something and they remove it from there on their channel, that's usually like almost impossible for you to like get taken off. But if it's something that they manually claimed, then it's a pretty good shot.
Well, that's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna have to deal with that. But while you're here, I have the chance to grill you now and find out what is the deal with this gang stalker thing. We went over it in the first hour of the show, and I read the third part of the article.
Did you have Nate on?
Yeah, I did.
Did you ask him about me?
I didn't. I forgot because we were talking about his lawsuit. Why was I supposed to ask him about you? Did you guys get into a fight or something?
Oh no, he just used to have a lot of beef with me because back a couple years ago, some cat named Steve McRae that Nate was actually pretty much stalking for like 5 years before he became Nate the lawyer and very popular like he is now. Many of us remember who he used to be online. So I just always thought it was funny that, you know, like he all of a sudden rose to power and everybody kind of forgot about like what he was doing since like 2012, which is cool or whatever. Everybody can, you know, go from being a very, very vile internet troll to being a half decent type person. But, you know, like I just always thought it was funny that he was suing that Bouzy guy. Cause like the day that Bouzy's platform came out, I went and bought that thing that he bought for his platform and I put it up on a website in like less than a day. And it still works better than his.
What do you mean for
Spoutable?
Oh, for Spoutable.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
But I created a version of it called Doubtable, but I bought the same exact $89 Twitter clone that he bought from Code Canyon, and I just like threw it up on my own website in a server. And then, you know, it was supposed to be a joke. It was supposed to be a joke to say, you know, like Bouzy is so bad at what he does, and he's such a liar about his skills that some random like me, who's allegedly a gang stalker or whatever, can just, you know, do it in a day. What took him, you know, 6 months, a year to, you know, I'm not even sure how long he's worked on
well,
that thing.
he's supposed to be a very an engineer of some kind. Apparently, my Rumble stream now just went down. I'm getting StreamYard telling me that the Rumble stream went down, and everybody on Rumble is like, it died. That is so weird. Oh, now it's back. I refreshed it, and now it's back, I guess. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I don't know what's going on, but apparently it's just all going to shit now. All right, look. So I don't want to start drama between you and Nate. I like Nate. I've had no problems with Nate. So I don't want to start a bunch of drama, but let's go to Shane Cashman and his obsession with you and calling you a gang stalker and all kinds of other nonsense, making accusations that you have bought a bunch of SUVs, that you park them outside of people's. I can't even say this. It's very hard to say. You've parked them outside of people's houses. That you've injected someone with something to make their minds disappear, or I don't know. Is there any truth to what? Why don't we start by what did you talk to Shane Cashman about on the phone, and why would he then take to Twitter and say, "I have learned nothing that has changed my opinion"? Did you find that strange? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Sorry.
When he called me frantically a couple of times, I just answered the phone. I was like, hello, you know, oh, sorry, I was sleeping. And we spoke for probably about 2 hours about just different things. He was mostly asking me about Shadowbox and my involvement in the company. And I had to inform him that, hey, I was the guy that whistle blew that company. You have those documents and all that information because I put it out there so that I could expose that company. And ultimately, I gave that information to the lawyers in the Sethridge case so that they could actually start their litigation against all of the people involved, which is one of the main reasons that I wasn't actually in the case. I was only deposed in the case because they were utilizing my information to basically move forward with it. So there's a lot of weirdness that is associated with that. And Shane seems to not believe it because he was discussing with this BX Bullet person who's been also investigating Thomas Schoenberger, from what I gather, looking at all of her channels, and whatever of hers hasn't been deleted already since she, after that article went out, she like basically started taking everything down. Ultimately, he wanted to talk about Eliza and whether I believed in her stories. And I basically had to say, like, what you put out about her original story still to me doesn't sound like trafficking whatsoever. It sounds like, she was a junkie and somebody said, hey, you can go have some sex and we can get some more drugs. And that's what she did, and ended up overdosing. And that's why she ended up going home in the first place. Now, there could have been a rape kit or whatever that happened. If that was the case, there would be information out there that could be provided to show people what was going on. But simply having a medical bill for, a hospital stay doesn't dictate that you were raped or any of this other stuff. What does dictate it, or, what would give us information is maybe, like being able to understand who that person was, somebody who he wouldn't tell me. I didn't even ask him because I honestly don't care, because I don't believe her story. Ultimately, though, I did talk to him a lot about the 2012 to 2019 era, where I was like, it's very clear that, she was a prostitute. In her own words, she said that she went from being a stripper to, doing escorting and prostitution. I was like, although it didn't seem like she had a pimp, all of her online personas and details that I've discovered over the years that I still haven't even put out to anyone out there, because I would like everybody else to think that they're a better researcher than me. Most of that stuff basically proves that, these things that she's saying about people making fake Instagram accounts and Twitter accounts for her is just abundantly false. It was all part of her operation that she was running. And we really did talk a lot about the 2007 era when I actually first met her, because I had to keep pushing him and saying, hey, I was there. Like, I saw this chick literally grooming young people and acquiring men and women and boys and girls for guys like Jeffree Star and his friends like Davey Vanity, and she was totally happy to do it. I was like, so my main thing here is that I remember why Eliza Cutts was a part of the most hated internet crew, and I remember why they got ostracized from the scene in the first place, and it was because there was a lot of really shady shit happening with drugs and sex and underage people. The same stuff that now, if you were to go after Jeffree Star, ultimately she's never tried to defend him or really say anything about it, is because, she was around during the same time that all those accusations against him were being made. And it's just kind of like the missing piece of the puzzle. Shane didn't seem to care too much about that. He was very adamant that saying that, well, I have it on good authority that you started the Shadow Box company. Your name was on the company, even though none of that's the case whatsoever. So it's ultimately Shane doesn't believe, like, he's still stuck in thinking that I'm some kind of gang stalker that owns black SUVs and all this other stuff. He has literally zero evidence of any of the claims that he's making. And basically the only evidence that he had was him being him talking to that BX Bullet person. It looks like your rumor stream went down again.
I know it's I think people are reporting on Rumble that other streams are not working. They're saying maybe a DDoS attack or or something. I don't know. And YouTube is also reporting that the chat's moving really slow. I don't know. Defango, you appear and all of a sudden we're not being heard anymore the way we were being heard. Seems kind of weird to me. I don't know. Let's see. People are saying we refreshed, went out on YouTube front page and came back to your page to refresh, and it's better now, so you guys can try that. But did Shane try at all, Defango? Did he try to confirm with you any of these weird allegations that he made? For instance, did he ask you about driving? And actually, now that I read it a second time, I realized that he wasn't accusing you of driving people to unalive themselves. He was saying that you at one time laughed at some associate who does say that that he or she drove two people to their final end. And I thought that was a really weird thing too. Like, did he bring that up at all? Like, and ask you anything about that?
No, he didn't really bring that up. at all, and I thought that was strange. I brought it up myself, and I was like, I don't understand what you mean about me laughing about people dying. I was like, there's been 4 people that I know of that have died around Thomas Schoenberger after I left this entire group, namely Isaac Cappy, another kid from I believe Virginia. Then there was Tracy Twyman, who was a YouTuber that was also trans. And I mean, like, the story on the street is that I was apparently stalking them or in some way, shape, or form, even though I never had any contact with literally any of those people outside of Isaac Cappy. And even with Cappy, like, there's still a video on my YouTube channel that shows me interviewing him the first time when my power was out. And we didn't even talk about any of his, supposed claims because he could not verify them. So I simply wouldn't talk to him about them because that's not who I am. And 2 months before Isaac Cappy died, the last time I spoke to him was via phone. I put out all of my, like, phone records and stuff so people could verify this at the time. And then, when he actually died, I was living in Carson City, Nevada. I was live streaming the entire day, and I found out that he had committed suicide on live stream. So people still to this day accuse me of being the guy that pushed him off the bridge, even though I would have literally had to be in 2 places at once.
No one pushed him off a bridge. He jumped. Cynthia, thank you for the super chat. She says, excellent show, Megan. Thank you for calling out the crap on the right about the women. Well, somebody has to. And you know what? I don't care anymore because I've lost all ability to care about any of it. I'm perfectly happy quitting if I need to and just go back to raising my family and gardening. I don't need to lie about what's happening. And the truth is that a lot of it is happening. So,
those black SUVs things, you know what that comes from?
No. I would love to know.
And when I was after I got out of culinary school in 2012, I had a job at Canteen Modern Tequila Bar working with a restaurant company called Fork and Dagger. And I was basically a cook. That's all I was doing. And I got a job with Uber as a brand ambassador. So I would work during the day, get off of work at like 10 o'clock, and then just hang out at the bar for the rest of the night. And all I basically did would be change my hat. And then I was working for Uber, and I was getting people to download their apps, sign up, and I would get, free
So you're doing like
for it.
marketing for them, like running around getting,
Yeah, I was working with the team that opened up Uber and launched it in Phoenix and then also in Nevada. So like I earned a shitload of free Uber credits to the point where I literally took Uber rides for 5 years without ever having to pay for one. And I literally used to just take them. So my friends would always just thought that there was something strange going on because they didn't understand what Uber was when it first came out. So like we would be at a bar and I would be like, all right, the black car's here, and then a black SUV would show up, we'd get in, and all my friends would be like, dude, what the fuck? How do you always have all of these cars? And what they didn't seem to get was that, it was a job that I didn't get paid any money for. It was just easy for me because I worked in bars. So I would like see somebody drunk as shit and I'd be like, hey, how you getting home tonight? And they would usually say, oh, I'm going to get a cab or I'm going to drive. And then I'd be like, no, here's a card. This is $30. It's a free ride for Uber. A black car will take you home. And then it'll be enough money for you to get back in the morning to pick up your car. Please don't drive home drunk. And the thing is that I actually got a DUI in Arizona a long time ago. It's now off of my record. I got them to plead it down or whatever. But it's been ever since then, like that. I definitely, when I worked at bars, I was very, very adamant about making sure people didn't drive and, fall into the same trap that I had fallen into. Because with me, I got arrested at 7 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even feel drunk, but allegedly I blew over. And it wasn't over like 0.08, but in Arizona, it's a zero tolerance state. I think I blew like a 0.03. You blow anything over, even if it's the day after, you're getting arrested, you're spending $10,000 on a DUI. So like, I think that's where it's came from, because I used to send like Ubers to people to pick them up, or, one of my friends would be super drunk or something like that. We wouldn't want to leave. So I would just be like, call an Uber up.
It seems like this is a really easy explanation though, for the black SUVs. And yet he didn't seem interested in clearing that up with you. Did he even ask about that?
He didn't ask about it. I gave that information over to him, and he just seemed to be like, well, that's, I've heard different. And I'm just like, well, you've heard different, but
From
like,
who? And
who?
where is this information coming from? And where's your evidence that this is different? Look, here's the thing. And I was saying this earlier, hypothetically speaking, let's say you really are this dark character that he is claiming that you are, and that you have this incredible capability of destroying lives through chaos on the internet, and like you've done this. It's really irresponsible for him to have come out with this information with no evidence to show people that that's true, because now no one's going to believe it anyway. Like, if he really has this story and he really has evidence, this is a big story. I want to know, is there someone doing gang stalking and
Yes.
orchestrating? Is there someone orchestrating these massive takedown events? And why? What purpose would Eliza Bleu, like, who would care about her enough? I think what happened in her case was that she pissed off the internet by engaging in unfair censorship of channels. And when you do that, you're going to have a mob come after you, because we're so tired of dealing with censorship. But I mean, he really, if he had this story, DeFango, isn't that kind of negligent of him to go forward with such shabby evidence, and then take the chance that a guy who really is doing this will now just get away with it?
Well, I mean, I thought that he had shabby evidence. I think he thought that he was a lot farther along than he thought. What people don't get is that there's actually some backstory here that people aren't aware of. So in 2019, Tim Pool raised $1 million for something called Subverse, and there was two individuals, Emily Molly and Rocco Castorio, that were involved with that. Around that time, before the breakup, I had been trying to reach out to Tim Pool to basically tell him about my story and how, like, this gang stalking stuff was actually real, and I actually found a real company that actually does it, and real people where I could prove. He ignored me and kind of went on to his own thing. And basically that situation imploded. There was a lot of really crazy stuff happening. Somebody stole a cat. Somebody got sued. Well, very recently, as of like November of last year, that case got dismissed in trial, but no information has been sent out about it. Tim hasn't talked about it. And sometime around December 9th is when Rocco and Emily started actually talking about this online, how they won. And now it seems that they're pretty much, like almost 100% behind all of the leaks from Shadowbox, because I sent Rocco Castorio my entirety of documentation on the situation, because he told me he was going to blow it wide open and he was going to be the journalist that actually had people talk about it. Instead, he just trolls me with it. And he says, oh, look at what DeFango and the rest of these guys were doing. And interestingly enough, Tim Pool was posting the exact same documents, just in the black and white form. But no matter what he tried to say or do, it looks like information that he acquired directly from Rocco Castorio. And since I know now that Rocco was the person that's, basically behind putting out most of this stuff, and he's also not telling people, anyone really, that he got it from me. He's saying that, oh, a whistleblower gave it to me, and this is all coming to me, and I'm exposing these people. But the reality is that I put that stuff out in 2018, again in 2019. I've sent it to lawyers and stuff. It all appears in like a few different lawsuits, none of which I was actually a party to. One of them I got deposed from, and the other one I just sent it in because I figured it would help them out. And then I was like, hey, if you guys want to depose me or anything like that, happy to do it. What
is gang stalking? The actual, what you are saying that you've experienced.
I've experienced a gang. Well, see, there's this gang called Cicada 3301. They used to make puzzles online.
Puzzles. I'm familiar with yeah.
I solved their puzzle, and that's how I ran into Thomas Schoenberger.
Did you really? You solved it?
I solved one of their puzzles.
It's supposed to be like the hardest puzzle in the world, right?
That's what people say, but I don't believe that at all, because I was able to do it. So
okay.
So, and I'm a dumbass. So
I doubt that. I doubt that.
When I solved the cicada puzzle, like offering me like, oh, you're going to become the voice of Cicada. You'll make videos about it. And I was like, okay, fine. And when I lost my job with a company called Firesight based out of Phoenix, I had worked for a really long time, many big companies, festivals, whatever, building websites and technology. We even made a barbecue grill that you could control from your cell phone. I got fired from that job because I was like obsessed with the cicada puzzle, and my bosses didn't like me making videos about it. They thought I was bringing negative attention to the company, even though, like everything was growing for us. Like we were more popular and getting more jobs than ever because of all of my exploits online. So like I lost that job, but then Thomas reached out to me and said, hey, I got some work that you can do. I have a website that you can work on for a guy named Ed Batowski. And then if that goes well, we have a mayoral campaign in New York for a guy named Bo Deedle that needs some help. So, I didn't have any work at the time. At this point, I didn't know like the guy's history or anything like that. So I just, started helping them out. And through helping them out and working with Batowski, fixing his websites like payment calculators for his rich people or whatever, making them look nicer. That's when I heard about this shadow box company, and they started talking about it, reputation management. And it wasn't until probably, I think around October, that I actually got like the first piece of documentation on what they actually thought that they were, which is that document you see on there, the shadow box, like we're your personal army and all this stuff. And a lot of people look at that as like, oh, well, this is what you guys were doing. But to me, it's more like Thomas and them were showing me, hey, guess what? This is who we are. And if you fuck with us, if you think about exposing us, this is what we're going to do to you. So, a gang of people that started stalking me after April of 2018, when I decided to come out, expose the Cicada organization and who was behind it, and then started telling people exactly how these same people were involved in many disinformation operations that go back to at least 2015, if not before. And that kind of turn them all against me, because the Cicada group has somewhat of 300 to 500, somewhere in between the neighborhood of 300 to 500 people worldwide that follow the group. So every single one of those people, they all work as like a hive mind. When somebody becomes excommunicated from their organization, every single one of those folks in their little group will all start to basically say the same thing. And there's still evidence of this happening to me online. Even the stuff that Shane was believing about me is literally an artifact of what Thomas and his group has been saying about me for the last 5 years.
I've heard of things like this happening to other people. And in fact, now I need to ask you, what's the over under on it? It will now start happening to me because I've let you talk about this here.
100%.
Oh, great. Great.
Yeah, you will see them come into your channels over time. You will see them start talking about me, mentioning Cicada 3301, and then basically they'll say the same kinds of things that they've, that you've heard about me in the past. It's just from them. And there's not a lot of them. Their group has definitely gotten a lot smaller over the years after I exposed them. Many people have left the group, come forward because they've realized that Thomas and his crew they don't have the bandwidth for hundreds of people. They really only have the bandwidth for like 4 or 5 people. And if you follow along how they attack folks online, it's like they go after one person and then they'll shift to another person, and they'll shift to another person, and they just kind of rotate. So like for the last 2-3 months, I've been out of the rotation, right? They haven't really been talking about me. But since I started getting popularity and notoriety due to this Eliza Bleu thing, that tells them, oh, this is the perfect chance for us to come back out and start, spreading disinformation about DeFango. And at the same time, it would be advantageous to them to basically help the people that are fighting against him, namely Rocco Castorio, Emily Molly, and the Nose.
Weird. Like, who has time to do all of this stuff, and why? Like, all I want to do is just do my job, like feed my kids, like get them to school, and I don't understand people who dedicate their lives to like destroying other people. This is something that is really bizarre, and I know that the mainstream media does it by definition. I mean, that is what Shane Cashman has set out to do when he did what he did to you. Let me ask you this about a possible lawsuit. You have put out a call for a lawyer who might want to do a pro bono lawsuit and take, a big percentage of any contingency. Sure. Is that still a possibility?
Yeah, I'm still looking for a lawyer. That's what I said. Like if some lawyer wants a 60-70% cut, hell, even 80% cut, I really don't care about the money. I'm probably going to end up donating whatever I get out of the situation to some kind of victims fund or something like that. I might keep like $1,000 to myself, so I
Did
can.
you think though that it was strange that Shane Cashman then comes out and doubles down after speaking to you and says, "I didn't hear anything that would change my mind." Thanks for the super chat, Farron. By the way, she says, "Thanks, Megan, for speaking out about conservative ink. I think maybe should be my next documentary." Yeah, co-creators, maybe. Also, Defengo told me this story as well. Not one single fact has changed, unlike Eliza Bleu. Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of it. And look. If anybody who is still saying they believe Eliza Bleu is just not paying attention, period. But anyway, what did you think about Shane like doubling down and saying he didn't hear anything that changed? To me, that's like almost daring you to sue him.
Yeah, well, that's what I kind of got from him. I mean, ultimately, that everybody could say what they want. That article, the first article got taken down because of me, and the second order or the other two articles also got taken down because of me. I was in contact with Cassandra. I was like, hey, at least this one needs to come down until, Shane rewrites his stuff. And he got out of contact with her for a while, and it seemed like there was some arguments going on behind the scene, according to Cassandra, and then a whistleblower that moved forward, I guess. And basically, Shane doesn't believe it, neither does the editor that allowed him to publish it. They don't believe my end of the story. They still think that this BX Bullet person is, like the bee's knees. They think that she really has all of the information, which essentially she's just redistributing what I put out there. And then instead of saying that me and Thomas broke off from each other in 2018, she's saying that I'm still working for him today. And this whole entire operation is just, us going after Eliza Bleu or something like that, which isn't true. But what is true is that I could definitely see Thomas and his crew going to Eliza Bleu, Shane, people in the Temple podcast, and like making comments and replying, so that they're really trying to like stir the narrative up. But the main thing here to understand is that when I sent Rocco Castorio all of my stuff, he in turn contacted Thomas Schoenberger and then basically started to work with Thomas Schoenberger, because again, he believed Thomas Schoenberger more than me. And he looked at all of the evidence that I gave him and decided that, Thomas is willing to lie and say that, things that aren't true are true. So I'm going to go with Thomas's operation. So literally, I could trace all this stuff.
I want to know what Cassandra, if you can tell me, I mean, so the message they put up on the article was, sorry, you didn't understand our gonzo journalism, so we're taking it down because the audience doesn't understand it. Why did they actually take it down? Because that makes no sense to me. What did Cassandra say about taking it down?
She just said that she was going to take it down in its entirety because like they were having trouble agreeing on, what to do with the particular story. And that message wasn't the greatest, but, it doesn't really bother. It doesn't really bother me at the end of the day because I mean, the article's down,
Although, are you disappointed that they didn't issue a retraction and an apology?
Yeah, I'm disappointed in that, but I did as much as I could do in a 24-hour period, and now the 48 hours are basically up in about 20 minutes. So, if I'm not going to get a retraction and I'm not going to get an apology from Tim Pool, then, I have to go after Tim Pool. Like, right?
Yeah, I really see. This is the thing, Shane. It's unbelievable to me that he's doubling down on stupid here. He is employed by Tim Pool, probably a pretty good gig, and like he should just have shut up and stayed quiet, because doubling down on I didn't hear anything that changed my mind is just crazy. It's outrageous, and especially after his thing was taken down. So all three parts of this gets taken down, and he doubles down and says, I'm proud of everything I wrote. I've heard nothing that changes my mind. And that really does open his employer up. You're not going to be suing Shane. You're going to be suing Timcast. If you're suing anybody, it's Timcast who's responsible for what goes up on Timcast. And I really don't understand why they haven't put a sock in Shane's mouth yet.
And the main thing here is they don't think that I have any damages or anything because they're like, oh, he's just some loser that door dashes and does YouTube videos. But what they don't seem to understand is that I have been running a business called Defango LLC, where I've been working with various companies and government entities over the last couple of years. And this definitely does seriously affect my ability to get anything done or even get jobs because like they look this stuff up, and I was able to pass multiple background checks, a security clearance background check, and even the Nevada DOC's like background checks for actually working inside the prisons and such. So like I have to keep myself very, very like straight up on the internet, but I've already received emails about this, and I've already had contracts that have been terminated over this stuff. So like if they want to think that there isn't damages, there is damages because like I don't have a USPS contract anymore because of this, and my CISA contract is over with now because of this, which is CISA is a government organization. People call me a Fed or whatever. No, I don't work directly for the United States government. My history does not afford me that, but you know what, I can get contracted to go do stuff, and that's exactly what I do. Going and replacing network equipment, fixing computers, like offering assistance in
And that's
various
contract
different
work.
places. Yeah.
What about crowdfunding for a lawsuit? Because I think it'll be difficult to find a defamation attorney who will take it on contingency, but you probably could get someone to do a combination. Like if you could come up with a retainer, a certain, I don't know what the number would be, but if you could come up with a retainer and then also, do some sort of a contingency agreement, that might help.
Yeah, I mean, I might do something like that. I mean, ultimately, I'm not loaded and I'm not very much of a grifter. And to me, it would be just a lot more fun for me to file all this stuff by myself and then, make fun of all the YouTube lawyers and stuff that think they're really good and all this thing. And then just basically beat it myself because it's not the first time that I've done it and definitely won't be the last time that I've done it. And if I actually have to go past the bar, I will.
You would do it pro se, a defamation case?
Yeah. And I've actually gotten cases
Tough,
dismissed.
man.
It's tough, but
it's really tough.
I would still do it.
I would follow that. Hey, if
prove a
you do
point.
file, I'd follow the hell out of that. Tam, thanks for the super chat, says, seriously, this is the best interview of Defango I've seen so far. Most people miss the bigger story Defango is talking about. Well done. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. And look, here's what's sad about that. Shane Cashman works for Tim Pool, who we are supposed to believe is a professional and hires professional people. And yet in, I don't know, how long have you been here? Half an hour. We've gotten more information just in this conversation than Shane bothered to get in that article. And I'm embarrassed for what is considered media and journalism these days.
To Rob Pease in the chat, he says higher legal mindset. I would never hire that guy in a million years because he's a YouTube lawyer. Anybody that would ever consider hiring somebody that's on YouTube calling themselves a lawyer who isn't spending all of their time working on cases and making YouTube videos needs to really reevaluate what they think a good lawyer is. I took on the lawyers that were behind the Seth Rich conspiracy theory by myself, and I beat them on a live stream. And ultimately, I even made them settle their case out of court because I live streamed my deposition just in case, like they thought that they were going to be able to pull any shit. So, I'm like a lawyer, right? But I'm a little smarter than a lawyer.
There's nothing better than
smarter.
depositions online. I watch depositions that are put online like people watch soap operas. My favorite lawyer is Sean McMillan. He sues CPS in California. It's his full-time job. And he also does it in Arizona. And he teaches lawyers how to do it, how to sue the government for, violating parents' rights. And he wins millions of dollars. And sometimes his son has him go over his depositions online on YouTube. And it's fantastic to watch him do these depositions and then also comment on them. I love that so much. And he's so busy. He came on the show the other day and he's really fantastic. And I do think that most of the lawyers on YouTube are not working currently in law. They prefer to be on YouTube. And I think they'd all tell you that, like, we're making more money now than we were on. Look, legal work is tough. It is grinding, horrible, nonstop work. It is nothing but paperwork. And if you can make more money sitting around drinking and shitting this, shooting the shit with your friends, yeah, lots of people would choose that instead.
Of course. Like the big thing for my history is that, my mom is actually a paralegal. Actually, when I was a kid, like, 14, 15 years old, I actually helped her pass her college classes to become a paralegal and then started helping her work in her actual law firm. So I've learned a lot.
Cool.
I've learned a lot about that stuff. And at one point in my life, I was thinking about becoming a lawyer. I took all of the bar practice tests and was able to, pass them without actually going to school for being a lawyer. So ultimately, I thought that, it might be a fun thing for me to like attempt to do. I do have all of my legal paperwork, but, I have all my paperwork and books ready to go through all of that again. But at this particular juncture, I feel like if a lawyer's not going to see that this is a slam dunk case for them on contingency, like I'm prepared to maybe do a GoFundMe or something. It's just that I'm not a grifter. I run a show called Griftcast IRL, and what people don't seem to understand is that is me improving and playing a character that is completely opposite to who I am, because I never asked for money. I don't like grifting on the internet. And this entire month of me running the Griftcast or whatever, which has only been like the last 2 weeks, really, has just been me making fun of every other person that I see online doing all the things that they do that I refuse to do since 2008, and just kind of seeing it. So it is funny to see that revenue has gone up over 2,000%, viewership has gone over 2,000%, and all this other crap. So, but it's hard for me, right? Like, because like it takes a lot out of me, because I'm constantly playing this character, and every time I'm asking somebody, I'd be like, oh yeah, thanks for the subscription, please now send us money or whatever. Like, that's not me, but it's funny. So I just keep doing it because it's funny. So ultimately, if we have to sue somebody, I'm pretty sure that it would go through. But I'm kind of an easygoing person. I've already been through this. I have Will Summer messaging me on Twitter, who's the last person that wrote it, who's the original person
Will Summer
wrote the article, right? And he knows he fucked up, right? He knows that he fucked
Okay,
up.
this is so interesting to me because I have a history with Will Summer. Well, he doesn't know that I have a history with Will Summer, but I do. One of I was telling you about some of this, the QAnon mom thing that I was covering, and one of the cases that I covered was Cynthia Absug, and she was actually found guilty in a bullshit trial. I was there. I went to the trial in Colorado, and her trial was so bad, and her defense attorney was so bad. Anyway, Will Summer actually is the person who did the initial. He named her QAnon mom, and he really covered all this QAnon stuff, like the people who broke laws and stuff and got arrested. That was
she wasn't really a QAnon mom.
She didn't even know what Q was.
Yeah, she didn't know what Q
was. She was clue.
She had no clue what Q was. She was a completely different kind of person who they just wrapped into the.
She was a registered Democrat. She didn't know at the time. I remember having to explain all of this to her, DeFango, because I was embedded with her, basically on the phone with her the day before they took her son. And I had been on the phone with her the entire time, knowing what was happening the entire time. As this shit unfolded and these people came into her life and like lied to her about all this bullshit, she did not know. She never knew. She wasn't political. She had no opinion on the president. She had none of that. I had to explain to her what Q was. She still to this day doesn't even understand it. Like, I mean, most people don't, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most people don't understand it. No, I know.
And Will Summer made this narrative about her and called her QAnon mom and said that she was involved in this conspiracy. And, they used her tweet against her in court that she had tweeted out one time or two times that said, foster care is sex trafficking kids. That's what she said. It didn't have anything to do with Q. It had nothing to do with her. That is true, by the way. Our State Department has admitted on their own website that 60% of the kids who are sex trafficked in America can be traced back to our foster care system. 60%. That is a fact. And
I have a personal experience with that, actually.
Oh God, I'm so sorry to hear that. I have actually, so I sent her attorney. I'm literally sitting behind him in court. And as the prosecution is telling this bullshit tale to the jury and saying she believes conspiracy theories, she said that our foster care system, as if they were so above the board, is sex trafficking children, and how absurd that is. And that is, she fell into a conspiracy theory. I am texting her lawyer article after article from NBC, NPR, Washington Post, New York Times, all of these recorded. U.S. Marshals rescue 100 children from the foster care system in Missouri. 1,000 children in the foster care system in Missouri go missing. 80% of them found in sex trafficked situations. I'm sending this to him. Does he use a goddamn one of them? Nope. Does he tell the jury in his closing statements, this man lied to you? Our foster care system does sex traffic children. 60% of them are found in sex trafficking situations. Did he do that? No. No.
No, they railroaded that girl, and that's the thing is that like the stuff that the government and a lot of people, the media have done with this Q conspiracy theory is really bad because like we had that thing dead and gone in 2017 it was a shadow of its former self. Like the only people that were still believing into that crap were basically nobody. And then January 6th rolls around, and like just a few months before January 6th rolled around, a group of individuals working with the guy named Jim Stewartson and like a bunch of other like big names in media all came together to create a new anti-Q like operation. And it's that operation that basically everybody knows about Q right now, because Q didn't even talk about fucking January 6th. He wasn't even discussing it. He wasn't even talking about it. Nothing like that.
Right.
But afterwards, like this is when we saw all of this narrative switch, and they use stuff from Will Sommer and a lot of these other guys to really make it happen. But, with guys like Will Sommer, he messages me. He's always trying to find information on this stuff because somehow I end up, in the middle of things all of the time. But he's the one that really created this situation for me because I gave him that stuff, right? I gave him that stuff. I wanted him to go up with a decent article, and he decided to call me a notorious internet provocateur and make it seem like I was the bad guy. And then he even didn't put out my deposition. He only put out Thomas's deposition, the one that he lied in like a bunch of times. And my deposition goes clearly through everything that Thomas had said and debunks it. And I hadn't even heard of what Thomas's deposition was, but I got emails and details and files and everything. And all Thomas ever had was, what was coming out of his lying mouth. Which that guy
Tina
lies
wants
me.
to know if Cynthia managed to secure a job yet. I need to check in with her. I don't know, but if you guys have a line on a job for her, it is going to be very hard for her to find one. She's out of jail now. She's a convicted felon. She has been trying to get a job, even at places like Home Depot and like Walmart. And as soon as they go to the background check, even when she tells them ahead of time that I have this conviction, I'm on probation, they always start out saying it'll be fine, no problem. Then it hits the background check part and they turn her down. So I don't think so, or she would have told me. If you guys do have a line for her, she's in Colorado. She can do any kind of work from home. She was in school to be a paralegal, to be a legal assistant before the judge put her in jail. They made her lose her last class. But she can do paralegal work. She's one class away. She's probably restarting school soon. I need to check in with her. But really, they've made it impossible for her to make a living, DeFango. I mean, they've taken this woman's children away. They've taken away her reputation. They've done everything to her that they could possibly do, and now she can't even get a job. And if she doesn't get a job, she will go to jail for 3 years. That is in her probation requirements. That judge wants to put her away. Let me tell you what, I don't know what it is about Cynthia, but she makes them angry. And I think it's because she told a lot of truths. She told a lot of truths about the CPS system in Douglas County. They did violate her constitutional rights. I'm a witness to it. And she did get railroaded by that 18th Circuit or 18th District in Colorado. And they don't like people talking about that.
Can I tell you my story about CPS in Arizona?
Yeah.
So my sister, God bless her heart, she's got like 7, 8, 9 kids now, from different guys or whatever. Not important to the story, but maybe a little bit. My mother utilized the CPS system to basically remove 3 of the children from her home. Her oldest and the 2 twins, And this is when my sister was, I guess, having some trouble. She wasn't on drugs or anything like that. She just was having a lot of trouble making money to get ends meet. But my mom basically went forward and said that she was abusing the children and got them basically to get removed from the house. And my mom has had, the oldest in her home for the rest of it. And the other two, like we never see them or anything. They got adopted out to a family in California that couldn't have kids. Although I have seen pictures of them and they look like really good. They look just like us. My mom, about a year or so goes by and she marries a new guy. Right. And this new guy seems all right. No big deal. But I start noticing some issues with this new guy, and it ended up that this guy was actually a pedophile. But
God.
CPS in Arizona never actually did any investigation into this dude's history or anything like that, so nobody really knew about it. All I really remember is just being at like the house for Christmas or Thanksgiving. No, it was Thanksgiving, and Jeffrey Epstein was on the TV, and then I was watching, how this dude was reacting to the news that the dude was guilty or whatever. And at the same time, while my niece is sitting on his lap, and then I started to realize something, in my brain, because I live in a different state. I don't hang out with them very often. So, I had to pull my niece to the side and say, hey, if there's anything going on or anything happening or whatever here, and I had to explain, what is okay, what's not okay. And I had to tell her basically, like, you can't tell your mom because she's not going to take it well. You need to go to the school. You can't tell me what's happening because I can't do anything about it. I'll shoot the guy. But I was like, you need to go to school. So basically, like, we found out test kits and stuff were done, and we found out that he was basically, abusing her. And he was abusing her, but it's supposed to be that the Arizona DPS is supposed to look in that stuff. And if they would have done their job correctly when she got married to this guy, they would have researched this and they would have taken her out of the home. And then they should have either given her to another foster parents or, back to my sister. But that didn't happen because my mom used to work for them. And she has friends in the CPS system all throughout Arizona. So it's like when people say that there's some shit going on in the CPS system, like I can 100% say that's true. They wouldn't even let me testify for my sister so that she could get her kids back. And my mom,
Arizona is really bad. It's really bad.
They're really bad. And even after this whole death thing happened or whatever, us as a family tried to go back to get her back, and the courts would not.
Oh
Let us
God.
side with her. They wanted to leave her in that house. So basically,
Blurple wants to know what county this was in.
Maricopa.
Maricopa County. I've heard horror stories.
Pinal and Maricopa. The original taking situation happened in Pinal County, and then when the pedophile, or when my mom married the pedophile or whatever, that was in Maricopa.
Maricopa County has a lot of problems. I'll tell you what. It's one of my passions is to expose these stories when they come out. It's very difficult to do it. They're so secretive, and they're always keeping those files to themselves, and they claim it's for child privacy. But of course, it's only to hide their mistakes, which is why a lawyer like Sean McMillan is such a hero to me, because when he deposes these people, he's got discovery, and he goes for their throats. And unbelievable, Defango, you won't believe, well, you will believe this. What am I saying? But you would be shocked to hear that every single one of his depositions with all these people are always the same. He asks one question that they always have the same answer to, and his question is, were you ever trained that you had a responsibility to protect the parental rights and the bond between parent and child, and that you weren't supposed to take a child from a parent without a signed warrant by a judge? And after they say what several times, and they make him repeat it 3 times, the answer is always no. You've never gotten a signed warrant from a judge to take a child from a family. No. Why not? It wasn't required. This country is in trouble when our very basic Fourth Amendment rights are not being respected, and that an agent of the state can walk into your house without a warrant and not only inspect your house, but take your child, your most precious possession, your child, with no warrant. It's sick. And that's what's happening all over this country. It's happening everywhere.
Yeah, it just blows me away how people don't really see it. But I'm not a victim. Like, I am a victim. Like, I've been a victim of a lot of really insane shit in my life. I'm a victim of attempted sexual abuse by a priest, but like, I'm not one of those kids that's not going to punch somebody in the dick if I need to or whatever. So like, I've been through a lot over my life, right? And even now with the stuff that's happened to me, like, I reacted in a much different fashion back in 2018. Like, I withdrew from everything. It was just like, my life is fucking over. And it did feel like my life was fucking over because I had no options. I had no money. And if it wasn't for the lady that, let me move to her place over here in Nevada where I am now, like, I seriously wouldn't have had, I probably would have been dead or homeless at this point in my life. So, I changed everything over. And now that this is happening, the reason that I am the way that I am is because I've already kind of been through this. And I could see the writing on the wall, the future in this situation. And it's unfortunate, but, the reality here is that Tim Pool is never going to acknowledge me, right? He's not going to acknowledge me. The Timcast website is not going to publish an apology or retraction. Let's be honest, I don't have the money to sue anyone, and I could like do a GoFundMe or something like that, but it's just not in who I am, right? Like, I don't want to waste other people's money on me because ultimately it doesn't affect me as much as I would like to think, right? Like, sure, I'm going to have trouble with some contracts and stuff like that, but is it going to rise to the level of me spending $100,000 to $300,000 to ruin somebody's day? No. I think ultimately, I'm just going to fade back into the darkness here pretty soon anyway. People will forget who I am for, some time until the next time I accidentally, hit on something viral. Like, this Eliza thing was just me getting blocked and putting out a very, very carefully manipulated thread with some information that would get people to go research some shit. And it was on purpose, right? Like, I did it exactly in the way so people could feel like they actually found something. But, the reality is there ain't nothing about Eliza Bleu that I probably haven't seen. Out of everyone that sent me stuff, literally there's only been one person that has pulled something up that I simply haven't seen in the case. And sure, I could have put it all out at the beginning and, made it a lot better for me. But then how on earth were any of these other YouTube channels ever supposed to make money off of this?
Yeah, I don't know, but I really appreciate you being here. I really do. Thank you so much for coming. I've been going for 5 hours, which is way longer than I'm supposed to. So I'm going to call it a day. But Defango, thanks for being here. And you guys in the chat, make sure you get over to Griffcast IRL. It is a really fun listen, by the way. And I was on the show on Friday and I enjoyed myself. I think the show's great, and I think you should keep going. And I'm sorry that you got kicked off of YouTube and lost your followers. And hopefully you'll get a bunch of them back now. At least that might be one of the good things about getting defamed by Timcast. So maybe you'll get your channel back. But thanks for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me, and I hope you all have a great day. Be well now.
All righty. See you later. All right, guys. We're done for today. I'm calling it quits. I got so much to do. We'll be back here for True Crime Tuesday tomorrow. Hopefully, I will have something planned for you. Actually, there is some new stuff on Brian Koberger, which we'll be going over. Don't forget to go to the merch store. Don't forget to sub. If you have not subscribed to this channel, do it now. And also on Rumble, shout out to my peeps on Locals, meganfox.locals.com. I'm going to be doing movie night with you guys real soon. So make sure that you're here for that. All right, everybody, take care. It's time to go.
I was lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, in my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. In my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take Johnny's problem is he should have come storming in there with a string of garlic and some holy water.
And a cross.
May the power of Christ compel you.
No, I don't.
He realized his house was infested with succubuses. And
Of what if, yes.
Succuloters.
When you arrived in the afternoon. I don't remember saying it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
oh my God.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why you wanted to drown her.
Laces. And that is
Witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That depends on his